Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. It was clear that despite having the filter glasses, they still took some time to adjust to such a grand stage. Especially Buchi, who kept her head down throughout the beginning of the performance. However, surprisingly, she was also the one who adapted the fastest. Even though she remained in the background, she shone brilliantly like a hero. Tonight, at the Tokyo Dome, the cheers soared to the heavens and echoed for a long time. On this day, the idol Hoshino Ai not only achieved the milestone of performing at the Dome. She also etched this performance deep into the memories of every audience member, perfectly embodying the essence of an idol. Chapter 192, Encountering a Dragon Through the Bonds of Fate. Great job out there. Haruto welcomed Hoshino Ai backstage. Glowing with radiance, Hoshino Ai leaped straight into his arms. Even now, the dazzling stage and the countless spectators still lingered in her mind. The deafening cheers and the lingering applause echoed in her ears. These were things Hoshino Ai had never even dared to dream of before. She was a child who craved love more than anything, and yet, until now, she had never been able to obtain it, believing she was unworthy of love. But now the love from countless fans rained down on her like a sky full of candy, sweet and surreal. But more importantly, the love from the boy before her. Something she once couldn't even touch in her dreams was now right in front of her, and she felt as if her heart might just melt. Haruto, let's have a baby. Hoshino Ai suddenly blurted out. Her words left not only the four girls who had just come off stage but also Miyako, who had rushed over to congratulate her, completely stunned. Haruto, too, was caught off guard, coughing in shock. Miyako hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Hoshino Ai. The things you say on stage are one thing, but can you at least look at the situation around you? If anyone hears this, your idol career is over. You all. Just pretend you didn't hear that. I's just too excited. Can I get you to sign a non-disclosure agreement? Someone, check the surroundings. Make sure there are no paparazzi. If there are, bring them in immediately no matter the cost. Retrieve any footage. Miyako was in full crisis management mode. The four girls were soon ushered away by Miyako, who was all smiles as she led them off to sign confidentiality agreements. Meanwhile, Hoshino Ai playfully stuck out her tongue under her manager's deadly glare. Seeing this, Haruto couldn't help but chuckle. Let's talk about this again when we're adults. That was the answer Haruto gave. Even though he hadn't agreed, Hoshino Ai still cheered excitedly. Miyako could only clutch her head in frustration. Wasn't their president spoiling Hoshino Ai a little too much? As expected, that night, Hoshino Ai topped several trending topics. Aside from the usual buzz surrounding the performance, the two most prominent headlines were, Gakuraku Jodo. A musical wave sweeping the world. Shocking. Who is the someone Hoshino Ai spoke of? Haruto could only feel helpless about it. After leaving the Tokyo Dome, he didn't immediately return to Chiba. Instead, he decided to wander around Tokyo for a bit, following a sudden feeling. Previously, the final destination of Suzume no Dojimari had been in Tokyo. Following his memory, Haruto once again arrived at the largest gate to the netherworld. It was a massive gate buried deep within the mountains, resembling the red torii gates used in Shinto shrine rituals. Placing his fingers gently against the gate, Haruto could sense a faint response from within. The netherworld was still at peace. The keystone he had placed there was far superior to the original, which had required a human soul as its core. 3 years had passed, and there was almost no sign of wear or degradation. His previous estimation of several thousand years of stability had been too conservative. At this rate, the energy within the netherworld wouldn't be able to break through Haruto's keystone for at least 10,000 years. Satisfied, he withdrew his hand and was about to leave, but at that moment a streak of blazing light shot down from the sky, plummeting straight toward him. Haruto frowned. With a single wave of his hand, black wings suddenly unfurled from his back. He soared into the sky, intercepting the incoming fireball. Using his wings to cushion the impact, he ensured that the object landed without causing any destruction. And when he got a good look at what had fallen, a dragon, Haruto was genuinely surprised at the sight of a creature that should only exist in fantasy. It was a massive green dragon covered in armored scales, with enormous fleshy wings on its back, 4 powerful limbs, and prominent horns. Retracting his black wings, Haruto quickly approached the fallen dragon. At that moment, the dragon seemed to have already lost consciousness. A golden longsword was embedded in its back, inflicting a deep, gruesome wound. It was clear that this dragon had fallen due to the severe injury caused by the sword. Haruto could feel a distinct energy emanating from the blade, carrying a unique conceptual force. After examining it for a moment, he concluded that this weapon likely belonged to some kind of mythology. It had a holy attribute and seemed to suppress regeneration. Despite the dragon's body healing all other wounds from the fall, the penetration wound caused by the sword remained unchanged. Just as Haruto reached out, intending to pull the sword out for further analysis, sensing Haruto's presence, the dragon suddenly woke up. Its golden, slit-pupilled eyes locked onto him. Given the sheer size of the dragon, comparable to a small mountain, those massive eyes alone were nearly half the size of Haruto himself. Most people would have been terrified. But for Haruto, oh? You can talk? That's great. That means we can communicate. So, would you mind agreeing to containment? Haruto smiled. The dragon clearly didn't understand what containment meant. She stared him down, a faint, multicolored flame spilling from her mouth. Human, stay away from me. Otherwise, I will devour you. The dragon warned. In response, Haruto, seemingly unbothered, took 2 steps closer. And as he approached, he suddenly noticed something unusual. A strange connection seemed to be forming between him and the dragon. Thinking back to his earlier premonition, Haruto contemplated for a moment and came to a conclusion. The bond of fate? That had to be it. With that thought in mind, Haruto reached out and patted the dragon's scales. Well, I was hoping for a little chef, but I got a dragon instead. Not a bad trade-off? A dragon, after all, had immense research value. And if he could tame it, he'd become a dragon rider. A dragon rider. How cool was that? Meanwhile, the dragon, clearly offended by his actions, let out even more dazzling flames from her mouth. Yet, in the end, she didn't attack him. Instead, she simply lowered her head in resignation. I never expected that, at the end of my life, the last being I would encounter before death would be a human. Haruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're not going to attack? Without opening her eyes, the dragon responded in a deep voice, if you were the last being I would meet before death, and you haven't slaughtered my kind, then I see no reason to kill you. Haruto found that answer quite satisfactory. If this had been a dragon that was unable to communicate or was hostile toward humans, he would have contained it without hesitation, handing it over to the Foundation as a research specimen. But if it had a rational mind and bore no malice toward humanity, then we can have a proper conversation. With that thought, Haruto patted the dragon again. As long as I remove that sword, you probably won't die, right? The dragon finally opened her eyes again, staring at Haruto as she spoke in a deep voice, stop talking nonsense. Do you even know what that sword is? The moment you touch it, you'll probably turn to dust. However, Haruto acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. With a single leap, he landed on the dragon's back. From this vantage point, the piercing wound looked even more terrifying. Get down. Don't touch that thing. She began to shake her body violently. But at that moment, Haruto reached out and grabbed the sword. A dazzling golden light erupted from the blade, and a golden pillar of energy seemed ready to pierce the heavens. Stop causing such a big commotion. Covering it up later and erasing memories is a huge hassle. Haruto frowned and scolded. The next moment, With a casual wave of his hand, the golden pillar that had been surging toward the sky instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. Feeling the sudden disappearance of the light, the dragon's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Haruto, as if it were the easiest thing in the world, simply pulled out the massive golden sword, larger than himself, from her body. As soon as the sword left her body, it began to shrink. By the time it landed in Haruto's hand, it had already adjusted to a size proportionate to him. At the same time, the dragon's back wound began to heal rapidly, soon restoring itself completely. As Haruto descended, the dragon stared at him in utter disbelief. Chapter 193, Taru, Dragon Maid, Little Chef Get. Human, just how did you? The dragon widened her eyes, looking at Haruto in confusion. But Haruto simply tossed the golden sword casually into his camu space. Then, he waved at the dragon. That's a minor detail. Come on, stand up. Don't move, I'm taking a photo. Dragon? At that moment, Haruto had already taken a picture in midair and uploaded it to the multiversal chat group. Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, went out today, picked up a dragon. Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, Pain Magnet, you can just randomly pick up dragons? As expected of you. Whole Master of Wangshan, huh? So this is what dragons look like? In my impression, Lord Rex Lapis' true form isn't like this. Spoilers are fun, this is a Western dragon, it's different from Eastern ones. Also, as expected of the big shot. Big sister is supreme, you idle away every day chatting. Aren't you too free? Also, as expected of the big shot. Blonde defeated dog, why does this dragon seem a bit confused? After flexing for a moment, Haruto closed the chat panel and turned back to the dragon. Alright, can you shrink a bit? Even though it's nighttime, your size is too conspicuous. Cleanup is a hassle, so please be considerate of the Foundation's PR department. Thank you. Dragon, oh. Although she still couldn't fully grasp Haruto's words, she nonetheless transformed in a flash. The massive dragon vanished. In its place stood a girl clad in a black robe, with silky golden hair, crimson gold slit pupils, and 2 horns on her head. The girl wore only a black robe, her fair skin faintly visible, enough to make one's blood boil. Behind her, a green scaled tail rested on the ground, making a heavy thud. Human, is this acceptable? She asked. Haruto, however, had been utterly stunned the moment she transformed. Seeing that he didn't respond, she grew puzzled, but, considering he had saved her life, she began recounting her story. I lost in a battle against the gods. At the moment of my defeat, I tore open space and fled to this human world. I don't know how you did it, but human, you saved me. I can grant you 3 requests to repay this debt. After she finished speaking, she quietly gazed at Haruto. In response, Haruto simply stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and declared, Little Chef, get. This action made the dragon girl flustered. Human, what do you mean? Haruto instead asked, what's your name? Taru, she replied. I belong to the Chaos Dragon clan. Upon hearing this, Haruto was now completely sure of his thoughts. He had drawn a wild little chef. Anyway, how about a drink first? Haruto casually retrieved a bottle of alcohol from his camu space. However, faced with Haruto's eager gaze, Taru sensed something was off and promptly refused the offer. Haruto reluctantly put the bottle away. Human, 3 requests. Taru emphasized again. Haruto just shook his head. After I make my 3 requests, where will you go? Back to your world. At his words, Taru fell silent, her crimson gold eyes dimming slightly. The vast world seemed to have no place for her. If she returned, she would have to continue the endless war against the gods that was the fate of the Chaos Dragon clan. Winning wouldn't mean anything. Losing, like this time, would mean barely escaping death. Next time, she might not be so lucky. Haruto snapped his fingers, pulling Taru's attention back. If you have nowhere to go, why not stay with me? At that moment, Taru's heart wavered. But she couldn't shake the feeling that this human had ulterior motives. Human, what exactly are you after? I am a chaos dragon, a being that easily brings calamity. From her understanding, humans fear dragons deeply. Yet Haruto simply waved his hand dismissively. Dragons or whatever don't matter. I think you'd make a great little chef. So, come stay with me. If you agree to be my little chef, I'll grant you 3 wishes, so long as they don't involve world destruction or human lives. Thoru? Being granted wishes instead? Was this reasonable? Human, my name is Haruto. Just call me Haru. Haru, no, wait. Human, what gives you the right to grant me wishes? I am a dragon. What can you do that I can't? Thor questioned. Haruto simply pointed at his eyes. Didn't you just ask how I removed that sword? This is the answer. It's also why I can grant wishes. When Toru looked into Haruto's eyes, she saw dazzling colors like a rainbow emerging within them. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of dread struck her, far greater than when the golden sword had pierced her. Root mystic eyes? A mere human. How can you possess the power of the root? Toru shouted in shock. Haruto raised an eyebrow. You actually recognize them? That's surprising. In that moment, Toru understood this human had no reason to scheme against her. With those root mystic eyes, anything he desired, he could take by himself. A dragon's power was nothing but an illusion before him. So, his invitation wasn't a trap or deception. Give me the alcohol, Toru suddenly said. Haruto blinked, then immediately pulled out various liquors and 2 glasses from Camus space. Beneath the vast night sky, before the massive crimson gate, the two sat on the ground, clinking their glasses together. The scene was one of pure freedom. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. A few hours later, chaos dragons are so boring. If we're not fighting gods, we're on our way to fight gods. And we always get slandered. Why do people force the image of Lilicon onto dragons? What the hell? Toru had terrible alcohol tolerance. Once drunk, she began venting all her frustrations to Haruto. She even clung to him, ranting endlessly, not caring that she was only wearing a thin black robe, going as far as to breathe lotus flames, in the form of exotic fire, in his face. And Haruto? He simply sat there, listening quietly, occasionally nodding, becoming the perfect listener. Morning, you seriously want me to stay with you? Toru suddenly stopped her drunken rambling and, still drowsy, asked with uncharacteristic seriousness. Haruto nodded. I'm serious. Become my little chef. Toru smiled brightly at that, but then curiously asked, what's a little chef? Haruto thought for a moment before replying, someone skilled at cooking, responsible for preparing meals, and bringing delicious food to others. Toru tilted her head in thought. That sounds a lot like a maid. Haruto was momentarily stunned. A maid? Well, they are kind of similar. But I didn't expect a dragon like you to know about maids. Toru hiccuped, releasing a small, dazzling flame before reminiscing. I once met a human who, like you, wasn't afraid of me. We had a short conversation. She said that once she was free, she wanted to become a maid, wearing a cute uniform and making people happy with her smile. Haruto nodded thoughtfully. That's a wonderful dream. A perfect assist. Deep gratitude to that maid lady. So, will you stay with me? Yeah, I will. This time, Toru answered without hesitation. Haruto took out the Absolute Contract Codex. Toru placed her palm on it without hesitation, pressing down her mark. Unlike others, Toru could recognize the contract's power just like she had recognized the mystic eyes. Her swift agreement was proof of her resolve. Thus, after a fated encounter, Haruto successfully abducted Toru and made her his little chef. The first rays of dawn spread across the sky, illuminating the forest in a misty glow. Under the morning light, Toru wore a genuine, heartfelt smile. From this moment on, at least, she was no longer alone in the world. Chapter 194, The Great Upheaval in Re-Zero World. Early in the morning, Nea woke up, stretched lazily, and sat up in bed. The Starsea Academy project at Chiba Station had been completed flawlessly. After relocating her former comrades to the vast Starsea Academy, Nea finally felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. At the same time, as the station director, she finally had some free time. There were no urgent matters requiring her attention at the station. Dangerous and highly breach-prone anomalies weren't housed in the Chiba City Station, so there weren't many experiments to approve. Nea was finally able to return to her apartment and get a good night's sleep. After taking out a pleated skirt and a white blouse from the wardrobe and putting them on, Nea walked toward the door, ready to prepare breakfast. However, the moment she opened the door, a fragrant aroma drifted in from downstairs. For a moment, Nea was taken aback. Was there someone in the house who could cook? She sniffed again, finding the scent somewhat familiar. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she rushed downstairs. Upon reaching the kitchen, she indeed saw a familiar figure. Big brother. You're back. Whoa, a tail? Nea had been about to leap forward but suddenly froze when she noticed someone else behind Haruto. Moreover, that person had a long, green, scaly tail, making them impossible to ignore. Haruto chuckled at Naotomori's reaction and greeted her, "Morning, Nao." Nao nodded absent-mindedly, but her gaze was already locked onto the swaying dragon tail. Noticing her staring, Haruto explained, "Nao, this is Toru. From now on, she'll be part of our family. I invited her to be our little chef." Hearing this, Nao felt a jolt in her heart. Little chef? Since when was Haruto into this sort of thing? All this time, because of Haruto's exceptional cooking skills, Nao had never considered this aspect. If I had known, I would have worked on my own cooking skills. Damn it. Haruto, what do I do now? Toru asked curiously. Haruto glanced at the dish before giving her step-by-step instructions on reducing the sauce, adjusting the seasoning, and thickening the texture before plating. Although he had successfully brought Toru back, as a chaotic battle-hardened dragon, she naturally didn't come equipped with cooking skills. Which was exactly what Haruto wanted. Teaching her from scratch meant he could mold her into the perfect little chef according to his tastes. Besides, Toru learned incredibly fast, whether it was cooking or anything else a maid might need to master, she was an absolute prodigy. Teaching her was almost effortless. As steam rose, several dishes were plated. Toru eagerly turned to Haruto, waiting for his verdict. Haruto picked up a small piece and tasted it. The familiar deliciousness blossomed on his tongue. Haruto nodded in satisfaction. Even though it was Toru's first attempt, under his guidance, her cooking had already reached 80 to 90% of his own level. With more practice, she might even surpass him. Delicious. Toru, you're amazing. Haruto praised her while gently ruffling her golden hair. At first, Toru wasn't used to being patted on the head, but she soon relaxed, enjoying the gesture as a joyful smile spread across her face. Witnessing this, Nao was utterly stunned. Crap. My home has been invaded. The commotion downstairs soon woke up Annie and Shiro, who sleepily walked out of their rooms. The moment Shiro saw Haruto, she froze for a second. Then, she rushed over and threw herself into his arms. Brother. Haruto picked her up and gently pinched her cheeks. Your dark circles are so bad, Shiro, you pulled another all-nighter, didn't you? Shiro guiltily averted her gaze. Haruto, who is this? Toru suddenly wrapped her arms around Haruto from behind, sounding a little jealous. Dragons were fascinating creatures. Most of the time, they were aloof, treating all things as trivial while obsessing over shiny treasures. But once a dragon fell for someone, they transformed completely, becoming a love-struck girl with their entire world revolving around their beloved. They would express their possessiveness and love openly. They would get jealous, very obviously jealous. This is Shiro, my younger sister. Also, this is Nao and Annie. And this is Toru, she's family now. Haruto introduced them to each other. Toru. Wait. Haruto, you're more like a dragon than I am. Reading between the lines, Toru muttered jealously. After all, dragons were powerful beings that often had many mates. Cough. However, the others didn't seem to catch the meaning behind her words. Instead, they were focused on something else entirely. Miss Toru. You're a dragon? Nao asked in amazement. Toru puffed out her chest proudly and nodded. I am a true dragon, endowed with eternal life and immense power. As she spoke, her chest bounced slightly, causing waves to ripple. Because she was a dragon, she has a very well-developed D-cups. At this moment, Toru was wearing a classic black and white maid outfit, which perfectly highlighted her figure. However, Haruto simply flicked her forehead. When we're outside or when guests visit, do not reveal your dragon traits. You must follow the secrecy rules. And your strength, unless you're hurt or a family member asks for help, do not use it. Toru immediately deflated. Nao and Annie exchanged serious glances, both sensing trouble ahead. A strange new rival had appeared. Soon after, breakfast was served. Haruto picked up a golden shrimp ball, tossing it into his mouth as a satisfied expression spread across his face. Next time, I'll teach Toru how to make classic crab boil, it's almost crab season after all. Or maybe spicy boiled fish with shrimp, that'd be amazing. Not having to cook and still getting to eat delicious food. Just imagining it filled Haruto with endless anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, at the multiversal chat group. Just as Haruto was daydreaming about his perfect future, his interface panel suddenly popped up. Haruto glanced at it and saw that it was from the multiversal chat group. Pain magnet, everyone, something's wrong with my world. Spoilers are fun, something's wrong? What do you mean? Explain. Blonde defeated dog, you should have just finished the Elsa the Bowel Hunter arc, right? Did something happen to your relationship with Amelia? Pain magnet, what relationship? Cack. According to SUU's advice, I never intended to get involved in the main storyline. The main story is too dangerous, even with my return by death ability, I don't want to keep dying. But now, everything's messed up. Important characters like Rem and Ran have disappeared. And now, unknown powerful beings are wreaking havoc. Unknown entities. Outside of any known plot. That could only mean they are invaders from beyond this world. Chapter 195, The Cosmic Disrupting Foreign Locusts and Funding Natsuki Subaru Pain Magnet, could it be the Foundation that's arrived? Spoilers are fun, impossible. The Foundation has strict regulations. We're an ironclad organization, how could we recklessly plunder other worlds? Big Sister is supreme, the Foundation's purpose is to contain anomalies and protect humanity and cognition. Even if we did something in a world, No one would be aware of it. Portal Daddy, maybe it's another world-crossing organization. I was once asked to rescue a universe destroyed by outsiders. Hall Master of the Wangshan, whoa, seriously? Doc, you really went to save a universe before? Portal Daddy, what else would I have done? Seeing the messages roll in, Haruto raised an eyebrow. Another world-traveling organization? He had originally thought that this Doctor Strange had gone to fight a 6 Infinity Stone Ultron. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, Doctor, can you elaborate on these outsiders? Portal Daddy, sure. I found it strange before, so I recorded a backup video. I'll upload it now. Member Portal Daddy has uploaded a recorded video, recording.avi. Haruto opened the video. The first thing in sight was a vast void. A middle-aged man with a cold yet wise expression sat cross-legged in the emptiness. He wore a black robe, and a pendant shaped like an eye hung around his neck, faintly glowing green. In his hands was a special orb, seemingly containing an entire universe, endlessly replaying a certain battle. This was Dark Doctor Strange Stephen Strange, Portal Daddy. At that moment, a peculiar being, humanoid yet not quite, dressed in an unfamiliar uniform, approached Doctor Strange. A layer of glass-like separation existed between them. It was the world barrier. I believe I must ask for your help once again. There is a bizarre existence disrupting the entire multiverse, it requested. Doctor Strange slowly opened his eyes, descended into the void, and seemed somewhat surprised by its plea. However, he didn't refuse, he simply nodded. After all, I have time. Almost infinite time. Then, Doctor Strange followed it, passing through the world barrier into the cracks between countless worlds. Haruto watched the video intently. Walking through the void, Doctor Strange was soon led to a particular mirror. Inside was a complete universe. Zooming in on the mirror, focusing on Earth, the anomaly quickly became evident. In this universe, Tony Stark was killed during his kidnapping incident. His industry was taken over by a mysterious man. Mysterious here means that even within the pseudo-multiverse, no records of this man existed. Before that, Professor X had already been killed by this mysterious man. Afterward, the man gained psychic abilities, took control of Stark Industries, and developed advanced steel armor and the Ultron. By the time SHIELD noticed, it was already too late. Ultron's base code had been embedded with special commands. When it awakened, just like in the original storyline, it decided to eradicate humanity, but it excluded the mysterious man from its target list. Furthermore, Ultron's first assault was aimed directly at SHIELD. SHIELD fell, and the machine apocalypse began. Yet, the mysterious man didn't care at all about human extinction. He merely lay low, waiting for something. Until Loki arrived. He killed Loki and took the Mind Stone. With the Mind Stone, he invaded Xavier's school for gifted youngsters and seized control of Jean Grey, who had not yet fully mastered the Phoenix Force. The Ancient One fought alone but couldn't hold out. Odin, as in the original timeline, perished. Earth was completely reduced to a wasteland. And the mysterious man? He used all of Earth's resources and Stark technology to build a spaceship. His target, Thanos. Most terrifying of all, this man seemed to be aware of it. Like a six-stone Ultron, he could seemingly break free from the limits of this universe and disrupt the pseudo-multiverse itself. Before he could obtain all 6 stones, it found Strange and sought his help. Afterward, Strange entered that universe. Yet, when the mysterious man saw Strange, he wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he laughed. Then, an intense battle broke out. Dark Doctor Strange killed the mysterious man. The video's final moments showed Doctor Strange attempting to read the man's memories to trace his origins. But he failed. Doctor Strange's power had reached a level of divinity, a strength rivaling the mightiest beings in a world. Yet, even so, he could not access the man's memories. The mysterious man's thoughts and identity seemed to be sealed by a supreme divine force. The video ended. Everyone in the chat group finished watching. Pain magnet, shaking in my boots. A single person almost overturned an entire universe, even threatening to break free from its constraints. Spoilers are fun. That mysterious man seemed to have foreign knowledge and could steal powers by killing others. Big Sister is supreme. Before I joined the Foundation, I might have been terrified. But now that I'm in the Foundation, I can only say, he needs to train more. Hall Master of the Wangshan, phew. When he confidently welcomed Strange, I thought he might actually have a way to fight him. Portal Daddy, honestly, if not for the Fate Master's guidance, my strength would have been far weaker. Portal Daddy, if he had the Phoenix Force plus unrestricted access to 3 Infinity Stones, mind, space, time, I would have lost with my previous power. Spoilers are fun, this is kind of terrifying. If my previous world was invaded by people like this, it'd probably be destroyed instantly. Pain magnet, Help. Haruto read through the chat messages and couldn't help but chuckle. When had he ever guided Strange? Oh. Was it that one time he acted cool and said, every unfavorable factor in the world is merely the incompetence of the individual? Still, these invaders were quite something. Their origins were sealed by a supreme divine force. They roamed various worlds, causing chaos and plundering power wherever they went. This behavior. Haruto vaguely had a guess. Staring at Subaru's avatar in the group chat, Haruto gradually formed an idea. This time, he would let the group members test the waters first, and then the Foundation would intervene. After all, since this might involve a supreme divine entity, even the Foundation wouldn't be that reckless. And so, at this moment, Natsuki Subaru, who had just been crying for help in the group chat, suddenly saw a notification pop up. Group owner Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge has sent you a gift. Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, I have a few small items here, consider them a gift to a fellow group member, just a little something for self-protection. Pain Magnet, tearing up. Kneeling to the ground. Gift Hall Master of Wangshan, the boss. Small items are probably extraordinary. Spoilers are fun. Pain Magnet, start a video. Let us see too. Blonde defeated dog, +1 Big Sister is supreme, +1 Pain Magnet, Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, can we have a live video feed? Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, no problem. Thus, the group video call started. Everyone saw a small in-room, where a young man was sitting on the edge of the bed. Natsuki Subaru. Not wanting to follow the main storyline, Natsuki Subaru had parted ways with Amelia's group after saving her. He originally planned to leave the kingdom, but since the borders were sealed, he had no choice but to temporarily stay in this cramped inn. Luckily, out of gratitude, Amelia had given him some gold coins. Otherwise, Subaru might have ended up sleeping on the streets. Alright, I'm going to open the big boss's gift now. Subaru rubbed his hands excitedly as he spoke. Then, with a flash of light, a series of items appeared before him. They included 3 dark-colored feathers, a small black box, a golden pocket watch, a dazzling longsword, and a mechanical timer. Looking at all these items, Subaru was a little confused. What are these things? Following the philosophy of if you don't understand, just ask, Subaru inquired in the group chat. Pain Magnet, Big Boss, what are these? Chapter 196, Natsuki Subaru. Out to uncover the truth. While Subaru was asking questions, Haruto decided to connect to the voice chat directly. Casually adjusting his voice to sound like a sweet girl, he spoke, I'll explain over voice chat, typing is too much trouble. Subaru froze for a moment, then felt an immense shock. The Big Boss is actually a girl? And her voice was insanely sweet. The group chat instantly exploded. Spoilers are fun, that voice. I'm in. Big Sister is supreme, a little too addicting. As expected of the Big Boss. Blonde defeated dog, so cute. I want to flirt. Hall Master of Wangshan, flirting with everything you see will only hurt your uri. This is the big shot we're talking about. Haruto, however, completely ignored the chaos in the chat. He altered his voice mainly to prevent his identity from being exposed. If his cover got blown, he'd lose out on a lot of entertainment in the future. Then, Haruto began explaining, the 3 dark feathers on the left are called energy feathers. When thrown, they automatically lock onto the target you focus on. Upon impact, they release a pure energy explosion, obliterating everything within a 12-meter radius. You can adjust the range with your thoughts. These were actually Haruto's Kagen feathers. At that moment, Subaru was holding one of the feathers. Hearing this, his hand trembled, nearly making him throw it. Obliterating everything within 12 meters? Subaru then picked up the small black box. Opening it, he found 6 needles neatly arranged, 3 green, 3 red. The green needles instantly heal all physical injuries and enhance your physical abilities 7-fold. They can be stacked. The red needles cause genetic level collapse, mutating the target into a puddle of flesh. These were essentially a downgraded, restricted version of the Blacklight virus. Subaru silently closed the black box and took a deep breath. Next was the golden pocket watch. The time-stop pocket watch pauses time in this world for 9 seconds when activated. It has a half-hour cooldown. A little trinket casually made with the power of the world. It could only stop time within a single world and had strict limits. Subaru was already numb. This was what she called a small trinket? A time-stop ability? That was completely overpowered. Next was the radiant, glowing longsword. That is the sword of the gods. Originally, it symbolized supreme divine power, but I modified its settings. Now, even mortals can wield it freely. Each swing unleashes dazzling sword energy, with a guaranteed critical hit, severe injury, bleeding, burning, and more. A replica of the sword that pierced through Taru, Subaru's expression was completely blank. The sheer power of these items was overwhelming. These weapons were more than enough to single-handedly slay the kingdom's guardian dragon, defeat the Sin archbishops, or even challenge the witches. Finally, Subaru's gaze fell on the mechanical timer. Its screen seemed stuck between 3 and 4, as if a countdown had been forcibly paused. There were 2 buttons on it, one red, one blue. Subaru's first thought, is this a bomb? But that didn't feel right. The boss wouldn't give him something as primitive as a bomb, right? Boss, what is this thing? Since Haruto hadn't explained it yet, Subaru picked it up and asked curiously. That is the end of all things. Haruto's words sent a shiver down Subaru's spine. His hands trembled, but he didn't dare make any sudden moves. He was terrified of accidentally activating it. No need to be so cautious. The buttons cannot be pressed by accident. They only work if you truly intend to press them. The red button will annihilate everything. It's your last resort. If there's no way out, you can take your enemies down with you. Normally, this item won't be necessary. Once everything is over, press the green button, and the device will self-destruct without any consequences. Feel free to guess what this is. Hearing this, Subaru finally let out a sigh of relief. That was way too terrifying. He carefully stored all the items, placing the mechanical timer close to his body. Since it couldn't be triggered accidentally, he only needed to make sure he didn't lose it. Boss, I feel so powerful right now. Those invaders from beyond this world, I will eliminate them myself. Subaru declared, as if swearing an oath. Did you forget that you're also from beyond this world? Haruto quipped. Subaru froze as if struck by an invisible arrow. Right. He was a transmigrator too. Anyway, good luck. I'll be watching. Haruto offered a casual word of encouragement and ended the voice chat. Listening to the clear, bell-like voice, Subaru felt a fired knight within him. For the boss. Meanwhile, in the group chat, spoilers are fun. Lamau, Subaru, aren't you a transmigrator too? Blonde defeated dog, I'm not usually a schadenfreude kind of guy, but this is hilarious. Big sister is supreme, am I the only one who thinks those items are completely broken? Whole master of Wangshan, since they're from the boss, they make perfect sense. Back in the video call, Subaru, now hyped up, also felt a bit lost. Speaking of which, how am I supposed to find those guys? Even the kingdom hasn't been able to locate them. Spoilers are fun, I think you should head back to the royal capital. If the invaders in your world are the same as the ones from the doctor's world. Spoilers are fun, then their greatest advantage is knowing the plot ahead of time. The main storyline locations should be the best places to catch them. Taking this advice, Subaru immediately had a direction. Stepping out of the cramped-in room, he set off toward the royal capital. This was a border city of the Lunica kingdom, and night had already fallen. Unlike Earth, the nights in this world were pitch black, and with the kingdom plagued by bandit attacks, the streets were completely deserted. Following the map, Subaru walked along the street in the direction of the royal capital. Before dawn, there was no way to rent a carriage. He had to travel on foot until he reached the outskirts, where he could rent an earth dragon. Earth dragons were a common mode of transportation in Re-Zero's world. More durable than horses, faster in the sprint, and more intelligent, they were excellent domesticated creatures. It seemed the kingdom's lockdown order was in effect, the city gates were tightly shut. But since this was a remote border town, the guards were lax, and there was no one stationed at night. Looking at the heavy gates and the large lock on the latch, Subaru thought for a moment and pulled out the black box from his pocket. He took out a green needle. Taking a deep breath, Subaru stabbed it into his wrist. The needle instantly sank into his skin and disappeared. Immediately, his entire body felt like it was burning. His bones creaked, his muscles throbbed. The next moment, Subaru jumped. Despite not exerting much force, he shot into the air like a cannonball. He had jumped over 7 meters. Panicking, he grabbed onto the wall's bricks to avoid falling. Swallowing hard, he used the wall to propel himself upward again. With 2 consecutive jumps, he scaled the city's towering walls using only his body. Spoilers are fun, insane. Those items are terrifying. Big sister is supreme, if they can be stacked. What would 3 needles do? Blonde defeated dog, if he can use more, wouldn't he be invincible? Candle dragon, fate's master, lord of knowledge, not possible. Normal humans can handle at most 3, or their genes will collapse. Spoilers are fun, makes sense. But Subaru adapted to the sudden boost so quickly. Is he secretly talented? Pain magnet, for some reason, my body just naturally adjusted. Maybe it's my hidden potential. Candle dragon, fate's master, lord of knowledge, the needles come with muscle memory, helping users adapt quickly. Pain magnet, never mind, then. Blonde defeated dog, Ha 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 ha. Pain magnet, enough. Airy, your laughter is hurting my eyes. Chapter 197, Plotting the seizure of the Sword Saint. After scaling the city wall, Natsuki Subaru attempted to descend quickly by clinging to the cracks in the stone. And then, he fell. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. Fortunately, thanks to his enhanced physique, he was merely disheveled rather than injured. Climbing up from the ground, Subaru patted the dust off his clothes, feeling slightly embarrassed. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard hushed voices coming from a distance in the darkness. Hey, did you hear something over there? Subaru stiffened in alarm. On instinct, he moved to the side and hid. The voices weren't too close. If not for his enhanced body, he wouldn't have been able to hear them at all. Footsteps echoed in the distance. Before long, 3 figures arrived at the spot where Subaru had just landed. Thanks to the dimensional chat group's function, Subaru magnified his vision and finally got a clear look at the people. 3 individuals, dressed in blood-red robes and wearing strange masks that concealed their entire faces. One wore a rabbit mask and examined the area before frowning. Are you messing with us? You must be really bored. The one in the gray mask scowled in response. Do I look like an idiot? Wasting my time playing pranks? If I had free time, I'd rather spend it with a demi-human girl. The one in the wolf mask raised a hand, silencing their argument. Enough. Since there's no actual disturbance, let's proceed with the plan. Once we succeed, the rewards will keep us living lavishly for a long time. The rabbit and gray masks stopped their bickering, nodded, and began returning to their original positions. As they walked, the gray-masked one spoke up. Wolf, what exactly does HQ mean by this? Deploying so many people for such a pointless mission? If we have the manpower, wouldn't it be better to just snatch some women? This world, huh? I've had my eyes on Ram and Rem for ages. Hearing that, the wolf-masked figure looked like he was about to reprimand him but instead glanced around warily. After confirming they were alone, he lowered his voice and said, this isn't something you should know, but there's no harm in telling you. You'll find out eventually anyway. Let me be straight with you this time, a true powerhouse has arrived to orchestrate things in this world. Obviously, they wouldn't be after trivial things like women or gear. Hearing that, both the rabbit and gray-masked figures froze in shock. A powerhouse? The rabbit mask sounded surprised. You mean someone ranked in the top 100? The wolf mask let out a cold chuckle. Top 100? If I told you, you'd be scared to death. It's a top 10 powerhouse. As soon as he said that, the other two sharply inhaled. Top 10? Aren't those the ones who can shake worlds? Their innate abilities are all SSS grade, right? The gray mask, clearly the type to fawn over power, immediately began massaging the wolf mask's shoulders. Obviously, this kind of information was beyond his usual reach. Just knowing a little about it filled him with awe. The wolf-masked figure, evidently pleased with the flattery, spoke with even more arrogance. That's right. The difference between the top 10 and top 100 is immeasurable. This time, the powerhouse who came holds an SSS grade ability, a true monster. He sneered, basking in his own sense of superiority. Let me spell it out, I've had some minor dealings with that being. That's the only reason I got you two in on this operation. If this were any other time, you'd have zero chance of getting involved. Yet here you are, doing some easy work and reaping massive rewards. It's like free gold falling from the sky. The rabbit and gray masks nodded fervently. The gray mask, seemingly the curious type, cautiously asked, Wolf, what rank is this powerhouse? And what's their goal in this world? I'm dying to know. Are they after the Witch of Greed? But the wolf mask shut his mouth at that. Clearly, the matter was too sensitive, even he had his limits. However, he couldn't resist their relentless probing. Eventually, he caved and whispered, I don't know the exact details of the powerhouse's plan, but the target is obvious: the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astrie. The powerhouse's ability is SSS-grade necromantic control, allowing them to command any life they kill. This time, the goal is to take control of the Sword Saint. As soon as those words left his mouth, the other two were visibly shaken. Take down the Sword Saint? That monster is unkillable, isn't he? Wolf, you gotta be joking. The Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astrie. In the world of Re-Zero, he was the strongest force of the Lunica Kingdom. The undisputed pinnacle of this world. A beloved existence favored by the world itself. Aside from magic, swordplay, and other fantasy world powers, Re-Zero had a unique system of abilities, divine protections. These were gifts from the world, granting individuals special powers beyond normal human limits. A single divine protection could make someone far stronger than an average human. And Reinhard? He possessed more than 40 divine protections. Every one of his abilities had been pushed beyond all reason. With his dragon sword, Unsheathed at full power, he could potentially cleave an entire world apart. Moreover, Reinhard was the only person who could acquire divine protections post-birth. The world would create any power he desired, essentially giving him infinite customization of his own abilities. It was as if he had mod access, able to rewrite his own strengths at will. And the reason he was said to be unkillable? One of his divine protections, the Phoenix's Blessing. It was a simple ability. If Reinhard died, he would resurrect, gaining an improved version of the Phoenix's Blessing. In other words, killing him only made him stronger. That was why the other two masked figures were so dumbfounded at the idea of targeting him. The wolf mask, however, smacked both of them on the head. Humphrey. Just because you think it's impossible doesn't mean it is. For that being, this is just a bit of a challenge. Besides, even in Re-Zero's original story, there were methods to kill Reinhard. Enough talking. Focus on the mission, sealing off this area and cutting off transportation. Once we're done, we can loot to our heart's content. The demi-human girls in this world fetch a good price. Hearing that, although the rabbit and gray masks still had doubts, they didn't argue further. They headed towards the land dragon rental station. Their goal? Kill the land dragons to halt transportation. Even though Re-Zero's world had magic, Lunaka's main mode of long-distance travel relied on land dragons. Only a handful of people could use teleportation or sustained flight magic. But just as the three of them moved, a sharp wind howled behind them. The wolf-masked figure reacted the fastest, turning around just in time to see a dark feather streaking toward them from the shadows. Though it was just a feather, he didn't dare underestimate it. Realizing he couldn't dodge, he rapidly formed hand signs, then spewed out crimson flames from his mouth. A massive fireball erupted, illuminating the entire night sky above the city outskirts. However, the ink-colored feather seemed completely unaffected by the fireball, effortlessly piercing through it. It didn't suffer any damage, nor did its speed decrease in the slightest. Seeing this, the expression beneath Wolf Mask's face twisted in shock. He lifted his blood-colored robe, seemingly trying to retrieve something to defend himself. But it was already too late. The ink-colored feather shot directly into Wolf Mask's mask. The next moment, pure energy, like azure blue liquid, overflowed from the ink feather and spread outward. Everything it touched was instantly dissolved into nothingness. The three of them didn't even have time to scream before they were completely consumed by the pure energy strike, dying instantly. A long while later, Natsuki Subaru revealed himself from the darkness and approached the site of the energy strike. At this point, a circular crater had formed in the ground. Whether it was soil, stones, weeds, or trees, everything had been erased cleanly, leaving a smooth cross-section as if they had been excavated. The energy strike came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, leaving no residual energy behind. After searching for a while, Subaru finally found 3 strange crimson rings in the pit, as well as a small shield that had been melted beyond recognition by the energy. Pain magnet, phew, it seems like they're dead. Spoilers are fun, what a brazen organization, daring to set their sights on that sword saint. Big Sister is supreme, just from their conversation, this organization must be quite massive, roaming across different worlds and plundering everything with their foresight. Blonde defeated dog, treating women as merchandise. These people truly deserve death. Portal Daddy, the one I killed, didn't leave behind a crimson ring, though. Strange. Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, send me the rings so I can study them. Pain Magnet, got it, boss. Chapter 198, First Confrontation with Supreme Divinity. Haruto toyed with the rings, faintly sensing spatial fluctuations and some vague connections within them. It was as if thin, invisible threads were pulling towards the void. Anomaly detected, insufficient data, anomaly level 6, Supreme Divinity, status, awaiting containment. The containment system panel popped up, displaying this information. As expected, behind these people stood a Supreme Divinity. After confirming this, Haruto didn't feel any fear. Instead, he was rather intrigued. This could be his first direct confrontation with a Supreme Divinity, and he could vaguely see the possibility of containing it. First, judging from its actions, this Supreme Divinity had its own consciousness and was capable of self-preservation. At the same time, it didn't seem all that powerful. Although it was a Supreme Divinity, it was definitely not on the same level as the Sevenfold Destroyer. It was still in its growth phase. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to manipulate those people to plunder power from different worlds. His figure blurred. The next moment, Haruto was swept into a vortex and pulled into the Kamui space. Inside the Kamui space, Haruto held the 3 rings and took a deep breath. Then the world. The power of the world activated. At that moment, everything fell into stillness. The world turned a dull gray, even light itself was frozen. This scene didn't just happen in the Kamui space, it affected the main world, the attack on Titan, Demon's Lair, Re-Zero, and countless others. Every world was frozen in time. This was the power of the world, corresponding to the concept of stopping time, a force capable of freezing all layers of narrative and the infinite multiverse. As the power activated, Haruto's irises shimmered with rainbow-like brilliance. Root mystic eyes of death perception. Within this frozen world, countless lines of death unraveled before Haruto's vision, making everything appear fragile. Prepared, Haruto began tracing the connection from the rings, reaching into the void. Gradually, the spatial coordinates were being deciphered, and the thread linking to the void was nearing its end. Haruto's nerves tightened. If this thread led to an overwhelmingly powerful metaphysical existence, he would immediately sever its death line. Even if it meant abandoning his body or sacrificing the entire Kamyu dimension, he would not hesitate. Within the frozen time, even if that supreme divinity was strong enough to annihilate entire worlds in an instant, Haruto was confident he could sever its death line, cutting it off completely. With 3 fragmented supreme divinity shards within him, even if the other party was a metaphysical existence, Haruto was no longer the helpless ant he once was. Following the thread deeper, a vague spatial coordinate fell into Haruto's grasp. And at that moment, his presence was finally noticed. Separated by countless layers of space, time, and even dimensions, Haruto and something locked eyes. Yet, Haruto remained unfazed. With the fragments of wisdom protecting his cognition, he could discard everything else if necessary. He would charge forward without hesitation. However, in just an instant, he saw that existence trembling in fear as it frantically severed its own connection to the rings. The moment of eye contact shattered. Haruto's consciousness snapped back to the Kamyu space. The power of the world deactivated. Time resumed its flow. Haruto stood there, dumbfounded. Wait, what? Why is it scared? Shouldn't I be the one terrified here? A supreme divinity, where's your dignity? I was already prepared to sacrifice everything, and this is all I get? This unexpected turn of events left Haruto with a strange sense of disappointment. But soon, he gathered his thoughts. As he had suspected, though it was a supreme divinity, it was still in its growth phase. It wasn't as powerful as he had initially feared. Clearly, even among supreme divinities, there were vast differences in strength. More importantly, it had self-awareness and it was a coward. Given this, the plan to contain a supreme divinity was no longer just wishful thinking. Silently, Haruto recorded the vague spatial coordinates into his system. Then, he began contemplating his next course of action. Meanwhile, across the infinite multiverse, in countless universes, a group of red-robed plunderers simultaneously felt a wave of indescribable terror welling up in their hearts. Many of them stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Some who were engaged in battle suffered grievous injuries or were outright slain due to the sudden shift. Even those who weren't in immediate danger felt an overwhelming sense of dread, abandoning their plans and missions to flee on the spot. Zero World, Lunica, the Dragon Kingdom's capital. At a high vantage point overlooking the royal city, a man clad in grey robes had been leisurely observing the kingdom until his expression suddenly twisted in shock. A torrential, grey-green mist erupted from his body, from which countless decayed limbs emerged, wrapping tightly around him in defense. A long silence followed. Only after confirming that nothing had changed did the mist finally begin to dissipate. The man's expression remained contorted, his gaze filled with wariness. Faint spatial fluctuations rippled around him. But in the end, he forcefully suppressed them. What just happened? Did the world retaliate against my actions? That shouldn't be possible. Forget it. No matter what, once I take Reinhardt for myself, my strength will advance even further. Even if the world itself fights back, I will see my plan through. No one can stop me. At that moment, a figure in a blood-red robe and a demonic mask stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Lord Graylin, an anomaly has occurred. The grey-robed man furrowed his brows. What kind of anomaly? The masked figure respectfully reported. All of us felt an overwhelming sense of fear. But we don't know what caused it. The grey-robed man waved his hand dismissively. He had also felt it, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. The masked figure continued, the storyline of the Zero World has undergone a major shift. Natsuki Subaru has left the capital. The witch cult arc proceeded as expected, but Subaru's departure doesn't match any known if timelines. Furthermore, after some investigation, we discovered that 2 key characters, Ram and Rem, have vanished. Their records are completely gone. And the 3-man squad sent to the border to block transportation has been wiped out. Their life tablets have shattered. Hearing this, the grey-robed man's frown deepened. Weren't those greedy fools supposed to have kidnapped those twin Anomalies? The masked figure hastily shook his head. Lord Graylin, everyone sent to this world was bound by contract. No one would dare interfere with your grand plan. Moreover, none of them even went near the mansion. Aside from the field operatives, all personnel were operating within the capital. Hearing this, Graylin frowned in thought. A shift in the storyline. While changes were expected due to outside interference, these particular changes had nothing to do with their actions. As the protagonist, why did Subaru leave the royal capital immediately after the Bowel Hunter arc? According to the original plan, they were supposed to capture and imprison Subaru to prevent his return by death ability from interfering. But now, unexpected factors had emerged. Lord Graylin, should we still proceed with our plan? The masked figure cautiously asked. Graylin waved his hand, his expression somewhat manic. Of course, continue. Accelerate the plundering of magic crystal mines and construct the anti-magic palace. Everything else is irrelevant. The masked figure acknowledged the order and was about to leave but hesitated, speaking in a low voice. Lord Graylin, among the 3-person squad that perished in the borderlands, one of them seemed to be an old acquaintance of yours. Hearing this, Graylin only sneered. An old acquaintance? Just trash. If they died, it was just bad luck. Don't bother with it, carry out the mission immediately. At this moment, in the border city of the Lunica Dragon Kingdom. As dawn approached, Subaru covered up the massive crater created by the Annihilation attack to conceal the evidence. Afterward, he headed toward the ground dragon station, preparing to rend a dragon. Blonde defeated dog, speaking of which, what method were they talking about that could kill the Sword Saint? Even the Sword Saint, who possesses the Phoenix Blessing, can be killed. Spoilers are fun, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the Anti-Magic Palace. Big Sister is supreme, the Anti-Magic Palace? The product of the Purge King Ifrout? Spoilers are fun, yes, in the Purge King Ifrout, Subaru fled Lunica during the Mansion arc and went west to Karagi. Spoilers are fun, in Karagi, using modern knowledge and his return by death ability, he accumulated wealth through capitalism. Spoilers are fun, with a massive fortune, he established an independent organization outside of the 4 nations called the Subaru Star Group and hired the strongest warriors. Spoilers are fun, at the same time, to avoid assassination, besides recruiting warriors, Purge King Subaru also spent enormous sums to build a palace called the Anti-Magic Palace. Spoilers are fun, the palace's foundation is made of high-purity magic crystals, layered with countless magic formations, which can suppress the power of blessings. Spoilers are fun, this is the only known method to kill the Sword Saint, Reinhard, through normal means. Blonde defeated dog, speaking of which, all the alternate routes Subaru have gone insane with power, but the main storyline Subaru is still pretty weak. Pain Magnet, hey, I'm strong now too. Big Sister is supreme, no offense, but if not for the gear given by the boss, you'd still be weak. Pain Magnet, cack. As the sun rose, the Earth Dragon Station opened. Subaru rented a ground dragon and set off toward the royal capital. Along the way, he noticed that the residents of the nearby cities were all in a state of panic. After asking around, he learned that many nobles, as well as the kingdom's treasury, had been looted in multiple cities. Even the knights of Lunica seemed weak in the face of the raiders. If even the knights were struggling, there was no need to mention regular guards. Even some civilian homes had been invaded by the looters. But they weren't just after money, something far worse was happening. Some demi-human girls had been abducted, their families slaughtered entirely. As for human girls, they suffered even worse fates, being violated on the spot, acts so heinous that they enraged both gods and men. Upon learning of this, Subaru hastened his journey to the royal capital. By the time night had fallen, he had reached the outskirts of the capital. Stopping outside the city walls, Subaru hesitated for a moment as he gazed in the direction of the royal capital. In the end, he donned a cloak to conceal himself and headed toward the city gates. His intention was to avoid being recognized by the foreign raiders inside the city. As the protagonist of this world and the most frequently mentioned character in the plot, if he entered the capital with his real face, he would immediately attract the attention of lurking enemies. However, he had overlooked one crucial thing. With the capital in a state of chaos, there was no way the guards would allow a suspicious, cloaked figure to enter so easily. You there? Remove your cloak. Show your face. Where are you from? Do you have proof of residence? A guard shouted at Subaru, even drawing his sword. Given the current emergency, someone like Subaru, who was acting so suspiciously, was bound to raise suspicion. Subaru felt like crying, he had no choice but to remove his cloak and explain himself. Unfortunately, he had no proof of residence. A transmigrator having such a thing would be absurd. Normally, Subaru wouldn't have a problem. He could just name drop Reinhard, the Sword Saint. After all, they had met during the Bowel Hunter arc, and Reinhard's name carried weight. But right now, that wouldn't work. The guards were determined to verify everything. Moreover, Reinhard was currently traveling between cities, personally suppressing the various looters. Since the capital still had its magic core and the knights, its fighting force was considered sufficient, so Reinhard had been sent elsewhere. That meant no one could verify Subaru's identity. As for Amelia, the half-elf girl already faced discrimination in the capital. Her whereabouts were also a closely guarded secret since she was a royal selection candidate. For a moment, Subaru found himself completely stuck at the city gates, unsure of what to do. And the commotion he caused had started drawing attention. Just as the situation reached a standstill, suddenly, 4 arrows shot towards Subaru. Their trajectories were aimed precisely to cripple his limbs. Hearing the whistling of the arrows, Subaru reacted immediately, dodging backward in an attempt to evade. Despite his efforts, 1 arrow still struck him, piercing through his left arm. The sharp pain nearly made Subaru scream. At the same time, 3 figures in blood-red robes suddenly leaped down from above, charging straight at Subaru. Subaru ignored the pain in his arm and reached for his waist. A radiant golden pillar of light shot into the sky as his sword was drawn, humming with power. Without hesitation, Subaru swung the blade of the gods at the 3 approaching enemies. The sword sliced through the air, releasing a golden arc of light toward them. 2 of them failed to dodge and were instantly cut in half. One of them, despite being bisected at the waist, wasn't dead yet. His eyes turned blood red, and sharp fangs grew from his mouth. His body wriggled unnaturally, attempting to reattach his severed torso. However, after trying, he realized in horror that the severed area was being corroded by some golden energy. His regenerative abilities were completely ineffective. He was rapidly approaching death. Damn it. Just a mere native. How could he possibly stand against us reincarnate? His desperate scream was cut off as he suddenly exploded into pieces, dying completely. Seeing their 2 comrades slaughtered so easily, and witnessing the strange effects of the golden sword energy, the last remaining red-robed figure's face twisted in shock. Still, instead of fleeing, he dodged to the side and knocked another arrow to his bow. It was clear now that he was the one who had fired the previous arrows. Subaru swung the blade of the gods once more. The golden sword energy flashed again. This time, the last red-robed figure failed to evade completely and lost his right arm. Clutching his wound, he roared in pain, clearly incapable of fighting anymore. Yet, he still didn't retreat. His eyes remained locked onto Subaru, as if waiting for something. Subaru. Are you really Natsuki Subaru? How do you have such power? He shouted at Subaru in disbelief. Something felt off to Subaru. Why wasn't this guy running away? Then, the world suddenly started spinning. Subaru's eyes widened in shock. The arrow was poisoned. No wonder the last attacker, despite losing his combat ability, still hadn't fled. With his fading consciousness, Subaru gritted his teeth and yanked the arrow out of his arm. Blood splattered everywhere. The arrowhead had barbs. A large chunk of flesh was ripped from his arm. Subaru screamed in agony. But the pain actually jolted his mind back to partial clarity. He fumbled for a small black box and injected himself with the green syringe inside. The surviving red-robed figure immediately realized the danger and lunged at him, trying to stop him. But it was too late. The green serum had already entered Subaru's body. In an instant, his torn arm healed completely. The poison inside his body was neutralized. His physical stats increased 7-fold once more. Subaru's eyes turned blood red, and he threw a punch at the incoming enemy. The punch directly crushed the man's head, splattering red and white matter everywhere. With all 3 enemies dead, Subaru panted heavily, barely holding back the urge to vomit. If not for the Bowel Hunter arc toughening him up, he probably would have needed half a day to recover mentally, even with his enhanced physique. But there was no time for recovery now. Just as the royal capital guard started approaching to check on the situation, a gray-green mist suddenly spread around the city gates. From within the mist, countless rotting creatures crawled out. A decayed Tyrannosaurus Rex bit a guard in half before lunging at Subaru. Terrified, Subaru swung the sword of the gods again. The golden slash split the dinosaur in 2. But even more rotten creatures poured out. Among them were even non-living beings, such as towering robots. That thing looked a lot like Optimus Prime. In desperation, Subaru pulled out the golden pocket watch and pressed the button. With a click, time stopped. In the next 9 seconds, he threw out his remaining 2 feathers of energy and turned to flee. With 14 times the normal human speed, Subaru dashed like a race car, covering dozens of meters in a single step. 9 seconds passed. Time resumed. The 2 feathers of energy landed in the mist, bursting into radiant blue light. Everything was consumed, even the eerie mist was utterly dispersed. Countless rotten creatures melted away. Even the rusted Optimus Prime was obliterated, leaving behind only a scrap of metal outside the blast radius. With the crisis averted, Subaru fled. Behind the mist, Graylin stared in shock at the spot where Subaru had just stood. Lord Graylin. Demon Mask rushed over. Seeing Graylin still alive, he sighed in relief, only to shudder in fear the next moment. Subaru Natsuki, where did he get such power? What's going on with this world? Graylin growled. Demon Mask was equally baffled and dared not answer, trembling in silence. They both wondered since when was Subaru this broken? Meanwhile, in the chat, Pain Magnet, help. That thing was terrifying. Big Sister is supreme, TSK, your fighting spirit is weak. You could have won that fight. Spoilers are fun, whatever, Subaru is just a regular otaku. Actually, I have an idea. Subaru, send me your world coordinates. Pain Magnet, huh? Why? Spoilers are fun, I'm uploading it to the Foundation. Chapter 200, Haruto intervenes in the Re-Zero world. Not long after, a world coordinate information file was uploaded to the O5 Council. Access was restricted to level 5 security clearance. It didn't cause much of a stir and was soon retrieved by Haruto, who dismissed it as unimportant. Notice, you have obtained a portion of coordinate power. A portal to the corresponding world can now be opened, target world, Re-Zero. Would you like to open the portal? Receiving this system feedback, Haruto nodded in satisfaction. He had originally planned to step into the Re-Zero world's events, but before he could request the coordinates, SUU had already done so ahead of him. With this, he no longer needed to find an excuse. In his mind, Haruto gave SUU a thumbs up. Previously, he had entrusted a portion of his power to Subaru, mainly to use him as a probe to test the nature of that supreme divinity. Although Subaru was undeniably unreliable and still struggled despite being armed with powerful external aids, at the very least, he managed to uncover some information. Now, the situation was clear. The opposing entity was a supreme divinity that was still in the process of growing, and what had been sent into the Re-Zero world was merely an extension of its influence. With this knowledge, Haruto no longer had any concerns, he could personally step in. The Re-Zero world's plot has drastically changed, and the royal capital has descended into utter chaos. Reinhard will surely return to defend the capital, and his strength alone will be enough to repel all the small fries within. Losing the capital, losing the advantage of foresight, and even witnessing the changes in Subaru Natsuki. If my predictions are correct, that so-called powerful reincarnator must be panicking right now. Under the pressure of urgency and the unknown, they will undoubtedly accelerate their plans and do whatever it takes to achieve their goals quickly. Simply plundering high-purity magic crystals is too slow. And with no foothold in the capital, they will surely seek an alternative approach. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, their next target should be the Roswell estate they'll set their sights on the magic crystal mines. Analyzing the situation in the Re-Zero world, Haruto quickly formed a plan. From within the Foundation site, Haruto retrieved the latest simulation pod and then located a containment room. Opening the system, he pressed a button to activate the Re-Zero world portal. A stream of light emerged, swirling within the containment room before forming a gateway. Haruto took a single step forward and vanished into it. At the same time, within the Re-Zero world, Lord Graylin, according to our observations, the Sword Saint Reinhard is returning to the capital. He will arrive very soon. Demon Mask anxiously reported. Numerous reincarnators had infiltrated the Re-Zero world, spreading across various regions of the Lagunica Kingdom. Naturally, they had taken notice of the Sword Saint's movements. Although several dragon carriage stations had been destroyed, significantly hindering transportation, they had not been completely wiped out. Moreover, even on foot, the Sword Saint would reach the capital at an incredible speed. His abilities included Blessing of Divine Wind and Blessing of Mastery, which granted him inhuman movement speed in normal conditions, with a full speed increase of 30-fold. The ability to instantly teleport to the side of a familiar person calling for him. The capability to perfectly master and enhance any mount he rides. These blessings ensured that the Sword Saint would arrive very quickly. Graylin's expression darkened. After a moment of hesitation, his face twisted with fury as he spoke in a low voice, "Order all reincarnators within the capital to retreat. Regroup at the border estate and await further instructions. As for the scattered reincarnators outside, recall them all immediately. Abandon their current missions and wait near the outskirts of the capital." Hearing this, Demon Mask immediately acknowledged the order, though beneath his mask, his expression was one of sheer terror. Across the Lagunica Kingdom, numerous red-robed figures simultaneously received the directive. Though confused, they obeyed without hesitation, ceasing their previous actions and shifting toward their new destinations. Meanwhile, at Graylin and Demon Mask's location, gray-green mist surged forth. A decayed, white-robed elder emerged from the fog, waving a withered wooden staff. With a flash of white light, Graylin and Demon Mask vanished, transported toward the border. At the same time, in the border estate, due to the chaos in Lagunica, the royal selection candidate Amelia had temporarily returned to the estate. This border estate, along with its entire territory, belonged to Roswell, Amelia's supporter. Roswell was the kingdom's strongest magician and was responsible for defending this border region. The area was sparsely populated and plagued by magical beasts, making it appear valueless. However, in reality, this territory contained the world's only high-purity magic crystal mines. The only reason the mines had not been exploited was due to Lagunica's lack of the necessary technology. For now, the mines were nothing more than a mountain of gold that could not be used. Inside the estate, a silver-haired, long-eared half-elf girl, as flawless as a divine creation, was sighing. Puck, I wonder how things are going in the capital. Bandits are everywhere, and the entire city has been locked down. The girl was none other than Amelia. Puck, a small white floating cat, was her contracted spirit, a terrifying entity known as the Beast of the End. Puck waved his paw dismissively, signaling Amelia to relax. The capital has that guy, the Sword Saint. With him around, who could possibly stir up trouble? Leah, you should be more concerned about the royal selection instead. Because of this whole mess, the process might be delayed, but that could also be an opportunity. Hearing this, Amelia instinctively placed her hand on the emblem at her waist, her royal selection badge. Previously, she had lost this emblem. Thankfully, after some investigation, though the retrieval process was unexpectedly eventful, she had managed to get it back without much harm. Recalling the Sword Saint she had encountered during that incident, Amelia found Puck's words reassuring. That man was so absurdly strong that he could surely restore order. As for the other person involved in that incident, Amelia didn't even remember him. After all, he was just a nobody who had lured out the Sword Saint. She hadn't even asked for his name, just offered him some money as thanks. Puck, I want to go check on the village. Amelia suddenly spoke. Beyond the border estate, there was a village where many villagers resided. Kind-hearted as she was, Amelia felt some concern for their safety. Puck sighed helplessly and nodded. Though he felt her worries were unnecessary, there was no harm in letting her go for such a small matter. Thus, after donning a magic cloak to conceal her identity and taking some food with her, Amelia set off for the village at the foot of the mountain. However, not long after she left the estate, two figures appeared outside the manor. They were none other than Graylin and Demon Mask. The moment Graylin arrived, without a word, he waved his hand, and a gray-green mist completely enveloped the estate. Seeing this, Demon Mask was horrified. Lord Graylin, are we really going after that clown? He is a border marquis, killing him will definitely draw the capital's attention. But Graylin remained indifferent. So what? In the entire capital, the only one worth worrying about is Reinhard. We just need to create an even bigger distraction to keep him occupied. Demon Mask was baffled by his words. What could be more significant than the death of a border marquis? At that moment, a figure shot up from the estate into the sky. Dressed in a jester-like outfit and a magician's robe, Roswell hovered above, looking down at the two intruders. My dear guests, what brings you here? Such an unannounced visit is rather rude, wouldn't you say? His voice carried a bizarre intonation, resembling that of a circus clown. At the same time, 4 rapidly spinning orbs of light, each of a different color, hovered around him, exuding a terrifying aura. Demon Mask took one look and turned to flee. A battle of this level was far beyond what he could handle. Roswell narrowed his eyes and sent a streak of fire shooting toward the fleeing Demon Mask. At that moment, Graylin finally moved. With a snap of his fingers, a figure emerged from within the gray mist. It was a woman, clad in an unusual outfit, resembling a witch dressed in crimson. However, her flesh was already rotting, making her appearance utterly grotesque. This was Graylin's trump card, the very reason he ranked among the top 10 of the wheel rankings. The moment the woman appeared, she reached out toward the sky and twisted her hand. A crimson energy manifested out of thin air, instantly devouring the incoming fire streak and tearing it apart effortlessly. Seeing this, Roswell's expression finally turned serious. The 4 orbs of light in his hands no longer held back, merging into a single devastating blast aimed at a zombie-like woman. Yet, she merely raised her hand. A massive surge of crimson energy distorted the space within the estate, swallowing the 4-colored blast into nothingness. Who exactly are you? Roswell's eerie tone was gone, he spoke with complete seriousness. He was a royal court magician, the most powerful spellcaster of the Lunica Dragon Kingdom, a terrifying existence who had survived for over 4 centuries through secret arts. His strength was undoubtedly among the top in the human faction. Yet, his full-powered strike had been effortlessly erased. In response, the witch-like woman simply clenched the air. Crimson energy surged forth and tore Roswell apart midair. The border marquis, the royal court magician, Roswell was dead. Within the gray-green mist, a rotting Roswell slowly stood up, his eyes hollow and lifeless. Chapter 201, Infiltrating the Estate and the Sin Archbishop's Fate. By the time Amelia arrived at the village, the sun was already slowly setting. At sunset, Puck would inevitably fall into slumber. During this time, Puck had almost no perception of the outside world unless Amelia forcibly awakened him. This was due to the contract between them. Amelia's supply of mana was insufficient, forcing Puck into periodic slumber. "Leah, be careful. If anything happens, wake me up immediately." "No matter what, I will protect you," Puck said before falling asleep. Amelia nodded and smiled in response. Then, Puck returned to the magic crystal pendant resting on Amelia's chest. The village, bathed in the evening glow, felt rather quiet. It wasn't because of the turmoil within Lunica. This remote border village remained unaffected. Rather, it was simply the village's way of life. With no modern appliances, the villagers followed the natural rhythm of sunrise and sunset. Seeing the peaceful village, Amelia let out a breath of relief. Just then, a group of children came running from afar. Amelia called out to them. The children weren't afraid of the cloaked figure before them. After all, Amelia had visited the village multiple times in this very disguise, often distributing food. As for why she never revealed her face, it had been mentioned before. In this world of Re-Zero, half-elves were outcasts, considered unnatural beings labeled as half-demons. "Here, take these and make sure to share with your families," Amelia said with a smile as she handed out the food she had brought. The children cheered happily, delighted by the gifts. However, behind him stood a timid blue-haired girl, lingering at the back, seemingly out of place. Amelia quickly noticed her and curiously asked, "Who is she?" Children are naturally honest, and since Amelia was a kind figure who brought them food, one of them eagerly answered as if to earn favor, "Her name is Mealy. She's new to the village. It seems she got separated from the adults." Hearing this, Amelia's kind heart was immediately moved. Taking a loaf of bread, she stepped past the other children and approached Mealy. "Mealy, did you get separated from your family?" Mealy nodded hesitantly, still looking timid. Amelia handed her the bread. She hesitated at first but eventually took it and devoured it hungrily. Seeing how starved the girl was, Amelia's heart trembled slightly. At that moment, Mealy began to speak about her past. According to her, she came from a remote city in Lunica, where her family was involved in trade. Not long ago, her family had been transporting a shipment of goods to another city for business. But along the way, they encountered strange people in red robes. The adults had sent her away, telling her to run without looking back. She had run aimlessly for a long time before finally arriving at this village. Listening to her story, Amelia felt a lump in her throat and a pang of sorrow in her heart. Those red-robed lunatics, how many families had they already destroyed? At the same time, she grew worried for the girl. Though nothing was certain, Amelia knew that Mealy's family was likely already dead. Now alone in the world, she had neither food nor shelter. In the end, after some thought, Amelia asked, "Mealy, do you know how to do housework?" Upon hearing the question, a faint light seemed to flicker in Mealy's eyes. "I can do all sorts of chores, cleaning, cooking, anything." Hearing this, Amelia found a solution. "Mealy, if you have nowhere else to go, why don't you come back to the estate with me? You can work as a maid, you'll at least have food to eat." Mealy nodded eagerly. Thus, when Amelia returned to the estate, a blue-haired girl accompanied her. Back at the estate, Amelia felt a bit nervous. After all, she wasn't the owner of the place, and bringing in a new maid on her own was something she needed to discuss with Roswael. However, after searching around, Amelia found no trace of him. This left her both puzzled and relieved. She simply assumed that Roswael had left the estate for some other matter. Given how often Roswael disappeared without notice, this wasn't unusual. As for the possibility of Roswael being killed, the thought never even crossed Amelia's mind. After all, he was the royal court magician, the most powerful spellcaster in Lunica. You can follow these sisters and learn the duties of a maid for now. Once the master of the estate returns, I'll talk to him, Amelia told Mealy. Mealy nodded. Afterward, Amelia returned to her room. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl began curiously inspecting the maid's quarters. Among the servants, she didn't see two familiar faces. They really have disappeared. That's interesting, she murmured to herself before leaving the room. Now alone, she wandered the estate as if casually exploring, yet none of her earlier timidness remained. Finally, she stopped before a certain door, reached out, and turned the handle. The door bore a symbol indicating it was a bedroom. But inside, rows of bookshelves lined the walls, and the space was far larger than expected. At the center, a blonde-haired girl sat elegantly, dressed in a lavish gown, as adorable as a porcelain doll, engrossed in a book. The commotion at the door caught her attention. Seeing the uninvited guest, the golden-haired girl frowned. "Who are you?" "This is Betty's forbidden library. If you entered by mistake, leave at once," Beatrice scolded, showing no mercy. However, the intruder showed no fear or intention of leaving. After closing the door, she leisurely wandered around the forbidden library. Her indifferent attitude naturally irritated Beatrice. If you refuse to leave, Betty won't mind teaching you a lesson." Raising her small hand, Beatrice aimed at the intruder. But before she could act, "Is Roswell dead?" The intruder suddenly posed this cryptic question. Beatrice tilted her head in confusion at first, but then her expression changed drastically. Closing her eyes, she focused intently. A long silence followed before she opened them again, disbelief written on her face. Her tone now carried tension and wariness. "Who are you? Did you kill Roswell?" The intruder merely shook her head. By now, it should be clear. Yes, the blue-haired girl Mealy was actually Haruto in disguise. In the original story, Mealy was a hidden assassin within the mansion, capable of controlling magical beasts. She was the sister of the infamous Bowel Hunter, Elsa. However, in this altered scenario, both sisters had been captured and sent to the Foundation for Reformation. Haruto had taken advantage of Mealy's identity, deceived Amelia, and infiltrated the mansion. His goal was simple. He intended to involve himself in the upcoming events and, at the right moment, capture that gray spirit Graylin, using it as bait to reach the divine being behind it. To avoid detection, Haruto had borrowed another's identity. His current visit to the Forbidden Library was to confirm Roswell's status. In truth, the absence of Roswell in the mansion had already given Haruto a good idea of what had happened. The reincarnators had likely arrived and begun their machinations. As for why they only killed Roswell instead of targeting Amelia or wiping out the entire mansion, most likely, they feared that killing Amelia, a royal selection candidate, would provoke an unrelenting hunt from Reinhard. But eliminating Roswell was a necessity. If they wanted to operate freely in the border territories, Roswell had to be removed. Otherwise, with his power, he would undoubtedly notice any disturbances. Haruto could even predict their next move. They were likely planning to seize the magic crystal mines and capture the Archbishop of Sloth. And just as he expected at this moment, Graylin led a group of reincarnators, scouring the mountains behind the mansion, searching cave after cave. Soon, they found traces of human activity. Following the trail, they located the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Tenka Itos. The Sin Archbishops were madmen who had inherited the witch factors, spreading calamity across the world of Re-Zero. But Graylin was not here to eliminate him. Instead, he aimed to trigger an even greater catastrophe. With assistance from the Crimson Witch's rotting corpse, Graylin swiftly subdued the Archbishop of Sloth. Take him to the royal capital's border. Force him to keep using his ability. That thing will come. Graylin ordered coldly, tossing the half-dead Archbishop to Demon Mask. Demon Mask quickly restrained Sloth and began transporting him to the designated location. Chapter 202, The White Whale Chaos and Capturing Beatrice. The Archbishop of Sloth was taken to the outskirts of the royal capital and subjected to relentless torment. Given that archbishops were all lunatics, physical pain was meaningless to Sloth. To him, pain was not a form of torture, death itself would be a mercy. For ordinary people, dealing with such a person might be troublesome. However, the reincarnators, who knew the storyline and had foresight, had plenty of methods. The most direct one was to openly insult the existence of the witch right in front of him. As expected, the moment the insults were spoken, several invisible shockwaves erupted around them, instantly striking toward the reincarnator who had spoken. This was the authority of the Archbishop of Sloth. Unseen hands. Hundreds of invisible hands extended from his body, launching attacks undetectable to the naked eye. However, the reincarnators, already aware of his abilities, kicked up a cloud of dust the moment they noticed the disturbance. Within the dust, the shockwaves clashed against the airborne particles, revealing their shape. Immediately, several individuals raised their shields, blocking the invisible strikes. This process was repeated over and over. Demon Mask stood to the side, supervising, though the expression beneath his mask was grim. By now, he had already realized what Graylin was trying to do. It was absolute madness. And before long, another team of reincarnators, heavily injured, returned with a captive woman. That woman was Cross Karsten, one of the royal candidates like Amelia. The squad sent to capture her consisted of over a dozen reincarnators, none of whom were weaklings. Yet only 4 returned, 2 of them severely wounded. This spoke volumes about a level of protection surrounding a royal candidate. Frankly speaking, if not for Graylin informing them that their lives were already in his grasp, that refusal to carry out the mission would result in their immediate deaths, these people would have fled long ago, looted and pillaged the kingdom at will, and then returned to the reincarnation palace. Cross was tossed onto the ground in the outskirts. The 4 surviving reincarnators were visibly shaken, their eyes filled with fear and madness. If Lord Graylin doesn't give us enough of a cut after this, I swear, I'll revolt even if it kills me. One of them gritted his teeth and spoke. Another, however, was staring at Cross intently. Since she's just bait, it doesn't matter if I have some fun first, right? Damn, she was a pain to capture. At least let us enjoy ourselves. Demon Mask, though the commander of these men remained silent. Given the current situation, if he tried to stop them, it would only create chaos among the ranks. But things never go as planned. At that moment, from the direction of the royal capital several plumes of dust rose as figures rapidly charged toward them. Seeing this, Demon Mask's face twisted, and he immediately shouted, "Everyone, retreat. Take Sloth with us, leave that woman behind." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze. The reason, a thick fog had begun to roll in. Upon seeing it, Demon Mask burst into laughter. "Haha. Release Sloth and leave him here. We're out of here. That thing has arrived, mission complete." Without hesitation, the reincarnators activated their various abilities and fled the scene. Within the mist, an elderly butler, clad in a formal suit with a head of snow-white hair, swiftly arrived. He lifted Crus into his arms and untied her restraints. "Lady Crus, this is my failure. I let you be harmed." Crus merely waved a hand. "It's not your fault. There's no time for this now. Those lunatics brought the Archbishop of Sloth here, and worse, they seem to have lured a monster. Prepare for battle. We need to take down that Archbishop and whatever they summoned before pursuing those maniacs." Before she could finish speaking, multiple invisible shockwaves erupted from within the fog. The elderly butler wielded his long sword deftly, effortlessly deflecting the attacks and shielding Crus. At that moment, several more figures arrived. They were knights from the kingdom's Knight Order. Upon hearing that a royal candidate had been kidnapped, the kingdom had immediately dispatched its forces. However, instead of relief, Crus's expression darkened. "Where's the Sword Saint, Reinhard? He didn't leave the capital, did he? This is obviously a diversion." The butler's expression also grew solemn upon hearing Reinhard's name, but he replied truthfully, "Lady Crus, the kingdom anticipated this might be a trap, so he did not leave the capital. Only the Knight Order was sent." Upon hearing this, Crus finally relaxed a little. The Archbishop of Sloth was troublesome, but with the butler beside her and the presence of the knights, they could handle him with ease. However, just then a sharp, high-pitched wail echoed from within the fog. It sounded almost like the cry of a whale. At that moment, both Crus and the butler's expressions drastically changed. Crus finally realized what was happening. Those lunatics. They lured the white whale here. The white whale, a terrifying magical beast that had ravaged the world for over a century. A creation of the witch, it had once devoured a third of an entire nation. Its hunger was eternal and insatiable, capable of consuming anything. It could also generate white fog. This fog could never be dispersed, and if one were swallowed by the aggressive white fog, they would vanish from existence entirely. That was its authority, existence devourer. Those consumed by it would have all traces of their existence wiped from the world, including from everyone's memories. This white whale had terrorized the world, devouring countless people and entire regions. In the process, it had grown unimaginably powerful. And it was the reincarnators who had drawn this monster here. Had they not known the plot in advance, perhaps only the witch cultists would have known that the white whale was drawn to the witch's miasma. And the witch's miasma, apart from the witch herself, was also found in the Sin Archbishops who carried the witch's factor. According to the original storyline, the white whale had already been lurking near the kingdom, not far from the capital. By constantly provoking Sloth, they had forced him to unleash the authority granted by the witch's factor, thus truly summoning the white whale. With a wall of white fog now enclosing them, the knights sensed unprecedented danger. In such a situation, concerns about a diversion no longer mattered. Once an archbishop, plus a world-ravaging magical beast, this was not a battle they could win without preparation. Some knights remained behind to protect Crus, while others rushed back to the capital to report. Sword Saint Reinhard ultimately left the capital and headed to the outskirts to slay the white whale and Sloth. In the end, this decision proved correct. The capital was not attacked again. However, on the outskirts, even greater chaos unfolded. Initially, only Sloth and the white whale were present. But to everyone's shock shortly afterward, the archbishops of Gluttony and Greed also arrived on the battlefield. Of the 6 Sin Archbishops, 3 had gathered here, along with a monstrous beast. Such a force was terrifying beyond words. Had Sword Saint Reinhard not been there, half the royal capital might have been annihilated. However, Reinhard was an existence beyond all reason. 3 Sin Archbishops and the white whale, all were slain beneath his dragon sword. Though the battle was perilous, at least for everyone else, the details need not be elaborated here. What mattered was the outcome. Due to this turmoil, the royal capital took a long time to recover. Reinhard was temporarily ordered to remain in the capital, ensuring that a similar incident did not happen again. And in the wake of this chaos, the disappearance of border Count Roswale became an insignificant matter. Meanwhile, back at the border, inside the mansion's forbidden library, Beatrice watched warily as Haruto, in the form of a little girl, stood before her. Faint waves of energy rippled around her body. Haruto, however, remained indifferent. Roswell was not killed by me. Staring at me like that is pointless. Besides, I came here to protect this world. Naturally, Beatrice did not believe such words. Unreasonable. You're too dangerous. Betty must eliminate you. As she spoke, a burst of energy erupted from Beatrice's hands. This was spirit magic. Like Puck, Beatrice was a powerful spirit aligned with the attribute of Yin. Yet, what she wielded now was non-attribute magic, pure magical impact. But such an attack should not be underestimated. Fueled by Beatrice's immense mana, this impact could tear through an ordinary magical beast. Let alone a mere human. However, Beatrice watched in shock as the human before her casually waved a finger. His fingertip traced through the air as if severing something invisible. The incoming magical impact instantly dissipated midair, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Beatrice felt as if her centuries of accumulated knowledge, as well as everything she had learned from countless forbidden tomes, had been utterly shattered. Haruto's irises shimmered with radiant, rainbow-like hues. Alright, enough nonsense. If you interfere with my plans, it will bring harm to this entire world. If that happens, I'll have no choice but to lock you away in a little confinement chamber for some discipline. Upon hearing this, Beatrice's initial shock transformed into pure anger. Fortunately, the Forbidden Library existed separately from the outside world, ensuring that the disturbances here would not be noticed beyond its walls. The next morning, Amelia anxiously wandered around the mansion, searching for Mealy. She had just brought her here, so how could she have disappeared so suddenly? At last, after opening a certain door, Amelia stepped into the Forbidden Library. Taking in her surroundings, she was about to apologize and step back out when she saw Mealy, the very person she had been looking for, currently hugging the Great Spirit Beatrice. This sight left Amelia utterly stunned. That Great Spirit was actually getting along so well with Mealy. Chapter 203, The Forbidden Magic Hall is completed. The final battle arrives. Amelia stared in amazement at the two getting along so well. Mealy chuckled and said, "Yesterday, I accidentally pushed open a door and ended up here. Luckily, Miss Betty is very kind. Look, Miss Betty even made me black tea. It's super delicious. Do you want to try some?" Amelia waved her hand, momentarily unsure of what to say. From the pendant on her chest, Puck emerged, spinning once in the air. "How rare. My little sister actually made a friend." Puck spoke in surprise. Both he and Beatrice were spirits who had once followed the Witch of Greed and usually referred to each other as siblings. Normally, upon seeing Puck, Beatrice would be delighted. She had guarded this forbidden library for 400 years. Ever since the Witch of Greed passed away, Beatrice had lost her master and had been following her final command, to protect the forbidden library. The torment of 4 centuries of solitude had wrapped Beatrice's kind and gentle heart in a layer of cold detachment. Only when seeing her brother Puck would she usually feel any joy. But right now, held in Mealy's embrace, Beatrice had an utterly exhausted expression, with no sign of happiness. Puck floated over to the two of them, carefully observing Mealy. After a long moment, he couldn't see anything unusual. Interacting briefly with Beatrice, he soon returned to Amelia's side. "Since you two are getting along so well, I won't disturb you. It's fine to put your maid duties on hold for now, Mealy. Stay and keep Beatrice company." With that, Amelia left the forbidden library. Beatrice, also known as Betty, felt like crying. "Monster. You're a monster. Even my brother can't see what's wrong with you." Haruto chuckled softly and ruffled Beatrice's head. "Speaking of which, Betty, would you like to see the Witch of Greed again?" At these words, Beatrice's teary expression changed dramatically. "Mother." Her fingers clenched tightly around the book in her hands, her emotions surging more intensely than when she had first encountered Haruto. Haruto merely patted her little head again. "No rush. We'll talk about it after this business is settled. The Witch of Greed isn't going to sprout legs and run away." With that, Haruto turned and left the forbidden library. He was quite tempted to take this great spirit away with him. A contract spirit, now that was something amazing. After Haruto left, Beatrice sat in the forbidden library, her expression constantly shifting in inner turmoil. "Mother. My destined contractor. Could it be him?" For 400 years, Beatrice had waited for her fated contractor. Her mother, the Witch of Greed, had given her a gospel, a book said to predict the future. If her destined contractor appeared, the gospel would record it. Yet, in these 4 centuries, the gospel had remained blank. And so, Beatrice had remained alone. For now, this matter would be set aside. After leaving the forbidden library and returning to the mansion's grounds, Haruto immediately sensed several gazes upon him. Extending his perception, he spotted a group of red-robed figures watching him. How did that beast user assassin get inside the mansion? Has the story changed again? Wasn't she originally assigned an assassination mission to attack the mansion? She must have realized Roswell isn't here and took the chance to sneak in. Makes sense, makes sense. Lord Graylin killed Roswell, so this is just a consequence. Should we report this to Lord Graylin? I don't think so. Lord Graylin is very busy right now. If we disturb him rashly, we might end up being punished instead. The red-robed figures whispered among themselves, completely unaware that their conversation had been heard by Haruto. A barely noticeable smirk appeared on his lips. Haruto couldn't help but think, people were so easy to toy with. Meanwhile, deep within the borderlands, a group of reincarnators was busy digging into the earth. The Lunica Dragon Kingdom lacked mining technology, but these reincarnators were quite skilled in it. After all, they had traveled across countless worlds, possessing knowledge of many advanced technologies. Large quantities of magic crystal ore were being extracted and transported to the Ashen Spirit. And in the Greyline's possession was a forge. This was the Dwarven King's Forge, originating from a certain fantasy world, capable of easily refining all kinds of materials. The magic crystal ore melted down, quickly turning into high-purity magic crystals. Soon after, a large quantity of these magic crystals was transported away. Time passed. Demon Mask approached Graylin from behind and reported, Lord Graylin, our magic crystal reserves are nearly full, and the other materials have also been gradually acquired. However, how exactly should the forbidden magic hall be constructed? There are no details in the original storyline. Graylin snorted coldly and extended a hand. From within a gray-green mist, an ancient, decayed book emerged. Of course, I have a method to create the forbidden magic hall. Why else would I go to such lengths? Would I make such grand preparations without solving this key issue? Demon Mask repeatedly nodded in agreement but couldn't help but stare at the book in his hands. The book flipped open, its pages so rotten that they were barely intact. After flipping through for a while, it stopped on a particular page. Words began to surface on it, revealing the method to construct the forbidden magic hall. Lord Graylin. Could this be the legendary Book of Deduction, the treasure of the Reincarnation Palace, which costs 1 billion reincarnation points to redeem? Demon Mask was struck with realization and asked in shock. Graylin chuckled softly and nodded. At least you have some knowledge. Following the instructions in the Book of Deduction, a towering palace silently rose from the ground in the borderlands. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, because there had been no activity for several days, the reincarnators had mostly stopped monitoring the mansion's movements. However, they failed to notice that Haruto stood coldly on a distant hillside, silently watching everything unfold. Finally, the forbidden magic hall was completed. Then, Graylin personally launched an assault on the royal capital. Due to the prolonged period of apparent peace, the once tense nerves of the royal capital had slightly relaxed. As the saying goes, you can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Seizing the opportunity, Graylin managed to abduct 90% of the members of the Council of Sages. The so-called Council of Sages was the highest governing body of the Lunica Dragon Kingdom. Until a new king was elected, these individuals ruled the entire kingdom. Even after a new king was chosen, the Council of Sages still held immense power. As Graylin retreated, Reinhard instantly appeared at the council's location, using the blessing of divine wind to teleport there. Frightened, countless reincarnators immediately launched attacks against Reinhard. However, without exception, every attack veered off course in bizarre ways, failing to hit him even once. This was the power of the blessing of first sight. Any surprise attack targeting Reinhard for the first time would automatically be nullified. And even if someone attacked him again, it would still be futile. Because of the blessing of return, all subsequent attacks would inevitably miss. Witnessing such an absurd scene, the reincarnators felt an overwhelming sense of dread and began fleeing in all directions. However, Graylin quickly controlled the decaying creatures and restrained some of the Council of Sages members. Sword Saint Reinhard, if you take another step forward, I will kill these people immediately. That invincible Sword Saint was forced into a dilemma due to the hostages. Then, Graylin summoned the white-robed, decayed elder once again. Waving his withered wooden staff, a brilliant white light enveloped the captured council members, Graylin, and a select few reincarnators. The reincarnators who were left behind immediately panicked and screamed. However, the teleportation capacity was limited. Compared to these disposable pawns, Graylin deemed taking more hostages a better choice. As the white light reached its peak, they were all transported away. But at that very instant, Reinhard suddenly swung his sword. The sword light seemed to transcend time and space, bursting forth and striking Graylin. As the white light dissipated, only fresh blood remained, splattered across the ground. The reincarnators who had been abandoned started frantically trying to escape. However, the reason they were left behind was that they were weak and useless. How could they possibly outrun the assembled Knight Order and Mage Corps? In an instant, they were slaughtered or captured, none managed to escape. Meanwhile, on the other side, Graylin had successfully teleported but was in critical condition. His body was nearly cleaved in two. At the last moment, he had pulled out a danger beast from the Akonga world from his gray-green mist to block part of the attack. The hideous wound was enough to horrify anyone who saw it. But at least, he had survived. And this place was none other than the Forbidden Magic Hall. Here, the power of blessings could not be invoked. No matter how desperately the council members screamed for Reinhard, he could not teleport inside using the blessing of divine wind. The white-robed, decayed elder immediately began casting healing magic on Grey Spirit's wounds. The other reincarnators were all still in shock, overwhelmed by their brush with death. None of them noticed that in the corner of the Forbidden Magic Hall a lone figure stood, silently watching them with cold eyes. The reincarnators' plan had been progressing rapidly. At the same time, Haruto's plan was also going smoothly. Now, the final battle for the Forbidden Magic Hall was at hand. Haruto thought to himself as he casually waved his hand. An imperceptible blood mist instantly shot toward Graylin, sinking into the back of his neck. At that moment, Graylin was too focused on his injuries and his miraculous survival to notice that something foreign had entered his body. Chapter 204, Amelia, What Did I Bring Back? Within the Lunica Dragon Kingdom, ever since the witch's calamity was suppressed by the original three sages, no great disaster had ever occurred in the kingdom. With the divine dragon's protection, the kingdom enjoyed favorable weather and prosperity. Later, with the birth of the Sword Saint, a single man and his sword were enough to subdue any threat. In terms of sheer power, the current Sword Saint, Reinhard, was even stronger than the divine dragon. With such an existence standing as the kingdom's pillar, no one believed that any turmoil could ever shake Lunica. Even if the Witch of Envy were to resurrect, she would likely be no match for the Sword Saint. However, to everyone's surprise, a group of mysterious, blood-clad thieves suddenly emerged and wreaked havoc across the kingdom. Now, they had even kidnapped nearly the entire Council of Sages. As a result, a grand punitive force was assembled. Led by the Sword Saint Reinhard, the first assault force consisted of the kingdom's elite knights and top-ranking mages. Since this crisis coincided with the royal selection, quelling it would not only bring honor but also serve as a great political achievement. Aside from Amelia and another yet-to-appear royal candidate, the remaining three candidates all showcased their strength. Among them were a mercenary group of northern beastmen and a faction led by the Sword Demon. The strength displayed by these royal candidates was nothing short of terrifying. The final assembled punitive force was strong enough to challenge another nation in open war. And with Reinhard as an overpowering factor, everyone's combat abilities were pushed even further. Don't ask how, just attribute it to the power of divine blessings. The very next day, the marching army raised a cloud of dust as they arrived at the borderlands. Before them stood a grand and luxurious palace. The palace had no windows or doors, with the only entrance being a terrace at the very top. Its walls shimmered with gold, radiating an extravagant aura beyond belief. Yet, despite its magnificence, an unsettling sense of dread crept into the hearts of those present. This foreboding feeling had no apparent reason. After all, their forces possessed an overwhelming advantage, and yet they couldn't shake off the unease. The towering palace posed no obstacle to the members of the punitive force. After all, they were either warriors of extraordinary skill, powerful mages, or individuals blessed with divine protections. Whether through jumping or outright flying, reaching the entrance would be trivial. However, that singular entry point seemed too much like a trap. "Old man, what do you think?" Cross turned to the white-haired elder beside her. Though his aura was restrained, he was in fact, a formidable warrior known as the Sword Demon. During the White Whale Calamity, he had contributed greatly to the battle. If that lone entrance isn't an ambush, that would be impossible, but their approach is strange, the Sword Demon assessed based on his years of experience. Getting inside isn't difficult. Even if we ignore the entrance, we could breach it with teleportation magic. But if we enter, we might end up trapped like fish in a barrel. Why would the enemy seal off their own escape route? I can feel a lingering sense of unease from this palace. There's more to it than meets the eye. In my opinion, we should test it with magic artillery first. Cross nodded in agreement. She was thinking the same thing. However, the idea of attacking with magic cannons was stopped. Lady Cross, there are many hostages inside, members of the Sage Council, and Lady Amelia. If we attack recklessly and something goes wrong, it might harm those important figures. Please reconsider, Lady Cross. Reinhard advised. What? That half-elf got caught too? What is that supporter of hers even doing? Another royal candidate, Anastasia, complained in annoyance. Hearing this, Reinhard's expression darkened slightly. Lord Roswell has been out of contact for a long time. I'm afraid he has already met with misfortune. At these words, the entire subjugation force fell silent. Though many of them had personal grievances against the jester-clad Margrave, Roswell was still a legitimate court magician, the kingdom's top mage. For someone of such strength to die just like that, it was proof that their enemies were not to be underestimated. The atmosphere among the subjugation force grew tense. Meanwhile, inside the Forbidden Magic Palace, a large mirror hung in the main hall. It displayed the scene unfolding outside. The group of reincarnators watching the mirror was even more anxious than the subjugation force outside. Graylin stared at the mirror with an unreadable expression. In one corner of the Grand Hall, a group of people was tied up. The members of the Sage Council and Amelia were all there. However, none of them had been harmed. Instead, they were being given proper food and drink. These people were crucial bargaining chips for the upcoming battle. As human shields, they could double the effectiveness of their captors' strategies. Mealy was tied up beside Amelia. "I'm sorry, Mealy. I got you involved in this," Amelia said apologetically. The magic crystal pendant on her chest had a strange formation inscribed upon it. Puck had been sealed inside and couldn't get out. While Amelia's own spirit magic was strong, it had been completely neutralized as well. At this moment, she was more concerned about Mealy than her own safety, feeling guilty for dragging the girl with a tragic past into this mess. If not for protecting her, Mealy wouldn't have been caught. However, the next moment, Amelia was stunned to see Mealy effortlessly break free from her restraints. Those restraints were made of magic crystals. Ordinary magic attacks would have trouble damaging them. Yet in Mealy's hands, they crumbled like dried leaves. After freeing herself, Mealy rubbed her wrists with an annoyed look. Amelia was so shocked that she was left speechless. But instead of helping Amelia and the others escape or running away herself, Mealy simply sat there, watching the mirror with great interest. "Mealy, you!" Amelia nearly gasped out loud. But before she could, a hand covered her mouth. Mealy placed a finger to Amelia's lips, signaling her to keep quiet. Her once timid expression was nowhere to be seen. Instead, her smile carried a bewitching and almost irresistible charm. Amelia was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, outside the Forbidden Magic Hall, the court mages attempted to use teleportation magic to enter. The reincarnators watching through the mirror sneered. At that moment, Haruto lightly traced his finger through the air. The next second, the teleportation spells of the court mages outside the palace all failed, their magic dispersing into nothing. "What's going on?" the Graylin demanded. Inside the Forbidden Magic Hall, there was a special formation. Anyone who tried to teleport in would have their spell disrupted the moment they arrived. As a result, they would be torn apart by spatial rifts. This was the palace's first major trap. Yet now, it had failed? The demon mask was just as shocked, having no idea what was happening. They could only stammer out an explanation. "Lord Graylin, perhaps it's because the formation originates from another world. Its spatial interference may be too strong." It was an excuse that made sense. Though dissatisfied, the Graylin did not press the issue further. Everyone was too focused on the mirror to notice what was happening with the hostages. Amelia's eyes widened. She didn't know the details, but it seemed that the person beside her was responsible for disrupting the teleportation magic. Just what kind of being had she taken in? With teleportation magic rendered useless, the only way in was through the palace's top entrance. Someone had to go in first. Reinhard naturally stepped forward to lead the charge. But Cross denied him. Her reasoning was that Reinhard was the kingdom's ultimate weapon. If he fell due to unknown dangers, the kingdom's power would be irreversibly weakened. With Reinhard's proposal rejected, someone else stepped forward. The subjugation force looked at the volunteer in confusion. Because none of them recognized him. Only Cross and Reinhard knew who he was. It was none other than Natsuki Subaru. With his enhanced physical abilities, Subaru easily leaped onto the Forbidden Magic Hall. The sight left the subjugation force astonished. Where had such a brave and powerful individual come from? Of course, Subaru was only confident because he had returned by death and a stopwatch with a time-stopping function. Watching Subaru leap into the palace, Graylin clenched their teeth in frustration. They had set traps at the entrance, but those were meant for Reinhard. By all logic, Reinhard should have been the one leading the charge. If Reinhard was killed, his corpse could be turned into a corrupted vessel, and the entire subjugation force would be helpless against him. But now, why the hell was Natsuki Subaru going in first? Wasn't he supposed to be a worthless weakling? Kill him. Enraged, the Graylin roared at the other reincarnators. The traps would have to be saved for Reinhard. Several reincarnators nodded and rushed toward the palace roof to deal with Subaru. But just then, a mocking snicker came from behind. The Graylin turned around in fury only to see Mealy standing there, hands behind her back, struggling to hold back laughter. Immediately, their anger flared even more. "Graylin, what are you laughing at?" "Haruto, I just remembered something funny." Chapter 205, Battle at the Forbidden Magic Palace. Haruto appears amidst the gazes of the crowd. Subaru leaped into the entrance. Holding the sword of the gods, he actually looked a bit cool. Spoilers are fun, damn, we let this kid show off. Blonde defeated dog, this is unacceptable. In what kind of world can Subaru actually look cool? Hallmaster of Huangshan, by the way, after uploading the coordinates, didn't the Foundation intervene in Re-0? Big Sister is supreme, the Foundation's internal records show it's under processing, but no mobile task force was dispatched. Portal Daddy, that means. Perhaps he took action personally. Spoilers are fun, or maybe the Foundation just doesn't plan to interfere. They usually don't bother with fantasy worlds since they can't fully contain them. Blonde defeated dog, who cares about that? I want to see Haru. Seeing the chat log, Subaru felt the urge to cough up blood. He had just started enjoying the thrill of being an overpowered transmigrator, and yet this was how everyone reacted? That brief distraction. The moment he landed in the Forbidden Magic Hall, multiple flashes of blade suddenly appeared around him. There was even a laser beam shooting straight at him. Shocked, Subaru barely had time to react. He leaped again the moment he hit the ground. However, because of his momentary distraction, he failed to dodge completely. A laser pierced through his lower leg. With a cry of pain, he instinctively swung the sword of the gods in his hand. Several dazzling sword slashes flew out in all directions. 2 reincarnators perish on the spot. The battle was witnessed by both sides. Cross and the sword demon wore strange expressions. There was indeed an ambush, no doubt about that. But forget about ambushing Reinhard, even the sword demon alone could probably wipe out all 30 of these ambushers without a scratch. Such an ambush was nothing more than child's play. How could they even present something so pathetic? Could it be? Our actions are likely being observed by the enemy, whether through magic or some other means. Cross spoke in a serious tone. Inside the Forbidden Magic Hall, Graylin watched the battle with a twisted expression of rage. These useless fools. How could they not even defeat Subaru? And what was with the overpowered equipment in Subaru's hands? Where did he get it? Laughter echoed again. Graylin turned to glare at Melee, gritting its teeth in fury. If not for the urgent situation, it would have torn her apart to see what exactly she was laughing at. With the initial probe into the Forbidden Magic Hall completed, the members of the punitive force began leaping inside one after another. The reincarnators who had been locked in a fierce battle with Subaru were now either heavily wounded or fleeing for their lives. Seeing this, Subaru was overjoyed and immediately gave chase. The others wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. However, when they saw that Subaru descended to a lower level without triggering any additional danger, they felt reassured and followed suit. Through magic, Cross observed the events unfolding inside the Forbidden Magic Hall and found it strange. If the enemy could throw the capital into chaos and abduct the Council of Sages, why did they seem so weak now? But since even the sword demon had ventured deeper inside, Cross stopped overthinking and leaped into the Forbidden Magic Hall herself. Reinhard remained outside as a deterrent. Watching through a mirror, Graylin took a deep breath. Gathering enough strength to kill Reinhard beforehand was no longer an option. The only choice left was to force Reinhard to step into the battlefield and then proceed with further plans. A gray-green mist spread throughout the Forbidden Magic Hall. Seeing the eerie mist, Cross and the others immediately heightened their vigilance. Was the real mastermind finally about to make a move? As they pondered this, countless walking corpses emerged from the gray-green mist, charging toward them. Subaru swung the sword of the gods repeatedly. At this moment, he regretted using the energy feather so recklessly before. That kind of ultimate weapon would have been a game-changer if used now. Cross-sama, be careful. While fighting, the sword demon subtly positioned himself to protect Cross. The undead creatures in the mist weren't particularly strong individually, but their sheer numbers were an overwhelming headache. To make matters worse, the confined space limited the movements of the punitive force. Unlike the mindless monsters, they had to be cautious not to harm their allies. Seeing this, Reinhard finally leaped into the Forbidden Magic Hall. The dragon sword was drawn. With just a single swing, a vast swath of undead creatures was instantly obliterated. The punitive force was able to regroup. Old man, no need to worry so much about me, I can fight too. Seeing the tide of battle shift in their favor, Cross felt relief and patted the sword demon's shoulder. At that moment, watching Reinhard enter the battlefield, Graylin was overjoyed. Hold off those small fry. After giving the order to the other reincarnators, several figures emerged from the gray-green mist behind Graylin. The white-robed sorcerer. The court mage, Roswale. The ancient martial artist, Silverfang Bang. The ultimate weapon, the Crimson Witch. The white-robed sorcerer raised a withered wooden staff. In the next moment, his already decayed body crumbled apart. The withered staff in his hand shattered into countless splinters. Clearly, the magic he cast far exceeded what his body could endure. However, the spell had been successfully cast. Graylin and the other 3 decayed ones were enveloped in white light and vanished in an instant. At the same time, Reinhard, who was on the battlefield, was also engulfed in white light and disappeared in the next moment. Seeing this, the punitive force was thrown into brief chaos. Don't panic. It's just teleportation magic. There's no way the Sword Saint Reinhard would fall. Cross shouted. Sure enough, the punitive force quickly regained composure. Cross let out a breath of relief and swung her long sword forcefully, beheading an approaching monster. At that moment, a distant comrade was about to be attacked. Without hesitation, Cross swung her sword through the air. On her body, there was a power known as the Blessing of Wind Direction. This blessing allowed Cross to discern the truth or falsehood in others' words while also granting her a special sword technique. When she swung her blade and activated the Blessing of Wind Direction, sword energy would cross the space and strike her target. However, when she swung her sword this time, she received no feedback at all. The sword demon rushed forward and rescued the team member. Cross tried swinging her sword several more times. Her face suddenly turned pale with shock. She finally understood where the sense of crisis from this palace was coming from. This palace was actually capable of erasing their blessings. Blessings were the love of the world. As long as one was loved, no matter what kind of dire situation they were in, their blessing should always be present, like an extension of their own limbs. The fact that this palace could strip them of their blessings was utterly terrifying. And what was even more chilling? Cross finally realized the enemy's true intention. Why build this palace and seal off their retreat? This was nothing more than a trap. The guest of honor being invited into the trap was, of course, the Sword Saint, Reinhard. The one most affected by the loss of blessings was none other than Reinhard, the world's most beloved existence. Even without his blessings, the Sword Saint was still incredibly powerful. However, he was no longer invincible. If Reinhard were to fall, Cross didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Attack with all your might. Quickly search the palace and regroup with the Sword Saint. Cross roared. At the same time, deep within the palace, only a group of hostages remained. The reincarnators had all gone to stall the crusade force. They were essentially just cannon fodder meant to buy time. But they had no other choice. There was nowhere to run in this place. The only hope for survival was to delay as long as possible, until Graylin killed Reinhard. They hadn't known this before. By the time they understood the situation, it was already too late. Among the hostages, Haruto stood up. Casually, he freed Amelia from her restraints. With a mere flick of his finger, he effortlessly shattered Puck's seal. Puck flew out once more, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, Amelia stared at the child she had picked up, utterly stunned. You! Who exactly are you? Sorry for deceiving you, but let's talk later. We have more pressing matters to handle first. Haruto smiled before heading toward a certain area of the palace. His body distorted, and in the next moment, he vanished. I actually misjudged him. That guy. He is even more terrifying than the witches. Puck said solemnly. Amelia, however, still couldn't bring herself to be wary of him. After all, while he had deceived her, he hadn't harmed her, he had even saved her. Meanwhile, Haruto used Kamyu to traverse the forbidden magic hall. The so-called forced teleportation formations were completely useless against him. Before long, Haruto located the room where Graylin had transported itself. It was a completely sealed-off chamber, seemingly only accessible via teleportation magic. At that moment, countless undead creatures were relentlessly attacking Reinhard. The Crimson Witch was continuously using her crimson energy to tear into the Sword Saint's body. The Court Mage and Silver Fang were also searching for openings, constantly trying to inflict damage on him. For the first time since his birth, Reinhard's attire was in disarray. But for now, that was the extent of his predicament. Even without his divine protection, the Sword Saint was still incredibly strong. However, if this battle dragged on, there was indeed a slight possibility that Reinhard could be worn down to death. Haruto couldn't help but give that spirit some credit. If he hadn't stepped in, Graylin's plan might have actually worked. But, what a pity. Zawarudo. Chapter 206, containing the Reincarnation Palace in the Frozen World. Haruto walked up to Graylin. With a single movement, he grabbed the creature's head. He didn't attempt to read its memories. Based on the previous experiments with the Dark Doctor Strange, the memories of these individuals had already been eroded by that supreme divinity. Recklessly trying to read them would only expose him. However, Haruto had another method. His plan this time revolved around exploiting the supreme divinity's oversight. These reincarnators could be considered as extensions of the supreme divinity's influence. Yet, when processing these extensions, the supreme divinity acted rather subjectively. For example, if they openly spoke about their status as reincarnators in front of others, they would be instantly erased. However, if they themselves were unaware that they had exposed their identity, they wouldn't be erased. Just like when Subaru overheard the conversation of Rabbit Mask and the others. He had clearly heard them discuss reincarnators, yet they didn't explode into a puff of smoke. It seemed that the Supreme Divinity had invaded their consciousness. With that in mind, an opportunity presented itself. From his Camu space, Haruto pulled out an eye simulation pod. This was the latest research achievement of the Foundation. Its purpose was to simulate lives. Within the Foundation, it was temporarily being used as a gaming console. Haruto tossed the gray spirit into the eye simulation pod. Then, he controlled the black light virus within the creature, putting it into a deep sleep so it wouldn't be able to perceive anything. After that, he placed the pod's helmet onto the gray spirit's head. Having finished everything, Haruto snapped his fingers. The world's power was lifted. Time began flowing again. Reinhardt, who had been struggling in battle, suddenly saw the surrounding undead halt. In the next moment, they all sank into the gray-green mist, vanishing entirely. And the mastermind behind it all was now captured by an unfamiliar young man and stuffed into some kind of strange prison. Thank you for your assistance, sir. I am Reinhardt. I will never forget this kindness. Reinhardt gave Haruto a respectful bow as he spoke. Under such circumstances of life or death combat, if someone suddenly intervened, most people's first reaction would be wariness. But Reinhardt expressed his gratitude without hesitation, following proper etiquette. It could only be said that this sword saint was a flawless knight. Haruto waved his hand dismissively and casually lifted the simulation pod. Let's go. Your comrades still need your help. With that, he walked toward the wall ahead. Reinhardt immediately followed without the slightest hesitation. Haruto opened a portal on the wall. Haruto and Reinhardt stepped through one after the other, arriving at the main battlefield of the Forbidden Magic Hall. The reincarnators were struggling to hold on, while the Crusaders' squad relentlessly pressured them. The battle was fierce. The arrival of Haruto and Reinhardt made the entire battlefield momentarily freeze. Everyone stared in shock at Haruto, who was carrying the captured Graylin, and at Reinhardt, whose attire was slightly disheveled. The first thought that crossed their minds was, who was this person? The reincarnators, however, quickly realized what had happened. Lord Graylin has been captured. There's no hope. Run. The remaining reincarnators had only one thought in their minds: escape. They used every method they had to flee toward the exit. Just as the Crusader squad was about to react, Haruto waved his hand. All the fleeing reincarnators shattered in midair, their bodies turning into nothingness before they even hit the ground. Their very existence had been erased by Haruto. A few simple death lines, cut down with a mere gesture. Seeing this, the Crusader squad felt nothing but utter horror. The reincarnators who had survived up to this point were not weaklings. Their numbers were far fewer than the Crusader squad, yet they had still managed to hold out. And yet, in an instant, they vanished like illusions. No one had even seen how they were struck down. Such a method was simply terrifying. Just as everyone was reeling from the shock, Subaru pushed his way out of the crowd. His entire body was covered in wounds. The last green needle had already been used. Otherwise, he would have long since died and been forced into a return by death. Standing before Haruto, Subaru's face was filled with admiration as he shouted, "Boss Haruto." Haruto, however, frowned. "You know me?" Subaru. He was instantly dumbfounded. He suddenly realized, he wasn't supposed to know this big shot. The multiverse chat group was only known to its members. Blonde defeated dog, this idiot. What if Haruto finds out about the group? Big Sister is supreme, honestly, does it even matter if he knows? Spoilers are fun, not necessarily. The group might get contained or something. Hall Master of Wangshan, if the group gets contained, then Subaru is definitely a VIP guest of my funeral parlor. Pain Magnet, the funeral parlor is for the dead, right? Hall Master of Wangshan, yep. And if you can't explain things to Haruto properly. Welcome, VIP guest. Subaru broke into a cold sweat but quickly thought of an excuse. I'm a transmigrator. I heard your name from a friend. Just rumors, just rumors. Haruto raised an eyebrow. Oh? Which friend? Subaru's brain worked at full speed. SUU. It was the only reasonable explanation. If he claimed to have traveled from the Gantz world, it would make sense. After all, SUU had joined the Foundation but occasionally returned to her home world. Haruto nodded. I see. Seeing that Haruto had accepted the excuse, Subaru let out a huge sigh of relief. SUU. Not following the Foundation's confidentiality rules. Docker year-end bonus. Also, send her to Tommy for some cognitive training. Spoilers are fun, WTF. Spoilers are fun, Pain Magnet, Subaru, even if I kill you 100 times, it still won't be enough. Spoilers are fun, you little bastard, you're dead. My year-end bonus. Spoilers are fun. I don't want to go to Tommy's room. How is this even allowed? Subaru Natsuki. Blonde defeated dog, PFFT. Big sister is supreme, forgive me, but I can't help laughing. Hallmaster of Wangshan. Now we have 2 VIP guests. Seeing the chaos in the group chat, Haruto felt immense satisfaction. At that moment, the Crusader squad finally snapped out of their shock. Cross and Reinhardt approached. Cross's expression was serious. Sir, may I ask who you are? But Haruto simply waved his hand. The Sages Council and Amelia are in the Grand Hall below. They should have already broken free from their restraints and will be here soon. You should leave this place for now. I'll explain everything later, I still have business to attend to. As he spoke, Haruto gestured toward the eye simulation pod containing Graylin. A projection screen in front of the pod was playing a recording Graylin commanding countless rotting monsters, battling Reinhardt. On the screen, Reinhardt was already on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Cross remained silent for a moment before nodding. The power Haruto had displayed was simply beyond comprehension, making it impossible to resist. Moreover, Haruto had appeared to help them. Finding the hostages and then escaping this bizarre palace, which could nullify divine blessings, was a good idea. Soon after, the Sages Council and Amelia were taken away. Within the Forbidden Magic Hall, only Subaru and Reinhardt remained. Haruto didn't force them to leave, he simply watched the simulation pod in silence. On the screen, Reinhardt had finally run out of strength. Seizing the opportunity, the Crimson Witch ripped him to shreds. Due to the effects of the Forbidden Magic Hall, his Phoenix Blessing failed to activate. Thus, Reinhardt, the Sword Saint, died just like that. From within the gray-green mist, a decayed Reinhardt emerged. Graylin was ecstatic, laughing maniacally. Even in the real world, lying inside the simulation pod, the Graylin's lips curled into a twisted grin. Looks like, without your help, this would have been my fate. Reinhardt spoke in a deep voice, his tone filled with gratitude. Yet, there was no fear or regret in his voice. Haruto simply waved his hand. This simulation only follows a script. Just because I wanted this outcome doesn't mean reality will turn out the same way. Meanwhile, on the simulation screen after taking control of Reinhardt, the Grey Spirit immediately manipulated the Sword Saint, unleashing a massacre upon the Crusader squad. Many powerful warriors perished, only to rise again from the gray-green mist. The Grey Spirit's grin grew so wide it was nearly crooked. After wiping out the Crusader squad, it was finally satisfied and began to summon the Reincarnation Palace for extraction. A crimson light descended, guiding Graylin back to the Reincarnation Palace. Throughout this process, Haruto observed closely. A moment later, he let out a cold sneer. Got you. At last, the precise spatial coordinates of the Reincarnation Palace were in his hands. Now, it was time for harvest. Summoning the system, he input the spatial coordinates. Notice, acquired a spatial coordinate imprint. A portal to the corresponding world can now be opened, target world. Target world is extremely dangerous, please proceed with caution. Haruto summoned the portal's radiant glow, but he did not let it fully materialize. Instead, he reached a hand into the shimmering light, and his eyes began to shine with a brilliant, rainbow-colored glow. Hey. Reincarnation Palace, I've got you now. You're in for a world of pain. Chapter 207, Executing the Reincarnation Palace. Seizing supreme divinity beside the glowing portal, an image emerged. In the projection, towering buildings floated in the sky, rising and falling unpredictably. At first glance, it looked like a celestial paradise. A perfect depiction of, in the jade capital of heaven, 12 towers and 5 cities stand high. An immortal caresses my crown, binding my hair with the blessing of eternal life. However, the people walking its streets bore none of the divine elegance of the legendary immortals. Instead, everyone was dressed in red robes, their faces filled with greedy desire, subtle but undeniable, as if they were possessed. If it had been only 1 or 2 individuals, it might have been coincidence. But in this so-called paradise, everyone was the same. From time to time, someone would summon a transparent interface, projected from a blood-red ring on their hands. Some engaged in trades, while others vanished into streaks of light, heading toward the outside world. The items exchanged in these transactions were incredibly diverse, swords and armor from fantasy worlds, high-tech firearms, and even futuristic computers. This was the so-called Reincarnation Palace. A multiversal organization that plundered everything from countless worlds. Seeing this scene, Subaru and Reinhardt were left speechless. Even the multiversal chat group fell silent. Yet Haruto remained unfazed, continuing with his task. His hand reached into the glowing portal, stirring it ever so slightly. His irises shimmered with brilliant rainbow hues, akin to refracted light. With the aid of his root mystic eyes of death perception, Haruto was meticulously severing the Reincarnation Palace's connections to the other worlds. This act was carried out with extreme discretion. The Reincarnation Palace was being cut off from the entire multiverse, isolated like a stranded island in the void. Haruto worked with utmost caution, carefully severing spatial death lines to avoid drawing premature attention. Finally, his task was complete. Withdrawing his hand, he observed his handiwork. Now, the Reincarnation Palace was completely trapped, as if sealed inside a clay jar, with nowhere to escape. The only exit Haruto left open led to a desolate, uninhabited universe. A barren cosmos, where all life had long perished, and planets lay in ruins, expendable, even if it were completely destroyed. With the preparations complete, Haruto gestured for Subaru and Reinhardt to step into the adjacent chamber beside the Forbidden Magic Hall. Then, Haruto forcefully extracted the gray spirit from the eye simulation pod before vanishing into the shadows. A few moments later, the gray spirit awoke, looking around in confusion. Wasn't I supposed to have returned to the Reincarnation Palace? This mission had been incredibly profitable. Shaking its head, the gray spirit felt as though it had overlooked something. But dismissing the thought, it activated its recall ability. A blood-red pillar of light enveloped the gray spirit, and in an instant, it vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room Haruto waved a hand, summoning another projection. This time, it displayed the gray spirit's first-person perspective. Its entire body had already been completely infected by the blacklight virus, putting it fully under Haruto's control, yet it remained utterly unaware. The moment the gray spirit returned to the Reincarnation Palace, dozens of reincarnators swarmed around it. The street was immediately packed to the brim. Lord Graylin. Your trip to the Re-Zero world, was it as rewarding as expected? TCH. What a stupid question. Lord Graylin already said that after this world's looting, they'd be moving up the ranks. So, what exactly did you obtain, my lord? You wouldn't tell us before, but surely now that it's done, you can share the details? The reincarnators eagerly discussed among themselves. Seeing this, Reinhardt frowned. These people. They treated other worlds as nothing more than resources, and the lives within them as mere insects. Their attitude was utterly disgusting. Haruto, however, observed with great interest. The gray spirit let out a wild laugh, waving its hand grandly. This time, in the Re-Zero world, it had managed to capture the Sword Saint himself, causing its strength to skyrocket. On any other day, it wouldn't have even bothered speaking to these low-level trash. But today, it was in a good mood, a little boasting wouldn't hurt. After all, what's the fun in victory if no one knows about it? However, just as the gray spirit was about to speak, it suddenly felt something was off. What am I doing? Looking down, it saw that its own hand was moving on its own, carving into its own flesh, drawing streams of crimson blood. The reincarnators nearby widened their eyes, confused by the gray spirit's bizarre behavior. Is this some kind of new celebration ritual? Yet none of them showed the slightest concern. After all, in the Reincarnation Palace, even a mortal wound could be healed in an instant using reincarnation points. Even death itself could be undone with a simple transaction. However, something wasn't right. Why does Lord Graylin look so terrified? What's happening? Wait. Is that writing? What's that? 7. Obsidian. What does that mean? Is this some new magic system? Is Lord Graylin about to teach us something? Meanwhile, the gray spirit was utterly horrified. Why? Can't I control my body? Its face twisted in panic, desperately trying to stop itself from writing. Yet it was useless. Even attempting to consume reincarnation points for healing resulted in no response whatsoever. Blood continued to flow, its fingers relentlessly scribbling strange words on the ground, the walls, even its own clothing. Watching this, Subaru gulped and cautiously asked, "What is that?" The projected image had been censored, preventing them from seeing exactly what was being written. Only the motions were visible. The Reincarnation Palace invades countless worlds, plundering and pillaging without remorse. Its danger level is far too high. So I've decided to execute it. Haruto's tone was calm, his gaze fixed firmly on the projection. These words sent chills down Subaru's spine. Execute. The Reincarnation Palace was a vast, independent organization, detached from any single world. Not to mention its countless reincarnators, the palace itself was a colossal entity of immense power. Yet now, Haruto intended to eradicate it? How was that even possible? Reinhardt, however, hesitated as he observed the reincarnators in the projection. Are all of them truly guilty beyond redemption? Haruto shook his head upon hearing this. Perhaps some people were dragged into the reincarnation hall before they even had the chance to commit unforgivable crimes through plundering. Upon hearing this, Reinhardt immediately wanted to say something. but Haruto waved his hand. However, the moment these so-called reincarnators were pulled into the reincarnation hall, they were already dead. These words left Reinhardt stunned, and even Subaru widened his eyes. Haruto pointed at the reincarnators in the projection. Do you see that almost uniform greed on their faces? As if plundering was their very nature? Humans are all individuals with different personalities. While they may have greed, not everyone should appear so alike. The moment they were pulled into the reincarnation hall, something completely altered their perception, embedding the instinct to plunder into their very being. Because that something holds an extremely high status, this influence is irreversible. The instant their minds were altered, they became nothing more than tools of the reincarnation hall. This was the truth behind the reincarnation hall. The so-called immortal strokes my head, binding my hair to grant eternal life was nothing but an enticing bait. Once they took the bait, they were trapped. Either they died on the path of plundering, or they kept plundering until their eventual demise. The reincarnation hall continuously extracted the power of stolen worlds from these tools, strengthening itself. Meanwhile, Graylan had already used his own blood to inscribe a vast amount of text onto the ground. The reincarnators who had gathered around initially were starting to sense that something was wrong. Some attempted to summon their reincarnation hall panels, trying to flee to other mundane worlds to lay low. However, as soon as the blood-red pillar of light descended, they did not, as usual, transform into a streak of light and leave the reincarnation hall's world. Instead, nothing happened at all. This sudden change threw the reincarnators into complete panic. Above the reincarnation hall, a massive blood-colored eye manifested in the sky. Clearly, the entity behind the reincarnation hall had finally noticed the anomaly and cast its gaze down to investigate. The moment it saw what Graylan was doing, the entire reincarnation hall began to tremble violently. Countless floating buildings in the sky collapsed due to the tremors, crashing down with deafening roars. A massive hand descended from the sky, directly covering everything around Graylan. It paid no heed to how many reincarnators were in the vicinity. However, at that moment, it seemed Graylan had finally reached a critical threshold with his inscriptions. His body stiffened, and his consciousness was abruptly restored. He collapsed to the ground, finally letting out a terrified scream. And then, everything around him was utterly annihilated. Even the so-called top 10 on the reincarnation rankings were erased without a trace of blood left behind. Yet, despite Graylan's death, the reincarnation hall did not stop trembling. Instead, the eye and the massive hand in the sky suddenly retracted, as if encountering an immense crisis. Haruto observed this scene intently. Graylan had perished, but the black light virus had not. It dispersed into the air, continuing its mission. And in the next moment, the sky above the reincarnation hall was abruptly torn open. A torrential flood of fresh blood gushed out from the wound in the sky, crashing down to the ground. The sight was utterly terrifying. Chapter 208, A Surge in Power, containing the Witch of Envy. The sky shattered, the earth split apart, and everything was annihilated into nothingness. Even the Sword Saint, Reinhardt, found himself breathing heavily, his mind shaken as he watched the destruction of this world unfold. As for Subaru, his entire body trembled, unable to utter a single word. Against such a sight, even his return by death would likely be completely useless. The members of the multiversal chat group, watching this scene through Subaru's live stream, were left speechless. Only Dark Strange remained somewhat composed, having already witnessed the destruction of an entire universe before. Portal Daddy, I once believed that whatever lurked behind the Reincarnation Palace was an existence beyond reach. Portal Daddy, but it had absolutely no ability to resist the being that was summoned. Portal Daddy, just a mere gaze from that being seemed to reduce an entire world to nothingness. Such power is simply terrifying. Portal Daddy, this SCP Foundation president. His existence is likely far beyond anything we can comprehend. Back in the Re-Zero world, Haruto waved his hand, dispersing the projected image. With a single step, his figure twisted and vanished. He was off to claim the rewards of his scheme. Reincarnation Palace's world. Graylan's inscriptions had reached their limit, drawing the gaze of the Sevenfold Destroyer. And, as expected, the Reincarnation Palace's world was erased. Every narrative layer it existed upon was completely annihilated. The Reincarnation Palace itself, its so-called supreme divinity, was clearly weak before the Destroyer. Had it not fled, it would have been erased along with everything else. And as for where it could flee, there was only one link left behind. Haruto's connection. Crossing worlds, Haruto arrived in a silent, desolate universe. Perhaps only an instant passed, or perhaps entire centuries. To Haruto, time held no meaning. What mattered was that it had fled here. To his surprise, it actually had a physical form rather than being a purely conceptual existence. It resembled a bloody fusion of slime-like mucus and a black hole. It sounded abstract, but that was simply because its very existence was abstract. It was clearly wounded, though not in a way visible to the eye. Haruto could sense that the metaphysical concepts it embodied were broken in several places. No doubt, this was due to the destroyer's gaze. TSK, that thing really is terrifying. But this was fine. It meant Haruto could save himself a lot of effort. The moment it arrived, Haruto activated the world. Time across the multiverse came to a halt. Despite this, Haruto's movements were completely unaffected. At some point, a scalpel had appeared in his hand. And he began his meticulous dissection. Even with the root, mystic eyes of death perception, Haruto was unable to see it through death lines. So, he opted for the next best thing, cutting apart the death lines of its conceptual existence. It writhed in sheer terror. Yes. Even in a world frozen by world power, it still reacted. It howled in agony. And in the end, at a certain precise cut, it actively shed a large portion of itself. A concept vanished into the void, disappearing entirely. Seeing this, Haruto could only sigh. A shame I still couldn't completely devour it. But at least he had learned something new. Apparently, supreme divinities could sacrifice parts of their own conceptual existence to escape any restriction. Of course, Haruto had no desire to ever find himself in a situation where he needed to use such a method. Besides, successfully contained anomaly, 7 fragments of the plunder concept. Containment level, 6, supreme divinity. Containment degree, twin gods. You may choose to receive one level 6 lottery draw or directly integrate the supreme divinity fragments into yourself. The many fragmented concepts Haruto had carved out remained, serving as his spoils of war. After glancing at the system prompt, he didn't hesitate. He chose to assimilate the supreme divinity fragments. A level 6 lottery draw was certainly tempting. But there was no guarantee it would yield a complete supreme divinity. On the other hand, consuming 70% of plunder's fragments would not only grant him an unprecedented boost in power, but also give him a future opportunity to track down and devour the remaining plunder entity. Being of the same origin, there would always be a connection. No matter how vast the myriad realms were, as long as he had a direction, supreme divinities were easy to find. Before him, the many fragments transformed into blood-colored streams of light, merging into Haruto's body. The concept of plunder rapidly unfolded within his understanding, becoming something he fully comprehended. Now Haruto was the embodiment of plunder. At the same time, he finally grasped a clearer picture of what a complete supreme divinity entailed. Supreme divinities corresponded to fully realized, absolute concepts. For reference, his wisdom corresponded to roughly 30% of a complete supreme divinity. His world power amounted to 20% of a complete supreme divinity. His root origin, mystic eyes of death perception, accounted for 60% of a complete supreme divinity. The difference in power levels stemmed from the varying potency of these concepts. Now that he thought about it, Haruto had previously been puzzled by plunder's cowardice. After all, even as a fragmented supreme divinity, it should have been stronger than him. But the truth was, even if plunder hadn't been severely wounded by the sevenfold destroyer, two forces clashed, yet it was clear that the victor would be Haruto. It wasn't just a matter of stacking more fragments together, rather, the concepts of time and death were inherently far superior to other concepts. And now, after having seized 7/10 of the plunder, Haruto had already far surpassed ordinary supreme divinities. However, when facing certain metaphysical entities, cough. After witnessing the attack of the sevenfold destroyer, Haruto had concluded that the thing was at least a composite of several complete concepts. There was no way he could defeat it. Afterward, Haruto used his mystic eyes of death perception to sever all traces of his presence in this dead, silent universe, cutting off all connections. Only then did he return to the Re-Zero world. The power of the world was lifted. Time resumed its flow. Subaru and Reinhardt were astonished to see Haruto, who had previously disappeared in a distorted manner, had reappeared. The matter with the reincarnation palace is settled. From now on, across all worlds, there will no longer be a so-called reincarnation palace. The Re-Zero world can now function normally. As for whether the SCP Foundation should intervene in this world, Haruto turned to look at Reinhardt. This was something Reinhardt would have to decide. After all, that guy was the child of the world. It wasn't unreasonable for him to decide the world's fate. Under Haruto's gaze, Reinhardt quickly waved his hands in refusal. This matter is not something I alone can decide. I'm merely a knight of the kingdom. Haruto sighed. That humility wasn't an act, which made it all the more troublesome. So, Haruto gave Reinhardt a brief explanation of the SCP Foundation's existence and its responsibilities. The Re-Zero world could never be fully contained, abnormalities were deeply rooted within it. Moreover, this was a world not entirely ruled by humans. Judging abnormalities through human perspectives alone was fundamentally flawed. If the Foundation were to intervene, its role would be to eliminate certain threats, while also acquiring usable powers to enhance the Foundation's diversity. After listening to Haruto's explanation, Reinhardt fell into deep thought. It was a significant matter and required time to consider. Haruto wasn't in a rush either. He sent Reinhardt away and kept Subaru behind. Being left alone made Subaru a little uneasy. Haruto simply patted him on the shoulder. No need to be nervous. Since you're a transmigrator, are you aware of the abnormalities within yourself? Subaru was momentarily stunned before realizing Haruto was referring to return by death. After reading the original work within the group chat, Subaru had already gained a clear understanding of what return by death truly was. It was the witch's love, a granted authority, similar to the witch factors possessed by the Sin Archbishops. It was the power of the witch of envy. Judging by your reaction, you seem to be aware of your own abnormality. Do you want to get rid of it? Haruto asked again. Hearing this, Subaru's eyes widened in shock. That was the witch of envy's power. But soon, he calmed down. In the Re-Zero world, no one could strip away the witch of envy's power, as her existence was close to the ceiling of this world's power system. But who was the person standing before him? This was someone who could erase an entire world with a mere gesture. The ability to strip away the witch of envy's power wasn't surprising at all. After a brief moment of thought, Subaru nodded. I want to remove it. Return by death might sound invincible, but in practice, it was nothing more than a tragedy generator. He couldn't tell anyone about it, and he was forced to experience death over and over again. That kind of suffering. Subaru thought, whoever wants it can take it. Haruto nodded. The next moment, a scalpel pierced Subaru's heart. Subaru's eyes widened. Before he could even scream, the blade was already withdrawn. Not a single drop of blood spilled. There wasn't even a wound, not even his clothes were damaged. Subaru checked himself in amazement. Haruto, however, simply waved his hand. I've contained the anomaly. Chapter 209, Re-Zero ends. Thank you for your assistance, Gruss said with a deep bow, expressing her sincere gratitude to Haruto. Haruto waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was no big deal. At this point, the group had already withdrawn from the Forbidden Magic Hall. The members of the subjugation team had been dismissed, leaving only a few individuals behind. These few would discuss whether the Re-Zero world should accept the SCP Foundation's intervention. However, at the moment, no one was talking about the main topic. Amelia was glancing back and forth at Haruto with a look of uncertainty. Are you Mealy? She asked hesitantly. Haruto sighed helplessly and nodded. Those bandits came from beyond this world. To completely eradicate the root of their organization, I had to infiltrate them for a while. I sincerely apologize for deceiving you. Hearing this, Amelia quickly waved her hands, indicating that she didn't mind. Puck flew around Haruto twice and then landed on his shoulder. You're really an enigma. But still, thank you for protecting Leah, he said. Amelia quickly snapped out of her thoughts and bowed in gratitude. Lord Haruto, please return to the royal capital with us. We will welcome you with the highest honors, Gruss said respectfully. Haruto, however, waved his hand. No need. I plan to travel to a few more places in this world before returning. I've been in this world for quite some time now. A brief leave from my duties is fine, but staying too long wouldn't be appropriate. Of course, during my journey, I won't cause any harm to this world, so you needn't worry. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly reassured him that they had no concerns about him harming the world. What a joke. The man in front of them could erase a world with a mere gesture, why would he need to cause harm deliberately? Fortunately, he seemed to be a benevolent existence. However, Gruss seemed a bit anxious. But if we reach a decision regarding the SCP Foundation's intervention, how should we inform you, Lord Haruto? The proposal to involve the SCP Foundation was quite tempting. The Re-Zero world was filled with dangers, and if the SCP Foundation intervened, it could eliminate all anomalies that threatened the world. Who wouldn't want to live in a peaceful and harmonious world? Haruto pointed at Subaru. Just tell him when you reach a decision, or came to the Forbidden Magic Hall. This place will serve as a temporary SCP Foundation site for now. Subaru had signed the agreement and was now an official SCP Foundation C-Class investigator. Honestly, even though he was given a lot of equipment, this guy was still pretty weak. He was nowhere near the level of a mobile task force operative. Reinhardt also signed an agreement, though only as an E-Class personnel for now. He still had many responsibilities and attachments in the Re-Zero world, so he couldn't just leave everything behind. For now, he would serve as a temporary member, and once all threats in the Re-Zero world were neutralized, he would officially join the SCP Foundation. After finalizing these matters, Haruto headed toward the mansion. There, he picked up Beatrice and set off for the sanctuary. The so-called sanctuary appeared to be a mere refuge for demi-humans. But in reality, It was the resting place of the Witch of Greed, Echidna. Haruto's actions could be seen as bringing a daughter to meet her mother. Echidna had devised a method within the sanctuary to resurrect herself. The first thing Haruto did upon arriving at the sanctuary was severing that method. After all, witches were anomalies that threatened the world. Soon after, Haruto felt a subtle pull on his perception. However, due to the existence of his knowledge fragments, his perception was completely unshakable. No matter how hard Echidna tried to influence him, it was utterly useless. In the end, it was Haruto who actively used his perception to enter the true sanctuary, Echidna's mental space. Here, Beatrice was finally reunited with her mother. Echidna, on the other hand, looked at Haruto with a deeply resentful gaze. Haruto merely sneered and said nothing. The details of their negotiations were not worth mentioning. Ultimately, as the Witch of Greed, Echidna's greatest desire was to know everything. And in her eyes, Haruto was an entire domain of the unknown. To uncover this mystery, Echidna was willing to pay any price. Thus, she signed a contract. And so, from the Re-Zero world, Haruto took away both the Witch of Greed, Echidna, and the Great Spirit, Beatrice. While in the sanctuary, Haruto also encountered the souls of the other witches. He collected them all. Their existence posed an extreme threat to the Re-Zero world. Moreover, witches were all eccentric in nature, making them walking time bombs. It was best to just pack them up and take them away. Later, inside the Forbidden Magic Hall, Haruto opened a portal and returned to the main world. As soon as Echidna arrived, she immediately ran off to study new knowledge. In the future, she would serve as the 4th 05 Council member. Meanwhile, Beatrice stuck closely to Haruto with a sulky expression. The two had already formed a contract. Throughout her long existence, Beatrice had imagined countless times what her contractor would be like. After all, they were meant to be the most important person to a spirit. Haruto fulfilled all her fantasies of the perfect contractor. He even reunited her with her deceased mother. But Beatrice still felt upset. Their meeting wasn't romantic at all, it was a mess. By the time Haruto left the SCP site, it was already dusk. Stretching his body, he rotated his neck slightly. Work was so exhausting. He really needed to retire soon. As he walked towards his apartment, a thought suddenly came to him. Speaking of which, where are Rem and Ram? The events in the Re-Zero world had been drastically altered. However, before the intervention of the Reincarnation Palace, Rem and Ram had already gone missing. There were no records of them anywhere in the world. The most likely explanation was that they had been devoured by the white whale. Yet, according to the kingdom's records, the last time the white whale appeared within the borders was many years ago. It had last been sighted when it devoured the previous Sword Saint. If Rem and Ram had truly been eaten by the white whale, there should have been records of the whale attacking the borders. But there were none. That was strange. Just as Haruto was pondering this mystery, he passed by the small park where his journey had begun. At that moment, two streaks of light shot across the night sky. They were falling directly toward the park. Haruto instinctively stepped forward and skillfully caught the two falling figures. Looking down, he realized they were two young girls. They wore adorable outfits resembling kimonos, one pink, one blue, with delicate and beautiful features. What stood out the most was the strange horn on the forehead of the blue-haired girl. Ah! So that's what happened. Feeling the faint pulse of energy within them, Haruto finally understood where Ram and Rem had gone. Their very existence seemed to be entangled with his fate, as if they were bound to him. Yes, it was fated entanglement. Judging by their appearances, they were still young. They must have been transported here from 100 years ago in the Re-Zero timeline, back when they still lived in the Ano village. Ram's horn was gone. That likely meant the village had already been attacked by the witch cult. Originally, in the main story, they were taken in by Roswell and became maids at his mansion. But due to distortions in the timeline, they had instead been transported away from the Re-Zero world by their entanglement with Haruto. That explained why there were no records of them in that world. A single fated entanglement. And I got 2 golden pulls. Nice. Haruto smirked. Rem and Ram were already trained as maids. Though Ram wasn't great at cooking and could only bake sweet potatoes. Rem, on the other hand, was an all-rounder. Looks like those 2 wishes he made for a little chef finally came true. As he pondered, the 2 girls slowly opened their eyes. Waking up, they immediately hugged each other in fear. Clearly, they hadn't recovered from the witch cult's attack. After confirming that they were both safe, they finally noticed Haruto. Ram. There's a scary uncle. Are we going to be eaten? Ram. The scary uncle looks dangerous. Let's run away. The 2 of them performed a synchronized skit. Haruto's forehead twitched with irritation. But after a moment, he sighed and gently ruffled their soft hair. They had just survived a life-and-death ordeal and lost all their loved ones. Scolding them now would be too heartless. Chapter 210, Replenishing Mana for Ram and Rem. After spending quite some time, Haruto finally managed to explain the situation to the two ghostly girls. However, judging from their expressions, they didn't seem to believe him. Ram and Rem huddled together, still warily watching Haruto. Fortunately, it was already dusk, and there were no passers-by in this small park. Otherwise, if someone saw this scene, they would probably call the police immediately. Ram, the scary big brother wants to kidnap us and eat us. Rem, the scary big brother wants to trick us and do something ox to us. The two little ones whispered warily to each other. Haruto's mouth twitched. But at that moment, Ram suddenly swayed unsteadily. Rem quickly reached out to support her sister. However, Ram soon lost consciousness and collapsed completely. Rem, who was already in a weakened state due to her dissipated horn, struggled to bear her sister's weight. The two of them wobbled, about to fall to the ground. Haruto quickly reached out and caught the two girls. Sister. Rem anxiously checked Ram's condition. At this moment, Ram's fair cheeks were flushed, and fine beads of sweat covered her forehead. As soon as Rem placed her hand on her sister's cheek, she felt an intense heat. Ram's expression was one of extreme pain, as if she were a drowning person desperately struggling to stay afloat. Why is sister like this? Her horn. Sister doesn't have her horn anymore, she's going to die. Rem suddenly realized the cause of Ram's condition, and her entire being began to break down. Ram and Rem's race was the extremely rare on a tribe in the Re-Zero world. Individuals of this race were born with two horns, which remained hidden most of the time but emerged during combat. A horn was the source of an Una's strength, the key organ for gathering and utilizing the magical essence in the air. Ram and Rem, as twin sisters, were different from Mother Una from birth. Each of them had only one horn. It was as if they were twin beings sharing a single pair of horns. Because of this, the two had suffered much discrimination within their tribe. It wasn't until Ram demonstrated an extraordinary level of talent and power that the murmurs and criticism finally subsided. However, during the attack on the Una village by the witch cult, Ram lost her horn while protecting Rem in battle. Una were different from humans. Without the organ that gathered magical essence, without their horn, an Una could not survive. For an Una, consuming mana was essential to their continued existence. And now, Ram's mana reserves were nearly depleted. Yet she no longer had a horn to absorb more mana. And without mana, Una cannot survive. Now, Ram's mana reserves were critically low. Without an immediate supply of mana, she might die. Please, save my sister. As long as you save her, I'll do anything. In her despair, Rem clung to Haruto as if he were the last lifeline she could grasp. She didn't know who this young man was. But Rem could faintly sense the vast ocean of mana within him. That power far exceeded even her sister's peak state. Hearing Ram's plea, Haruto suddenly felt a little awkward. Replenishing Ram's mana? If this were an adult Ram, Haruto would have no hesitation in offering his assistance. But right now, Ram was still in her childhood phase. Wouldn't that be a bit problematic? Seeing Haruto hesitate, Rem immediately tried to kneel. Haruto quickly reached out and stopped her. Shaking off the strange thoughts in his mind, he refocused. From his Camu space, he retrieved a capsule. He placed it into Ram's mouth. However, since Ram was deeply unconscious, she couldn't swallow it. Feeling troubled, Haruto turned his head and met Rem's teary, pleading gaze. With no other choice, Haruto retrieved a bottle of water from Camu space, took some into his mouth, and passed it to Ram. At last, Ram swallowed the capsule. The moment it went down, her body reacted. Tiny specks of light gathered at her forehead. A violent gust of wind swept through the area. The light slowly took the form of a horn. The wind swirled into a small tornado, howling throughout the small park. Rem stared in shock. Then, the specks of light shattered. A delicate horn, resembling bone yet as smooth as jade, appeared on Rem's forehead. Rem was overjoyed. Big Sis's horn. She had never heard of any method that could regenerate a severed Una horn. Haruto casually waved his hand, dispersing the raging winds. Ram's magic affinity was wind, and her talent was so strong that she had unintentionally caused this storm. In the original storyline, Ram had always seemed weak due to losing her horn. But now that this flaw had been repaired, her future strength would likely surpass imagination. After all, childhood Ram with a horn was already among the top 10 fighters in Re-Zero's world. As for how Haruto restored her horn, that capsule was SCP-500, the panacea. An anomalous drug that could cure all diseases and heal any physical defects. The SCP Foundation had previously tested it on beings from fictional worlds, confirming that it could restore non-human organs. As long as something was a physical injury or defect, SCP-500 could heal it. So naturally, Ram's missing horn was no exception. However, despite regaining her horn, Ram remained unconscious. Her horn had also retracted again, and though her expression no longer showed pain, she still had not awakened. Ram looked at Haruto in confusion. Haruto sighed in frustration. The main world was not like the Re-Zero world. While mana did exist in the air, it was nowhere near as dense as in Re-Zero's world. Even though Ram had regained her horn, gathering enough mana to function normally would take a very long time. Realizing this, Haruto suddenly became alert and turned toward Ram. He saw that the worried girl had not even noticed her own condition. Her steps were unsteady, and her body wobbled. Haruto rubbed his forehead and let out a deep sigh. The main world's mana levels were insufficient for two Ana girls' daily needs. If they stayed here, they would either have to sleep 20 hours a day and only be active for 4 or receive mana replenishment. Haruto explained the situation to Ram. Ram's face instantly turned bright red. She checked her condition and realized he was right. She wanted to ask if there was a way to return to the Re-Zero world. But then she remembered what happened before they left. The witch cult's attack had destroyed their village. She and her sister had nowhere to return to. Besides, 100 years had passed in that world. Even if they went back, there was no place left for them. Looking at Haruto, Ram finally made a decision. Big brother, can you take my sister and me in? I can do anything. Cooking, cleaning, weaving, farming, I guarantee we're worth it. She eagerly advertised herself. Because Ram was always so dazzling, Ram had felt inferior all her life. She always believed that her existence was a burden on Ram. If Ram had 2 horns, she would have been the greatest genius of their race. After realizing her own lack of talent, Ram focused on excelling at housework. She had been taking care of Ram since childhood. So by now, her maid skills were maxed out. Haruto patted her head. He admired this girl's perseverance. At the same time, he made a decision. Mana replenishment? So what if people called him a Lilicon? I walk a righteous path, and my heart is clear. I fear neither judgment nor slander. Somewhere, an old man from SCP-081 muttered, I feel the same. I am not alone in this path, mana replenishment process omitted. Don't ask. If you ask, it can't be broadcasted. When Ram finally woke up, she found herself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. A strange ceiling. The room she was in was well furnished, decorated with expensive and novel items. Compared to the Ana village, this was an entirely different world. Ram felt a bit uneasy. Luckily, her sister was at her side. Ram. She gently woke up the sleeping Ram, intending to ask what had happened. But the moment Ram woke up, she threw herself into Ram's arms. Big sis. You're finally awake. Ram froze, then embraced Ram in return. Meanwhile, outside the room, Humphrey. One maid was enough, and now he brings home 2? Haruto is too greedy. Toru pouted in jealousy. She could barely tolerate the other girls in the household. But now, Haruto had brought back 2 little maids. This was stealing her job. Chapter 211, The Red Sea Object and an exasperated Yukino. For you to share some of the burden, of course. Besides, this is also about inheritance. The way of the maid is a tradition, passed down from seniors to juniors. Just like how I taught Toru, and now Toru teaches them. This cycle continues, allowing the maid tradition to be preserved, just like the continuation of life itself. Haruto attempted to brainwash Toru with his words. And clearly, it worked exceptionally well. Originally sulking with jealousy, Toru immediately latched onto the phrase continuation of life and, quite obviously, misunderstood its meaning. The continuation of life between me and Haruto. Hee hee. Toru giggled foolishly as her imagination ran wild. At that moment, the door creaked open. The 2 Ana girls stepped out. Upon seeing Haruto, they bowed in unison, displaying none of the initial rejection they had shown before. Ana had a very peculiar trait. Normally, they were extremely averse to outsiders, regardless of the benefits offered. No matter how appealing the conditions, they would remain unmoved. However, once they acknowledged someone, their loyalty was unwavering to the point of being willing to devote everything to that person without hesitation. It seemed that the 2 Ana girls had already come to accept Haruto. After all, young Ana were quite trusting. With no place to call home, simply offering them shelter was enough to earn their loyalty. Haruto chuckled. You're awake. How do you feel? Any discomfort in your bodies? Ram and Rem shook their heads. Their bodies were brimming with magical essence, far more abundant than ever before. However, the moment they recalled the source of their current condition, their cheeks instantly flushed red. Seeing that they were unharmed, Haruto breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were fine, that was all that mattered. However, magic essence is thin in the main world. For you two to function normally, You'll need to replenish your magic on a monthly basis. If you experience intense battles in between, that replenishment cycle will shorten even further. Otherwise, you might collapse again. Hearing this, the Una girls' faces turned even redder. Are we replenish magic? Toru suddenly shouted. She threw her arms around Haruto. How can Haruto replenish magic for others? Toru wants it too. Haruto's mouth twitched. In a certain sense, if they were just comparing raw magical essence, Toru had even more than him. Replenish magic? Yeah, right. It was still uncertain who would be replenishing whom. Then why don't you take care of their magic replenishment in the future? Haruto suggested. Toru immediately shook her head. She was a proud dragon. Only Haruto was allowed to touch her. Haruto simply shrugged. Toru, cack. Afterward, Haruto took Rem, and Toru to the kitchen. Today's lesson: how to cook chicken. The dish: white cut chicken. Prepare the chicken, place it in boiling water for 2.5 minutes. Cough cough. Time passed. Summer quietly slipped away. Vacations always seemed to end too quickly. And soon, it was the start of a new school term. Once again, Haruto arrived at Sobya High. Inside the classroom, his classmates were buzzing with conversations, mostly about, where did you go during summer break? Did you watch the famous idol Hoshino Ai's concert? How many tricks did you learn in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball? Trivial but lively discussions. Clearly, the excitement of summer vacation hadn't faded yet. Haruto turned his head and noticed his seatmate, Yukino Shida, sitting there with dark circles under her eyes, looking utterly exhausted. I thought it was always the ox that gets exhausted, not the field that gets overworked. Haruto quipped. Yukino was momentarily stunned before she realized what he meant. Her face turned red with embarrassment and anger. If it were anyone else, she would have immediately struck them down with an Aikido move. But against Haruto, she could only chant in her mind, you can't beat him. You can't beat him. So, Yukino, what exactly did you do over the break to end up so worn out? As I recall, you have excellent genes. Even a couple of nights without sleep shouldn't have given you such noticeable dark circles. Haruto asked curiously. Yukino Shida rolled her eyes. Thanks to a certain unscrupulous employer dragging me into a certain unscrupulous organization, I ended up on a 7-day observation assignment. Haruto blinked. Then it clicked. Oh, so you were the one assigned to monitor the newly discovered containment object, the Red Sea Object, SCP-093? Yukino Shida weakly nodded. The so-called Red Sea Object was a blood-colored disk discovered in the Red Sea region of Africa. If left unheld, the disk would automatically seek out the nearest mirrored surface, shooting towards it at supersonic speeds before attaching itself to the mirror. Despite the high-speed impact, neither the Red Sea Object nor the mirror would sustain any damage. Once attached, the mirror would transform into a portal. A portal leading to a parallel world. Even if you were assigned to observe a containment object, there's no reason for you to go 7 days without rest. Observation tasks aren't that demanding. Haruto was a bit puzzled. Even for newly secured anomalies, observation and testing might be frequent, but not to the extent that Foundation personnel would be completely exhausted. Yukino sighed and simply nodded. The moment the Red Sea Object was mentioned, her expression was filled with regret and sorrow. Haruto quickly figured out the reason. The portal opened by the Red Sea Object led to another parallel world. A world tentatively referred to as the Unclean Land. As for why it was called that, the Unclean Land was similar to this world's Earth, but all life in that world had perished around the year 1953. The reason dated back to the 17th century of that world. He, a false god from the gaps between light and darkness, time and space, and the worlds he descended upon the earth of the Unclean Land. His first followers were granted a secretion from him, a substance known as the Tears of God. This substance transformed people into half-humanoid, decayed monstrosities known as the Unclean Ones. The Unclean Ones varied in size, some were as tall as 3- or 4-story buildings, while others reached heights of over 10 stories. Their entire bodies were pale. They had no lower halves, their torsos ended abruptly at the chest. To move, they used their arms, crawling across the land ceaselessly, traversing every inch of the world. The Unclean Ones came to dominate the entire parallel Earth. It was, in every sense, an apocalypse. It was easy to guess why Yukino Shida had pushed herself through a 7-day-long observation mission. She had been searching for survivors in the Unclean Land. Even if there was only one person left, she wanted to save them. But unfortunately, based on all observed data so far, humanity in the Unclean Land was completely extinct. This conclusion made her efforts seem futile and likely filled her with deep sorrow. Ever since coming into contact with the Red Sea Object, images of that ruined world had constantly replayed in Yukino Shida's mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that those creatures, the Unclean Ones, seemed to be suffering. There was no logical basis for this feeling. After all, research on the Red Sea object was still in the observation phase, and no physical contact experiments had been conducted. And from all observational data, there was no reason to support such a theory. Yet every time she thought back on it, Yuki no Shita couldn't help but grieve for them. As she lost herself in thought, she suddenly felt pressure against her temple. A cool, soothing touch. The perfect amount of pressure, bringing immense comfort. The exhaustion from the past 7 days, along with her mental anguish, seemed to fade away. It felt too good. Unconsciously, Yuki no Shita closed her eyes and simply enjoyed the sensation. She didn't know how much time had passed. A sharp ringing suddenly woke her up. Although I have no objections to romance, please refrain from such behavior in class. Hiratsuka Shizuka's voice was filled with exasperation. Yuki no Shita's eyes flew open. She saw Haruto retracting his hand. In that instant, she understood what that cooling sensation had been. A faint blush spread across her cheeks as she adjusted her posture, suddenly feeling too embarrassed to look at Hiratsuka. As she recalled the experience just moments ago, that comfort and relaxation had almost completely erased her exhaustion. And more than that, the worry she had been dwelling on seemed to have loosened, if only for the moment. Seemingly unintentionally, she cast a sideways glance. Looking at Haruto's profile, a strange feeling welled up in Yuki no Shita's heart. She had always been at the mercy of this boy, constantly teased and exploited. And yet, even though this was just a small gesture of kindness, it sent ripples through her heart. Time passed. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. It was only then that Yuki no Shita realized she had completely spaced out for an entire lesson. For the first time in her life, she had been careless in her studies. Thank you. Yukino's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Haruto simply smiled. Feeling better? Yukino nodded. After a brief pause, she quietly asked again, would you consider joining the service club? Every teenager wants to spend more time with the person they find special. And joining the same club was the perfect way to do so. Even though she had been rejected once before, Yukino felt that Haruto had changed. He had become gentler. However, absolutely not. She was met with a cold and firm rejection. This left Yukino feeling utterly frustrated. Chapter 212, Let Your Sister Raise a Cat? Fingers rhythmically tapped against the desk. Haruto ignored the icy gaze beside him, one sharp enough to kill, as he pondered over the Red Sea object, SCP-093. A portal to a parallel dimension. On the other side lay an Earth that had already undergone an apocalypse. Haruto's stance on the Red Sea object was clear: eliminate it. Exploring a post-apocalyptic world was dangerous and irrational. The O5 Council's vote stood at 2-1-1. 2 votes in favor of termination, 1 against, and 1 abstention, arguing that the current intelligence was insufficient to make a judgment. Thus, the Foundation decided to conduct periodic observation and experiments on the Red Sea object. If no new evidence proved its benefits to the main world and humanity, it would be terminated, destroyed. Haruto had seen that unclean land and the unclean beings that crawled upon it. In truth, he and Yukino felt the same way. One could sense the suffering emanating from those creatures. For those abominations, death was, in a way, a form of release. Pushing these thoughts aside for now, Haruto decided to leave the experiments to the Foundation. The day's classes passed quickly. During the final self-study period, Shizuka Hiratsuka entered the classroom, once again carrying a stack of documents. Just like last semester, there are 2 forms, one for the school festival promotion, the other for the exchange student program. You all should be familiar with this process by now. Fill them out as you see fit and submit them. I won't go over it again. Upon hearing this, many students turned their eyes toward Haruto. Sobuhai had only ever had 2 exchange students, Yukino and Haruto. And they had been sent to Hueco Private Academy and Shuchian Academy, respectively. Both had seemingly done well there. Some students began seriously considering giving it a try. Noticing this, Shizuka Hiratsuka's expression visibly darkened. Don't just look at others, consider your own situation before making a decision. What works for them might not work for you. Her words had some effect. But not entirely. After all, they were teenagers in their prime. Most wouldn't listen to reason. Shizuka Hiratsuka helplessly turned to Haruto. If these students went for the exchange program, next semester would not be kind to them. Going to Shuchian was one thing, they'd simply get crushed academically. But going to Hueco, they might not even have their bones left intact. Haruto understood Shizuka's silent plea and raised his hand. She immediately signaled for him to speak. Standing up, Haruto scanned the classroom and cleared his throat before saying, "It seems like many of you are interested in the exchange program. Conveniently, Yukino and I just returned from our exchange last semester. We experienced Shuchian and Hueco firsthand. If you're interested, feel free to ask us about the details. We've even prepared a small test to help determine whether you're suited for the exchange program. Yukino? What small test? Since when? Why was she being dragged into this? Just as Yukino was about to glare at him, Haruto slid a note toward her. She picked it up and read it. Help me out, and I'll make sure your sister lets you have a cat. Her eyes widened instantly, shining with excitement. As an extreme cat lover, Yukino's love for cats went beyond the average person's imagination. Unfortunately, due to family traditions, the Yukino-shita household upheld a sense of decorum and did not allow pets. Maybe they were afraid of cat hair shedding? So whenever her cat cravings hit, Yukino had to go to pet stores just to pet some. But with heavy academics, strict family rules, and now foundation responsibilities, she barely had time for even that. Haruto's offer was simply too tempting to refuse. And so, the self-study period turned into a testing session. Long lines formed at both Haruto and Yukino's desks. Shizuka Hiratsuka folded her arms and stood behind Haruto, curious to see what kind of test he had prepared. Then, she saw him pull out a fresh deck of playing cards from his pocket. Blackjack. If you win, you're fit for Hueco, Haruto said with a devilish grin. And so, for the next period, Haruto acted as the dealer, and every round, his hand miraculously totaled 21 points. Due to the house advantage, this ensured he never lost. No matter how the students shuffled or cut the deck, or even if Haruto wasn't allowed to touch the cards at all, he always ended up with 21. Students surrounded him, watching closely, yet no one could spot any trickery. Eventually, every aspiring Hueco student wore an expression of pure disbelief and completely abandoned the idea. Shizuka Hiratsuka watched, inwardly amazed. She could only think as expected of the boy who had bested the 100 devouring family student council president. That level of gambling skill. Well, actually, she wasn't sure if this even counted as gambling skills anymore. It felt more like magic disguised as a game of chance. Meanwhile, Yukino's test was even simpler. Is your family's assets counted in billions? Are your parents high-ranking government officials or executives in a major financial group? Do you have relatives holding positions at or above the bureau level? Just 3 questions, and the students were already dumbfounded. If they failed even one, sorry, but you're not suited for Shuchian Academy. With both tests crushing their hopes, the class quickly reassessed their reality. I'm just a small fry, I should know my place. And so, like previous years, the exchange program applications were discarded and sold as scrap paper. Satisfied, Shizuka Hiratsuka returned to the podium. Thank you to both students for their assistance. Don't feel discouraged. Those of you interested in performing at the school festival, please fill out the application forms instead. The class collectively twitched at her words. What kind of consolation was that? Wasn't she just telling them to give up and go home? Still, they begrudgingly picked up the forms and started filling them out. At that moment, Shizuka Hiratsuka turned to Haruto again. As always, our genius student has received 2 invitations. Which school are you attending this time? The students, MMP. Haruto blinked, confused. By now, Hueco was under Jabami Yumiko's control, with Kairari Momobami off somewhere chasing thrills within the 100 devouring families. But regardless of who was in charge, why would they still be trying to transfer him back? That entire school already belonged to him. As for Shuchian, nothing had changed. Shinomiya Kaguya was still student council president. But hadn't she already joined the foundation? What reason was there for them to invite him back? Haruto was confused. I'll go to Shuchian. Ultimately, out of curiosity, Haruto decided to check out Shuchian. Hiratsuka nodded with visible reluctance. This was her student. And yet, she'd only seen him in class for a few days across 2 semesters. Unacceptable. Meanwhile, the rest of the class had long since gone numb to this. Yukino nudged Haruto, lowering her voice. Why are you going to Shuchian? To mess with noble ladies? Haruto's lips twitched. What do you mean mess with? I'm just going there as a normal exchange student to experience school life. Besides, speaking of noble ladies, Yukino, don't you count as one too? Are you referring to yourself? Yukino. The girl turned away, flustered. Then, as if remembering something, she whispered, don't forget your promise. Talk to her. Seeing her attitude, Haruto feigned ignorance. Huh? Who? Yukino turned back angrily. You promised. Haruto still played dumb. So, who exactly? Through clenched teeth, Yukino spat out Yukino Shide Haruno. Ah, your sister? What a distant way to address her, Haruto teased with a grin. Yukino puffed out her cheeks, resisting the urge to bite him. Why was this guy always so infuriating? After school, keeping his promise, Haruto sought out Haruno. Haruno was one of the earliest to pass the Foundation's tests and join. but her current rank remained low. Seeing Haruto approach, Haruno looked both surprised and confused. What brings the great president here? Can you let your sister keep a cat? Haruno? Chapter 213, Containment Breach, Can't You Just Read the Bible? After working at the Foundation for some time, Haruno had fully realized the extent of the power and authority this organization wielded, an entity that transcended worldly matters and even stood above the entire world. In Haruno's view, the only reason the Foundation hadn't become a global dictatorship was because of the moral character of its true rulers, the O5 Council, or rather, the President himself. And today, being suddenly summoned by the President left Haruno feeling quite nervous. But in the end, this was it? President, is this some kind of secret code? Haruno hesitantly asked. However, Haruto simply shook his head in confusion. Letting out a long sigh, Haruno finally relaxed, no longer keeping her body tense as she sat on a nearby chair. Why is the president so concerned about my sister's affairs? Haruno asked curiously. After all, one of the main reasons she had joined the Foundation was because Yukino was already a part of it. As an ultimate Siscon, Haruno wanted to do everything in her power to protect her little sister. Yet, despite having been in the Foundation for so long, she still hadn't figured out the exact reason why Yukino had joined. Any records regarding her recruitment required level 3 security clearance to access. As for directly asking Yukino, knowing her sister's personality, Haruno figured she wouldn't answer her anyway. Come to think of it, Yukino's joining seemed to have a lot to do with the president sitting before her. Haruto sighed helplessly. It's just because I made a promise, so I came by to fulfill it. He casually recounted the events that had taken place in class. After listening, Haruno showed a look of surprise. She stared at Haruto for a long time. With your abilities, President, something this trivial should be solvable with just a snap of your fingers, right? Why bother making a promise, and then waste your time coming to this site just to talk to a lowly C-class administrator like me? Given Haruto's capabilities, achieving his goal would only require the slightest use of his abilities. Honestly, why was the president of the SCP Foundation even going to school? There couldn't possibly be anything left for him to learn. But Haruto simply shook his head. The Foundation strictly prohibits the use of anomalous properties on people without cause, especially those that endanger physical safety or influence cognition. Haruno couldn't help but click her tongue. You really are strict with yourself, President. Maybe. Haruto sighed. Don't let my usual demeanor fool you, I actually enjoy a normal daily life. If I didn't have to, I wouldn't be running around all the time. Being a simple, pure-hearted high school boy isn't so bad. Speaking of which, your sister, Yukino, joined the Foundation under similar circumstances. She had no choice. Haruno had initially been feeling a bit sentimental, but upon hearing about Yukino, her interest immediately piqued. Her mind was racing with thoughts. Could it be that Yukino had some tragic backstory that forced her to join? But when she heard the truth from Haruto, Haruno was completely dumbfounded. So it turned out that her sister had just been plain unlucky. First, she stumbled upon a ghoul containment site and had her memory wiped with a Class D amnestic. Then, she got caught in a mimetic anomaly outbreak. She had encountered so many anomalies that she was developing a resistance to memory wipes. Eventually, she ended up joining the Foundation. After a long silence, Haruno suddenly laughed. I thought it was going to be some dark, twisted story. Yukino really is unlucky, huh? I thought you'd be devastated or furious. Haruto raised an eyebrow. Haruno, however, tilted her head. Eh? Why? Haruto almost wanted to say, isn't it obvious? Because you're, but since that statement would have been way too offensive, he held his tongue. Yet Haruno simply pointed to herself and said, because I'm a textbook example of an ultimate Siscon? Haruto was momentarily at a loss for words before deciding to just nod. Well, if she admitted it herself, then there was nothing more to say. Haruno continued to smile brightly. This young man was different from anyone she had ever met before. With him, Haruno felt like she didn't have to put on an act or maintain a facade in social interactions. For the first time, she was able to have an open conversation without wearing a mask. By the way, what would you have done if I had refused to cooperate? If you couldn't fulfill your promise, President? Haruno asked curiously. Haruto sighed, rubbing his forehead. I probably would have gone to your mother. I'm sure I could convince her. Haruno chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. No need, no need. I'll pick out a cat for Yukino myself, gotta increase my favorability score with her. As for my mother, I'll explain it to her. With you as my backing, there shouldn't be any issues. Haruto's lips twitched. Did you really just say increase favorability score like it's a game? Haruno shrugged. Well, I am a Siscon. After fulfilling his promise, Haruto left the site. Not long after, He received a message from a newly added contact, Haruno Yuki no Shida. It was a selfie. She was holding a pure white Persian cat in her arms, smiling sweetly at the camera. Come to think of it, had this older sister been hogging all of her little sister's nutrients? The difference in development between the two was on a whole other level. Truly, an unfair weight distribution. The Persian cat in her arms looked weak and helpless compared to those two enormous mounds. Haruto simply sent a thumbs up emoji in response. Moments later, Yukino sent a message of thanks. It was clear that she had received the cat. As an ultimate cat lover, owning a cat was the highest reward imaginable for her. Haruto chuckled and thought nothing of it. Just as he was about to put his phone away, a message from the Foundation came through. Haruto opened it, scanned the contents, and immediately furrowed his brows. A rural Foundation site had been attacked. The site had been damaged, leading to a containment breach. Given that this was a non-urban site, the anomalies housed there were naturally of high threat levels. If even one anomaly escaped, it could trigger a mass containment breach. Haruto recalled the entities stored there. The Immortal Lizard, SCP-682, and the Shy Guy, SCP-096, were both contained at this site. In other words, by the time Haruto arrived, the site had already begun repairs in an orderly manner. Most of the escaped anomalies had been recaptured and recontained. The attackers had primarily engaged in suicide attacks, many of them executed themselves before the Foundation even had to intervene. This site housed a permanently stationed Nine-Tailed Fox task force. Additionally, MTF Demon Slayer was stationed nearby and had arrived on the scene almost immediately. As a result, the initial containment breach was quickly suppressed. The repairs proceeded rapidly. Within 2 hours, the site had moved on to cataloging contained entities and reviewing attack records. Haruto entered the surveillance room to review footage of the attack. On screen, the site was calm, operating as usual. In the light containment zone, within a certain containment chamber, a humanoid entity with 20 tentacles sprouting from its back was engaging in daily activities. Yes, it was Cthulhu Fusikoff. SCP-2662. Cthulhu was casually eating breakfast while reading the newspaper. Shortly after, a security guard and a researcher entered the containment chamber, carrying a small pig. Cthulhu, do you need something? The researcher, gazing at Cthulhu, gradually descended into madness. Oh, my lord. Please accept this pure and innocent piglet, freshly orphaned from its slaughtered parents. May its lost soul nourish you. Then, right in front of Cthulhu, the researcher castrated the pig and placed its severed genitalia into the entity's breakfast. Cthulhu, no thanks. I'm full. You should go home. Your, lord appreciates your offering. Cthulhu tried to return to reading his newspaper. The researcher slit the pig's throat, splattering blood all over the newspaper. Cthulhu, what the hell, man? Can't you just read the Bible or something? Do you really need to do this? Cthulhu put down the newspaper and attempted to convert the researcher to Christianity. The security guard promptly shot the researcher in the head, then began eating her corpse. Cthulhu ran to the restroom and started vomiting. Nine-Tailed Fox Task Force arrived and detained both the security guard and the researcher's body. Chapter 214, Tracing the Source of the Chaos, The War Begins. As previously mentioned, every Toward Him member operated at Cognition Level 1. Cognition Level 1. These people barely thought about anything on a daily basis. To reach the so-called Cognition Level 1, one's mind had to be extremely single-minded and completely inflexible, only then could they fall under Cthulhu's influence. Thus from their memories, Haruto found nothing but worthless garbage, devoid of any useful information. However, in order to track down the real culprits behind the attack, Haruto had no choice but to keep searching. The torment of doing so, how could it be described? Imagine being tied to a chair, your eyelids forcibly pried open, and being forced to watch the top 100 worst-rated films on an endless loop. If anyone thought that was easy, go ahead and watch Plan 9 from Outer Space 3 times in a row. It was the equivalent of an intellectual insult, an assault on one's cognition, and a lobotomy for the brain. Fortunately, effort always pays off. After an exhaustive search, Haruto finally uncovered some valuable information. Just as expected, Toward Him did not have the power to carry out the site attack on their own. These lunatics had been gathering for a long time. Otherwise, their numbers wouldn't have been so overwhelming. Initially, these members had just been roaming around, performing all sorts of blasphemous, insane rituals that would make even a mad god cringe. Many among them were eager to find their lord and offer themselves as sacrifices. But there was zero information about their so-called lord. Then, one day, a few individuals suddenly joined Toward Him. They claimed to be believers of the same lord. But it was obvious they weren't. From the memory fragments, Haruto could clearly see that these newcomers didn't have the same vacant, mindless gaze as the rest. While toward him members were indulging in delirious madness, these newcomers were barely holding back their disgust. After infiltrating the group, one day, these newcomers suddenly declared that they had found the Lord's location. They claimed our Lord is imprisoned by mere mortals. We must rescue him. With that, the location of the Foundation site was exposed toward him. Unfortunately, among this group of lunatics, there happened to be a security guard working at a chemical plant. That very night this security guard summoned other toward him members, slaughtered his fellow guards, and broke into the plant, stealing a massive amount of C4 explosives. And that was how this attack came to be. As for the two individuals who had infiltrated the site as security and research personnel, their information had been altered from within the Foundation itself. Someone had manually entered their profiles into the system, giving them C-class clearance. The Foundation's internal logs were reviewed and, just like what happened during the Immortal Lizard incident, the Foundation's central server had automatically unlocked itself, bypassed its security locks, and recorded their identities. These two individuals were both toward him fanatics. Their sole purpose was to self-destruct, drawing MTF Nine-Tailed Fox's attention, and using the explosion to signal their allies. Under normal circumstances, a suicidal mission like this would be unthinkable. But unfortunately, toward him members were all insane. To them, completing this mission was a blessing. At the very least, it would allow them to glimpse their lord before dying. As for who hacked into the site and modified the records, the memories contain no clues. And so, the attack on the site unfolded. Those few infiltrators with actual intelligence, they had already fled unnoticed the moment the attack began, leaving behind only toward him's cannon fodder. Trying to use toward him as cover? Taking the Foundation for fools? Haruto sneered coldly. He didn't have to wait long. A lead surfaced. But it wasn't from the global purge. Instead, the global spatial disturbance detector picked up a reaction. The location? Africa. Without hesitation, Haruto led two mobile task forces straight to the source. This mission's objective is to execute or capture all members of the attacking organization and successfully recover 3 containment objects. Additionally, the opposing group may have control over unknown anomalies. Their properties are unclear, and on-the-spot judgment will be required. One known anomaly is unobservable, produces high-heeled footsteps when moving, and can unlock high-level containment doors. However, the containment priority for this anomaly ranks below the clockwork virus. Containment priority must be observed. This is a mission that must succeed. Haruto stood before the two mobile task forces and addressed them. The two units were Wings of Freedom and Black Ball. In terms of combat capability, these two were the strongest. As he spoke, the team had already arrived at the target location. In the sky, a hatch suddenly appeared. Haruto pulled it open. Below lay Africa. This was a Black Ball flying vehicle, capable of reaching Mach 30 and equipped with stealth technology. Without hesitation, Haruto was the first to leap out. The two mobile task forces followed suit, diving from 10,000 meters above. No parachutes. They would land directly. And they couldn't make a sound. Under Haruto's deliberate acceleration, the descent lasted only an instant. Upon landing, only a faint cloud of dust rose, without a single sound. Behind him, one Crimson Squad and one Black Squad landed as well. According to the detector, the fluctuation's origin was right ahead. What lay before them was a dense jungle. A complex terrain, clearly chosen to delay and hide. However, clear it. Civilians have been evacuated. We'll restore the terrain afterward. Haruto ordered. Black Ball operatives stepped forward and drew sleek, black long-barreled firearms from their waists. They aimed at the jungle. The next moment, crimson beams of energy swept forward. Like a pillar, the laser raked across the dense vegetation. Massive trees were instantly severed at their bases. All surrounding undergrowth was incinerated into ash. What had been a dense jungle was reduced to a blazing wasteland in mere moments. Yet, something remained standing. Deeper in the jungle, a bizarre structure had withstood the onslaught. A strange metallic building, adorned with countless slowly grinding gears. It looked like an abandoned warehouse, but its construction was disturbingly warped, filled with uneven slopes and recesses. Seeing this, Su increased the laser output. She even prepared the heavy gravity gun to flatten the structure entirely. But Haruto raised a hand to stop her. Narrowing his eyes, Haruto scrutinized the building. Attention, Mobile Task Force Containment Object detected. Confirmed as Clockwork Virus. Full armor deployment. Avoid physical contact. The host bodies of Clockwork Virus can be completely annihilated. Leave just a single part behind. Prepare for battle. Following Haruto's command, both squads entered full combat mode, their suits sealing tightly with no gaps. And then, the bizarre structure began to change. The warehouse started breaking apart. Gears disassembled, scattering into individual components. In the next moment, dozens of humanoid figures, each bearing metallic wings, emerged into the sky. That warehouse had been a congregation of mechanical angels, SCP-217-1. They emitted eerie mechanical sounds, speech of some kind. But unlike before, their words were no longer comprehensible. Clearly, they had been corrupted not only by the clockwork virus but also by Broken Tongue. At that moment, Wings of Freedom launched their attack. They no longer used old grappling-based ODM gear, instead, they had upgraded to true 3D maneuvering systems. These former Survey Corps soldiers displayed terrifying mobility and lethality. Crimson Blade sliced through the sky, instantly reducing multiple mechanical angels to fragments. Meanwhile, Black Ball unleashed a full-scale bombardment. Their mastery of energy weaponry was near perfection. Despite the chaotic battlefield, their energy blasts effortlessly avoided Wings of Freedom members, striking only the mechanical angels. Against a regular army, these mechanical angels could have easily wiped out several divisions. Missiles and artillery wouldn't have been able to destroy them completely. And their metallic shells would have only provided them sustenance. But against mobile task forces? They were nothing but prey. Had it not been for the abundance of scrap metal in the area, they would have been wiped out in seconds. Amidst the chaos, Haruto strode forward. Ignoring everything, he walked directly toward the center of the former warehouse. Chapter 215, The Church of the Broken God and the Moment of Ascension. Ignoring the battle raging above, Haruto walked straight into the area surrounded by countless mechanical angels. At the center of this mass of mechanical components lay a mirror with a red disc attached to it. The disc was inscribed with numerous strange symbols, ancient and mysterious in appearance. It was the Red Sea Object, SCP-093. At that moment, the Red Sea Object was in an activated state due to its contact with the mirror. However, instead of reflecting the apocalyptic scene unfolding in the sky, the mirror displayed a gray, misty world. This was the world of the Unclean Land. The previously detected spatial fluctuations were likely caused by someone using the Red Sea Object to travel to the Unclean Land. It was a rather smart decision. Even if they possessed multiple anomalies, including the highly dangerous clockwork virus, which could rapidly create high-threat combat units. Causing any major disturbance in the main world would be tantamount to suicide. If an anomaly outbreak occurred, the Foundation would pinpoint its location in mere minutes. Even if Haruto didn't act, the sheer strength of the Foundation, just the forces stationed in Africa alone, was far beyond what this small organization could handle. But on the other side of the Red Sea Object, the world was nearly identical to Earth's 20th century. Except, there were no humans, only terrifying unclean ones. Still, compared to the Foundation, even the unclean ones could be considered cute. Trying to gather power in the Unclean Land was a solid strategy. Unfortunately, the Foundation detected the spatial fluctuations. At this moment, all Haruto had to do was remove the Red Sea Object from the mirror. The group that had traveled to the Unclean Land would be trapped there. Unless they could find another Red Sea Object on the other side. But Haruto didn't do that. He was rather curious, since when did a supernatural organization emerge in the main world? And why were they bold enough to provoke the Foundation? Without hesitation, Haruto stepped forward and entered the gray, misty reflection in the mirror. His figure twisted and vanished into the Unclean Land. Several mechanical angels noticed this and attempted to stop him. Metallic gears, packed with immense kinetic energy, were launched at Haruto. But before they could reach him, energy bullets intercepted and obliterated them midair. You tin cans better behave and accept containment, or I'll make sure you taste pain, even if you're just piles of scrap metal. SUU bellowed. The rest of the Black Ball Mobile Task Force sighed but understood her reaction. After all, Chansu had recently been punished with Tomoe cognitive training. That was a nightmare-level experience. Even after undergoing memory cleansing procedures, remnants of the trauma still lingered, a terrifying ordeal, to say the least. Sosha's venting at this moment was perfectly understandable to her teammates. By now, half of the mechanical angels had been eliminated. Even though they could endlessly regenerate by reassembling themselves from metal debris. The relentless attacks from Black Ball and Wings of Freedom were rapidly depleting the available metal components. Before long, all the mechanical angels were annihilated. The task force recovered a single gear that still emitted an energy signature. Then, they proceeded to completely eradicate all metal objects within a 3-mile radius using energy annihilation. The operation was complete. Black Ball and Wings of Freedom stood in front of the mirror with the Red Sea Object still attached to it. So, should we go in and check it out? SUU asked curiously. Oka and Levi both shook their heads. Our task as a mobile task force is to execute the organization's elimination and retrieve the anomalies in this world. The other side of the Red Sea Object is outside our operational jurisdiction. We should remain here and await further orders. Oka stated firmly. Levi held the same opinion. This was Haruto's command, and Levi regarded it with the same weight as Erwin's orders. Besides, Levi had to admit that Guy was far, far stronger than himself. Naturally, there was no reason not to trust one's comrades and believe in one's own strength. On the other side of the mirror, a world shrouded in gray. It was as if this place was perpetually trapped in a dense and oppressive smog, with the sky obscured and no bright sunlight to be seen. Despite the smog not significantly reducing visibility, the atmosphere carried an overwhelming sense of suffocation. In the distance, a deep grinding sound echoed, like something massive being dragged across the ground. Haruto's first impression upon arriving in this world was that everything here was utterly dreadful. A pair of black wings sprouted from his back. With a single flap, the mist covering the surrounding hundreds of meters was blown away. Haruto ascended into the sky, his gaze sweeping over this world. In the distance, massive unclean ones were crawling toward him, seemingly regarding him as their target. Haruto's eyes glowed with a brilliant spectrum of rainbow colors. Through his mystic eyes, he saw countless death lines covering the approaching unclean ones. There was no need for a precise count, there were easily more than tens of thousands. Haruto recalled the historical records of the unclean land. He had descended upon this world, bestowing the tears of God upon humanity, without caring whether they accepted it or not. Then, the unclean ones came to rule this land. The Foundation's hypothesis was that these unclean ones were once humans, transformed into monsters by the so-called tears of God. Now, seeing them up close, it was clear the theory was correct. However, rather than individuals, they were a grotesque fusion of tens of thousands of humans merged into a single unclean one. Now that he was physically present in this world, with no barriers separating him from it, Haruto could hear their agonized wails clearly. For those who made up the unclean ones, they retained their awareness and consciousness, yet remained eternally trapped in the agony of being devoured. For them, pain was eternal. Just like how the unclean ones never rested, endlessly crawling across the land for eternity. Though Haruto was not a saint, witnessing such suffering made it impossible to turn a blind eye. Thus I'll grant you release. Haruto approached an unclean one, roughly 7 or 8 stories tall, as his black wings spread wide. The unclean one lifted an arm, reaching toward the airborne Haruto. It was unclear whether it sought to seize him, or was pleading for something. In the next moment, Haruto's black wings completely enveloped the unclean one. With a powerful sweep of his wings, countless feathers slashed across the unclean one's body. A series of crisp, shattering sounds rang out. In Haruto's vision, numerous death lines were struck with absolute precision. The next instant, the massive unclean one collapsed, disintegrating into a cloud of gray-white dust. As the death lines were severed, Haruto seemed to hear countless voices: "Thank you for your mercy. Ah, the sweet embrace of death. This is the greatest gift." Haruto paid them no mind, merely retracting his wings before turning his gaze toward the distance. From the west, a rumbling tremor resounded, like the awakening roar of a colossal beast. Thick swathes of gray-white fog were being violently pushed aside. It seemed Haruto wouldn't need to waste time searching for his next target. Glancing at the other unclean one still crawling toward him, Haruto silently apologized. He had something more urgent to take care of first. With a powerful flap of his wings, Haruto shot toward the western horizon like a black comet. Only after he had departed did the air ripple with countless shockwaves, producing deafening sonic booms. Within moments, Haruto arrived at the scene. This was the location corresponding to the central district of La Paz within the unclean land. This world had already undergone the Second Industrial Revolution and was currently in a period of ruthless industrial expansion. Despite being ravaged by the unclean ones, the skyline remained dotted with towering metal structures and countless chimneys. If humanity had not been wiped out, this place would likely have been filled with thick, black smoke. Since the humans of this unclean land had almost completely vanished overnight and their new rulers, the unclean ones, had no interest in human artifacts and materials, a vast number of industrial goods remained untouched, piled up in the city's many factories. But now, looking across the city at its very center stood something even more massive, terrifying, and indescribable than the unclean ones. It was a mechanical entity, or rather, it was pure machinery itself. Haruto's gaze swept across the mechanical entity and soon located several humans nearby. Many were wounded, struck by flying debris, shattered stone and broken glass hurled by the colossal mechanical structure. Some had even been caught within the machinery itself, becoming one with it. Haruto did not act rashly. Through his mystic eyes of death perception, he observed that the death lines on the massive machine were still in a fractured state. Descending from the sky, Haruto swiftly grabbed a nearby human. She was dressed in an unusual uniform, a gear-shaped emblem pinned to her chest, with intricate mechanical engravings woven into her long coat. Even when captured by Haruto, she continued to gaze upon the massive mechanical entity, her eyes filled with reverence and devotion. Then Haruto devoured her. In the end, she became nourishment for the blacklight virus. Moments later, Her memories surfaced in Haruto's mind. New terms flooded his consciousness: Church of the Broken God, Ascension to Godhood. Chapter 216, The Broken God and the Unclean Lands Deity. When one develops enough interest in machinery to the point of obsession, combined with significant talent, a certain name will inevitably surface in their mind. Its name is the Broken God. Perhaps the Broken God was not its original name but rather a reflection of its current state. In an infinite number of worlds and an endless multiverse, there exists a metaphysical, transcendent entity. It is the sum of machinery, knowledge, order, and reason, a great being. But for some unknown reason, it was shattered and completely fell. For such a metaphysical existence, the concept of death may not truly apply. After all, death itself is merely another conceptual existence. Yet, in a way that humans can't understand, it died. Its body shattered into countless fragments, each carrying a portion of its authority, and fell into different worlds. Her name was Joyce Denise, though that wasn't particularly important. Denise was originally a mechanical engineering professor at Oxford University, possessing exceptional talent and an obsession with the study of machinery. One day, during her research, she seemed to receive a divine revelation. The concept of the Broken God flooded into her mind. At that moment, Denise became a devout follower of the Broken God. Later, within the academic community, she gradually discovered others who had also received guidance from the Broken God. She was eventually led to join the Church of the Broken God. At first, it was merely an academic organization. Until someone discovered an object. It was a small brass furnace containing a black steel pen inside. This brass furnace had an odd shape, resembling a beating heart, and it continuously attracted surrounding metallic objects. Any metal drawn toward the furnace would be assimilated and become part of it. Upon discovering this artifact, the followers of the Broken God's church became ecstatic. Denise, like the others, believed that this was a part of the Broken God, specifically, its heart, SCP-882. If they had found the heart of God, then surely, the other body parts of the Broken God must also exist in this world. Thus, the followers of the Broken God began searching for other divine remains. However, they found nothing. Until a certain group appeared. They called themselves the Church of the Second High Thoth, Chaotic Splitters. They claimed that the reason the Broken God's church could not locate the other divine remains was because a terrifying, authoritarian organization stood in their way. This organization, known as the Foundation, did not permit the masses to know of the great being. They kept the people ignorant and enslaved them. And the remaining parts of the Broken God were in the Foundation's control. With the help of the Chaotic Splitters, the Church of the Broken God eventually obtained other artifacts, including the Mechanization Virus, SCP-217, the Blood of God, the Broken Tongue, SCP-1139, the Language of God, parts of Mr. Brass, SCP-629, the Muscles of God along with her broken heart, SCP-882. The followers of the Broken God transported these anomalous artifacts to another world, one free of the Foundation's influence. There, they assembled the pieces together in an attempt to restore their deity. The Church of the Broken God called this event Ascension. In the heart of La Paz, within the Unclean Land, a massive mechanical entity had been assembled. And it seemed to have truly come to life. Denise described it as follows: "You don't need to speak with it, just approaching the mechanical entity will flood your mind with images and concepts, the true words of God. Knowledge is generously bestowed upon all believers, knowledge that humanity could never have grasped on its own. Ah, to hear the way in the morning and die content in the evening." However, a closer analysis of Denise's words revealed that these images and concepts were, in reality, meaningless. They couldn't be classified as knowledge, for they did nothing to advance technology or scientific progress. They were merely images and concepts, nothing more. And soon, things spiraled beyond the control of the Church of the Broken God. The assembled mechanical entity 001, it grew stronger by the day, devouring every metal object in its surroundings and assimilating them into itself. It was insatiable, so much so that it even consumed its own place of origin. The devout believers of the Church, naturally, could not reason with the God they worshipped. As a result, some of them were devoured by their own deity, becoming a part of it. Unfortunately, the Church of the Broken God was not like the cult of the Scarlet King. They could not perceive this event as an ultimate honor or celebrate it. Some within the Church might have desired to join the so-called glorious evolution, but even they would rather receive the gift of divine blood than become a mere fragment of their God. This was the information Haruto extracted from Denise's memories. He let out a sigh. Haruto found it somewhat ironic. The Church of the Broken God was composed of highly educated intellectuals. They naturally understood how to evade conventional surveillance, carefully concealing their secret religious organization. The Broken God only existed within their shared knowledge, it had never been uploaded onto the internet. Thus, the Foundation had failed to detect this anomalous cult. And then, Some opportunists had taken advantage of the situation. But the chaotic splitters? What exactly were they? Now, however, was not the time to dwell on such questions. Mechanical Entity 001 had begun its journey. It had consumed vast quantities of material, shaping its own body. It resembled a vertical pod, akin to a human spine and ribcage, somewhat like an incomplete form of Susanoo. It charged toward the mountains of La Paz, shattering them upon impact. Slow and cumbersome, yet utterly unstoppable. The mechanical entity did not crawl like a beast or walk like a human. It advanced through the synchronized turning of millions of gears, moving like a prehistoric mechanical serpent. At its core, flames burned and danced, resembling the very furnace of hell. As it passed through a village, it extended a mechanical limb, scooping up the entire settlement and stuffing it into its maw. After consuming the village, the entity let out a deafening roar. Not the grinding of gears, nor the roar of machinery, but a sound that resonated directly within the minds of all who heard it. You could hear its voice inside your head. It was screaming. If left unchecked, the entire unclean land would be reduced to its food and fuel. Even the so-called unclean ones were nothing more than obstacles to be crushed beneath its advance. Though they could regenerate, it was futile. Haruto turned his gaze toward the entity. Through his mystic eyes of death perception, its lines of death remained shattered. Clearly, this was not the broken god. The broken god had yet to be restored. Haruto considered that pure energy-based attacks might not be sufficient to dismantle Mechanical Entity 001. Its body was simply too massive, and the metals it had assimilated had altered their fundamental properties. Perhaps tearing it apart with spatial power would be effective, but the spatial energy in his divine authority of the gods was somewhat lacking. Reversing the timeline, then? Maybe sending the world back to before the mechanical entity was assembled? Haruto contemplated this but ultimately shook his head. In the end, he opted for the most straightforward solution. He would take it apart with his bare hands. A crimson, blood-like radiance enveloped Haruto's hand. The crimson glow coiled around his fingertips, flowing endlessly like a tangible, liquid stream. This was a power Haruto had only recently acquired. Plunder. It was, by far, the most complete divine authority he currently possessed. The nature of plunder was simple. It was about taking. Taking everything. That was all. Haruto planned to dig straight into the mechanical entity's chest with his bare hands until he could drip out the Heart of God, SCP-882. Just as Haruto was about to act, the gray-white fog in the sky suddenly dispersed with a resounding roar. For the first time in a long while, sunlight streamed down from above, illuminating the land of La Paz with a dazzling brilliance. Haruto paused, his gaze shifting upward. And then, the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. What a coincidence. It was him. He descended slowly from the sky, stepping upon the clouds, radiating divine brilliance. To an uninformed observer, he might have truly seemed like a god. But in Haruto's eyes he was nothing more than a filthy, pathetic cosplayer. Bathed in sunlight, shrouded by clouds and holy radiance, he looked down upon Mechanical Entity 001 with obvious displeasure. God does not permit the existence of such filthy creations. He spoke, and with a wave of his hand, a massive volume of gray-white liquid cascaded from the sky, crashing down around the mechanical entity. That should be the high-purity tears of God, as mentioned in the records. Haruto crossed his arms, watching with interest. The high-purity tears of God splashed against the mechanical entity. In the next instant, large amounts of white, turbid, swelling substances erupted from its body. These substances seemed to be attempting to consume Mechanical Entity 001. But clearly, they weren't strong enough to devour it entirely. Dozens of unclean ones rushed in, joining the attack against Mechanical Entity 001. And yet, in the very next moment the mechanical entity roared back to life. Cumbersome, yet unstoppable. Anything in its path was reduced to dust. Chapter 217, Destroying You Has Nothing to Do with Me? Slaying the Unclean God. Watching as the high-concentration divine tears and dozens of unclean ones were effortlessly crushed, he appeared somewhat furious. Damn it. Gods shouldn't curse, or perhaps, it was a mistaken assumption. Maybe it was just that gods had never been pushed to such a state before. After all, when facing those helpless humans before, he merely needed to wave a hand to destroy the entirety of human civilization, even justifying it as granting them eternal life. Against the weak, gods naturally wouldn't be enraged. Only when facing powerful beings would they become angry, because aside from fury, they could do nothing else. At some point, Haruto had appeared behind him. He hadn't noticed Haruto's presence and continued glaring furiously at Mechanical Entity 001, cursing under his breath. So, why are you angry? Haruto suddenly spoke. He turned around in shock, instinctively taking a few steps back upon seeing Haruto. Trying to disperse the clouds beneath Haruto's feet to make him fall. But Haruto simply stood still in midair. Completely unaffected, as if the presence or absence of clouds was irrelevant to him. He was clearly confused but seemed to regain confidence upon seeing Haruto's human-like appearance. There are still humans in this world. How is it? The eternal life I granted to humanity, isn't it wonderful? You seem a bit special, but no matter, I will personally grant you the power of eternal life, so you may exist forever. A mass of high-concentration divine tears was flung toward Haruto. However, Haruto simply pointed into the air. That pure divine tear instantly froze mid-flight, coming to a complete standstill. He widened his eyes in shock. Immediately after, he tried to use more divine tears to annihilate Haruto. But his body was no longer under control. He couldn't move a single inch, completely frozen in place. This was one of the applications of world power. Haruto had halted time around them while stripping his perception away from the stillness. Yes, he didn't even retain the ability to perceive time while being frozen. Calling himself a god, what a pathetic counterfeit. Haruto casually waved his hand, dispersing the divine tear, causing it to completely vanish from the world. This scene filled him with boundless terror. Haruto stepped forward and placed his hand at his chest. Well then, let me take a look at your heart. I'm quite curious. The next moment, his fingertips, entwined with crimson radiance, merely brushed against the surface and a still beating heart appeared in Haruto's palm. This was pure plundering. Seeing this, his eyes were filled with horror and despair. Clearly, had time not been frozen, he would have already perished. It was only due to time being halted that he still remained alive. There's nothing special about it. So why do you call yourself a god? And with that self-righteous tone, destroying you has nothing to do with me. You brought ruin upon humanity. Haruto spoke with a hint of confusion before crushing the heart in his hand. Blood and flesh splattered, but as they drifted through the air, they were once again frozen in place. At the very least, you should be like me to have the right to make such claims. Watching his eyes, filled with despair and questions, Haruto smiled and said, Are you confused? Just as you did to humanity, destroying you has nothing to do with me. This is my gift to you. Then, Haruto systematically plundered his limbs, blood, muscles, and bones. Finally, when he grew bored, he took his brain and crushed it into pieces. Now, even in frozen time, he was dead. Undoubtedly, he had been a containment entity. But Haruto couldn't be bothered to contain something like this. Execution was the better option. After executing the false god of the unclean land, Haruto flew toward Mechanical Entity 001. Strangely enough, even with time frozen, flames still flickered within its core. Haruto glanced at it but didn't dwell on it, proceeding with his laborious task. With steady hands, he began digging into the chest of Mechanical Entity 001. It was arduous work. Fortunately, since time was frozen, there was no real urgency. After an indeterminate amount of time, Haruto had carved out a tunnel through the chest of Mechanical Entity 001. Countless gears and pipes surrounded him. And finally, he reached the furnace where the flickering flames burned. Shaking his arms, Haruto felt a slight soreness creeping in. He dismantled all the surrounding pipes and gears. From within the depths of Mechanical Entity 001, Haruto seized the so-called Heart of God SCP-882. A brass furnace. The moment it fell into Haruto's hands, the flames inside it extinguished. Opening the furnace's lid, Haruto retrieved a black pen from within. He ran his fingers along its surface. At the end of the pen, he noticed engraved letters, resembling a label. It read, Property of the Factory. Haruto curled his lips in amusement. Clearly, this wasn't some so-called divine heart. The brass furnace and the black pen within merely contained some mechanical anomalies. They weren't like the clockwork virus, SCP-217, or the broken tongue, SCP-1139, not relics of the broken god. Tucking the black pen into his pocket and carrying the brass furnace, Haruto flew out of Mechanical Entity 001. With a snap of his fingers, the power of the world was released. Time resumed its flow. Immediately, the colossal mechanical entity that is larger than a mountain began collapsing and breaking apart, losing all functionality. With swift reflexes, Haruto retrieved the broken tongue, SCP-1139, and parts of Mr. Brass, SCP-629, from the falling wreckage. Thus, the apotheosis event was fully halted, ending with all containment objects successfully recovered. The members of the Church of the Broken God could no longer be interrogated. Except for one whom Haruto had devoured, the rest had all become part of their god's entity. The disintegrating remains of Mechanical Entity 001 largely fell into the California Trench, sinking into the ocean depths. Haruto carefully observed and found that these remains no longer carried the properties of the clockwork virus, SCP-217. It seemed that the moment the Heart of God was extracted, the virus within the mechanical entity had died. Only remnants of the virus outside the Red Sea object remained. After waiting for the last of the wreckage to fall, Haruto's form twisted and he vanished from the unclean land. Returning to the main world, Africa, Haruto reappeared in Black State. The Black Ball and Wings of Freedom mobile task forces stood at the ready. Seeing Haruto arrive, they all relaxed. Retrieve the Red Sea object, SCP-093, and return it to the Foundation. This containment mission is now complete, Haruto announced before flying away. Neither task force had any complaints. SUU approached the mirror where the Red Sea object was attached. She carefully lifted the crimson disk with both hands and removed it from the mirror. The dull, gray mirror instantly shattered. Now, SUU had to keep holding the crimson disk with both hands all the way back to the Foundation site for proper containment. During this process, as long as she didn't let go, the containment would be completed smoothly. Just then, the faint sound of high heels clicking echoed nearby. Both mobile task forces immediately went on high alert. Levi and Oka thoroughly scanned the surroundings but found nothing. Even reviewing their mission recordings revealed no trace of the sound. As if, what they had all just heard was nothing but an illusion. Without hesitation, Levi activated his crimson exoskeletal armor. His arm extended, forming a serrated crimson spike. Then, he launched a wide-area attack against the empty surroundings. The attack covered a vast range, ensuring that even an invisible entity would struggle to evade. Yet, nothing was found. With no other options, both task forces continued their mission while remaining highly vigilant. Then suddenly, the air distorted. The task forces immediately aimed their weapons at the anomaly. But in the next moment Haruto emerged from the distortion. The teams hesitated, but after confirming it was indeed their leader, they lowered their weapons. Then, to their surprise, Haruto suddenly rushed forward and from the empty space ahead, a series of high-heeled footsteps echoed once more. Under the confused gazes of both task forces, it seemed as if Haruto had embraced something invisible. And the sound of heels disappeared completely. No problem. Just finish securing the Red Sea object and return to base. I've prepared a banquet for you all at the Garden of Life. With that, Haruto vanished once again. The two squads exchanged puzzled glances before shrugging and continuing their containment mission. Chapter 218, The Invisible Friend, SCP-126, and the Chaos Splitter. Be honest and explain yourself. Don't think you can just act cute and get away with it. Haruto questioned sternly, though his tone carried a hint of helplessness. Across from Haruto, there was only an empty chair. Nothing could be seen on it, and even infrared detection or collision volume detection yielded no results. Outside the containment chamber, Foundation staff observed the scene. Rather than finding it absurd, they were merely intrigued. At that moment, a voice emerged from within the containment chamber. I'm sorry. I deeply regret the damage I have caused, even though it was never my intention. It was a soft female voice, sounding like someone between 20 and 26 years old. Inside the containment chamber, various recording devices and sound wave detection equipment had been set up. Yet, none of these high-tech instruments registered any response to the female voice. The containment chamber itself was not soundproof. Thus, the staff outside could clearly hear the gentle voice. Seeing the completely flat detection data, they began documenting the anomaly. From Haruto's perspective, a beautiful woman with fair skin, as smooth as fine jade, was sitting in the chair opposite him. She had long black hair and deep, dark eyes, exuding an air of intelligence. The most striking features were her long legs wrapped in white silk stockings and her delicate feet adorned with fiery red high heels. She sat upright, looking sincerely apologetic. SCP-126, The Invisible Friend, Containment Level, Euclid. This anomaly manifests as a ghostly presence, undetectable by any instruments. It lacks physical form, having no collision volume, temperature, or mass, just like the ghosts of folklore. However, it can produce audible sounds, specifically the clicking of high heels and a female voice, which typically falls within the range of a 20 to 26-year-old woman. Note, the entity is usually friendly and caring, seemingly a young woman with a love for literature. Clearly, this was the entity that had appeared at the previous containment site. The anomalous anti-medic entity reported by Megumi and Mai, that entity was the very girl before him. She was also the one who hacked into the Foundation site, added undercover personnel records, and later, during the attack incident, unlocked the containment chamber of the Immortal Lizard. Due to her anomalous traits, she was like a ghost, completely undetectable by any equipment. Knowing the location of a Foundation site, she could easily follow other Foundation staff and slip inside unnoticed. Although the site's elevator had countermeasures against invisible and anti-medic entities such as weight sensors and infrared detection, even if employees couldn't see the target, the elevator would trigger an alarm and lock down upon detecting additional weight or an unfamiliar form entering. However, since the girl had no mass, even if she entered the elevator alongside staff, she wouldn't be detected. But what puzzled Haruto was, How did she unlock the Foundation's mainframe security and the containment chamber of SCP-682? The girl didn't possess such capabilities, nor did she seem like a god-tier hacker capable of infiltrating the Foundation systems. So, how exactly did you unlock the mainframe and the containment chamber's security doors? Haruto questioned. With a key, the girl said, even making a hand gesture to illustrate a key shape. Haruto? Never mind whether the key could actually fit, the problem was that the Foundation didn't even use traditional keyholes. The Foundation's mainframe required a triple-layered authentication process, ID card insertion, fingerprint scan, and iris recognition. Only by inserting an authorized personnel's ID card and passing the authentication could someone access the system. Moreover, access to different security levels varied, with personnel needing at least level 4 clearance or specialized level 3 management permissions to add personnel records. As for unlocking a high-security containment chamber, there was no need to even mention the complexity of that. Can you describe that key in detail? Haruto already had a hunch. That key had to be another anomalous containment object. The Invisible Friend, SCP-126, carefully described the key. According to her, it was an ornate golden key, resembling those mass-produced in the 1920s. This key possessed a unique ability: it could easily unlock any kind of lock, whether mechanical or digital. By inserting the key into the Foundation mainframe's ID card slot and turning it, the system would unlock, granting level 4 access. Likewise, inserting the key into SCP-682's containment chamber lock and turning it would immediately open the door. Despite the high-tech security of the chamber, far beyond modern Earth's technological standards, it was clear this key was a powerful anomaly. Haruto felt his head ache. Looking toward the staff outside the containment chamber, he gave a helpless order: implement an additional security measure for all Foundation sites, including entrance elevators, mainframe systems, research facility doors, and containment locks. From now on, physical verification systems should only activate after an eye facial recognition scan. The Foundation staff immediately set out to relay the order. This was a massive undertaking. With Foundation sites spread across the globe in unknown numbers and an uncountable number of devices involving locks ever since that key appeared, no lock could be considered reliable anymore. Yet, removing physical verification entirely wasn't an option. If security relied solely on digital authentication, a sufficiently advanced cyber anomaly or virus could potentially cripple the entire Foundation. At that point, the absence of physical authentication would lead to irreversible consequences. Thankfully, adding an eye facial recognition step before enabling physical authentication could serve as a safeguard against the key's effects on Foundation sites. So, where is the key now? After handling Foundation security protocols, Haruto turned back to the girl. She reached down to touch the hem of her dress, then shook her head. It's not on me. It's probably in their hands now. Their hands referring to the so-called Chaos Splitters. It was with the help of the Chaos Splitters that the Church of the Broken God initiated their Apotheosis project. And the Invisible Friend, SCP-126, had also been manipulated by the Chaos Splitters. According to available intelligence, the Chaos Splitters was a highly hostile organization toward the Foundation. They labeled the Foundation as tyrants hoarding supernatural powers, painting them as enemies to be overthrown. The leader of the Chaos Splitters possessed some kind of cognitive distortion ability. Originally, the Invisible Friend, SCP-126, had merely been wandering around a bookstore. But the Chaos Splitters noticed her presence and then altered the cognition of the entire bookstore. This cognitive distortion wasn't high-level. Anyone taking W-class memory enhancement drugs could completely recover from it. However, unfortunately, this intelligent yet unseen girl was an innocent and kind-hearted individual. Her cognitive resistance was low. Thus, she was successfully brainwashed, turning into a tool of the Chaos Splitters. This led directly to the attack on the Foundation site. Once the Apotheosis event was set in motion, the Chaos Splitters retreated, leaving behind SCP-126 to gather intelligence. Clearly, the Chaos Splitters never truly expected the Church of the Broken God to succeed in reviving the deity and overthrowing the Foundation's tyranny. Moreover, they assumed that, due to SCP-126's anomalous traits, she could not be detected. They specifically waited for Haruto to leave before dispatching SCP-126. Only for her to be caught red-handed when Haruto unexpectedly returned. Her anomalous traits were ineffective against Haruto. Because Haruto's cognitive perception could not be distorted, thanks to the intelligence fragment. Upon his return, he immediately spotted a white-dressed intellectual girl curiously observing two mobile task forces conducting containment operations. She was arrested on the spot. After being taken back to the Foundation site, she was administered W-class memory enhancement drugs. Her cognition fully recovered, and she confessed everything she had done. Unfortunately, she did not know much about the Chaos Splitters. She could only provide partial details on their leaders' abilities, confirm that they possessed the key, and identify one of their bases. A mobile task force unit had already been dispatched to raid the location. But Haruto wasn't optimistic. Anyone bold enough to orchestrate an attack on a Foundation site wouldn't be foolish enough to sit around waiting for the MTF to arrive. Just then a report from Mobile Task Force Black Ball came in. Chapter 219, Skeleton Key, SCP-005, Annihilated SUU, report the situation. Boss, we have captured 13 members of the Chaos Splitters and seized several anomalous items. Additionally, we found this. It should be the key you specifically mentioned. In the transmitted footage, SUU reported while holding a gold, ornately designed antique key. It had a distinctly aged appearance. SUU inserted the key into an electronic clock that was clearly incompatible with it. However, as the antique key twisted with a crisp click, the electronic clock instantly disengaged. Watching this scene, Haruto raised an eyebrow in disbelief. The enigmatic and elusive Chaos Splitters, the ones responsible for orchestrating the first containment breach at an SCP Foundation site, had been caught just like that? And the key was in their possession? These people seem to be high-ranking members of the insurgency? That's insane. Bring them all back to the site and make sure the key is properly secured. In the end, Haruto could only instruct SUU accordingly. SUU nodded and sealed the key inside a specialized containment box. After ending the call, Haruto turned to the girl sitting across from him. You've learned some things about the Foundation from the Chaos Splitters, though they clearly twisted the truth to suit their agenda. But the fact remains, the Foundation prioritizes containment and control of anomalies. We can't just let them roam freely. So, you'll likely have to stay at the Foundation site from now on. That sound of high heels clicking out of nowhere can be quite unsettling, after all. Hearing this, the girl looked somewhat downcast. However, after a brief moment, she nodded in understanding. This further confirmed that her true nature was kind and considerate. Previously, she had simply been manipulated by the Chaos Splitters. Seeing her acceptance, Haruto nodded and prepared to arrange a proper containment chamber for her. At that moment, the girl hesitantly spoke up. Could I maybe have some literature books? A completely empty room feels a bit. It was clear she had already accepted this temporary containment cell as the standard for her living conditions. Haruto nodded and added, the Foundation can provide certain amenities and fulfill reasonable requests. Feel free to ask. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ultimately, Invisible Friend, SCP-126, requested the following: 3 literature books and 5 newspapers per week. A single bed with a double thick soft mattress. A pink vanity dresser with a small selection of cosmetics. Although, truthfully, we don't understand who she's putting on makeup for, and, once a month, a private meeting with Haruto. These requests were easy to fulfill. The Foundation gladly agreed. It hardly cost anything at all. The girl didn't even require 3 meals a day, she was easier to sustain than Cthulhu. In fact, given her exceptional literary knowledge and gentle personality, she could even occasionally serve as a psychologist for Foundation personnel. Constantly dealing with all sorts of bizarre anomalies was mentally exhausting. At such times, chatting with the girl, discussing literature, could be an excellent way to relieve stress. As for the final request meeting with Haruto wasn't surprised by this. In truth, he might be the only person in this world who could see and physically interact with the girl. Even though she tried her best not to appear too dependent on him, wanting to avoid being a burden or causing trouble in the end, loneliness was inevitable. Just meeting Haruto once a month was enough to make her happy for a long time. So, he gladly agreed to this condition as well. After settling her in the Mobile Task Force, Black Ball arrived at the site. 13 Chaos Splitters members were escorted in. Haruto, however, first went to check on the key. Skeleton Key, SCP-005, Containment Classification, Safe. This item takes the form of an ornate key capable of unlocking any lock. The origin of this ability is unknown. Note, pretty handy as a spare house key, isn't it? Holding the golden key and reading its containment entry, Haruto nodded. Yep. Not a fake. Based purely on its properties, this wasn't some overwhelmingly powerful anomaly. However, its potential for destruction within the Foundation was immense. Even storing it in a high-security containment area wasn't reassuring. Haruto decided to carry it with him at all times. Then, he turned his attention to the 13 Chaos Splitters. One by one, he devoured them. Their memories unfolded in his mind like a vast picture book. Flipping through them briefly, Haruto couldn't help but sneer. These 13 weren't just Chaos Splitter members. They were the Chaos Splitters. Or rather, according to their memories, the entire organization consisted solely of them. They were indeed talented individuals. Take one of them, for example, a physicist from Waseda University, an elite in a highly specialized field of physics on Earth. His family also held considerable influence in Japan. With his talent and background, he had access to knowledge far beyond the reach of ordinary people. For instance, he had learned of the Foundation's existence. He had even participated in the Foundation's recruitment tests, alongside Yukino Shitaharuno. However, due to his arrogance, he failed the very first trial and was immediately eliminated. After all, the Foundation sought not just talent, but also strong mental fortitude. Following his rejection, he underwent a memory erasure procedure. At the time, the Foundation had yet to adopt black ball technology and was still using basic D-class amnestics. While his memories were wiped, faint impressions remained. Just like what had happened with Yukino before. But unlike Yukino, this man bore a deep resentment toward the Foundation. He viewed himself as extraordinary, yet the Foundation had dismissed him so effortlessly, wounding his fragile ego. That was when the Chaos Splitters found him. He quickly joined them, using his family's resources and personal skills to assist their cause. Of course, cognitive distortion played a significant role as well. Although the Splitters' leader didn't possess strong mind-altering abilities, the fabricated narrative of the Foundation being a tyrannical dictatorship combined with the physicist's lingering bitterness easily ensnared him. The other members followed a similar pattern. Only 13 people, but they had some real capabilities. Additionally, among them was the supposed leader of the Chaos Splitters. This surprised Haruto slightly. However, after devouring the so-called leader, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. First off, it was just a puppet. The memories it held seemed complete, but upon closer inspection, there were numerous small logical inconsistencies. Clearly, this was a carefully fabricated memory, implanted into an empty husk. According to these false memories, the leader had stumbled upon the Foundation's existence due to family connections and then awakened a power that could alter perception. However, looking at the technology and anomalous items the insurgency had used, it was obvious that these 13 couldn't have developed such things. Most likely, they had received them from their true leader. The real mastermind behind the Chaos Splitters wasn't of this world. And now, they had successfully pulled off an escape. Previously, they must have believed that Invisible Friend, SCP-126, was impossible to capture. But when Haruto apprehended her on the spot, the Splitters' leader, thinking themselves clever, executed a fake surrender tactic. They handed over their newly recruited subordinates, a puppet leader, and the skeleton key all at once. A few underlings? They weren't worth keeping if escape was impossible. A puppet leader? Losing it was no big deal. As for the key, since the Foundation now knew about it, its usefulness had diminished. Invisible Friend relied on the key to infiltrate the Foundation. Without her, the key's effectiveness was drastically reduced. And since the Foundation was now aware of its properties, they would undoubtedly take precautions. Given all this, the key was no longer irreplaceable. Sacrificing so much all to make the Foundation believe they had completely eradicated the Chaos Splitters. This way, the real leader could vanish back into the shadows and continue their schemes. A solid strategy. But against Haruto's overwhelmingly unfair methods, it was nothing more than a ridiculous trick, worthy only of mockery. He is quite the slippery one, but it's pointless. Maintain global scans. I doubt it'll take long before we catch the real one. Haruto gave the order. The Foundation staff nodded and went to make the necessary arrangements. Chapter 220, SUU's Revenge. The attack on the Foundation site and the containment breach incident had finally reached a temporary conclusion. The Clockwork Virus, SCP-217, the Broken Tongue, SCP-1139, and Mr. Brass, SCP-629, all anomalous objects affiliated with the Church of the Broken God, had now been completely dispersed and contained separately. This ensured that even if a particular site were attacked again, there would be no repeat of an apotheosis event. All of these anomalies were now scattered across different sites, and some had even been transferred to other worlds for containment. As for the most crucial object in the apotheosis event, the Heart of God, SCP-882, it had been split into two parts. The Brass Furnace, SCP-882-1, was sent to the Titan World site. The Black Pen, SCP-882-2, was now being carried by Haruto personally. Moving forward, the Foundation would continue to monitor global anomalies. That slippery Chaos Splitter leader, who had managed to escape by shedding his shell, would no longer have the chance to stir up trouble in the shadows. After handling everything, Haruto was prepared to leave. However, he suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. SUU, Haruto called out. The mobile task force who had been about to depart, all halted immediately. SUU, in particular, seemed visibly nervous. Relax, I just have some personal matters to discuss with SUU here. It doesn't involve the task force. You may all return to your station. Upon hearing this, The other Black Ball members gave SUU a look of sympathy before making a quick escape. This left SUU standing alone with a miserable expression. SUU, may I ask why you look so strange? Haruto feigned ignorance. Due to the whole Natsuki Subaru incident, SUU had her wages docked and was also subjected to a Tommy cognitive resistance training session. The so-called Tommy cognitive training involved being in the same room as strands of Tommy's hair. The training required the subject to observe the strands and resist the cognitive contamination of Tommy's anomalous properties. While this method was indeed effective in strengthening one's cognitive resistance, almost every participant ended up losing their mind, desperately rushing toward the hair and attempting to implant it into their own body. Not only was it a form of mental torture, but it was also an incredibly embarrassing ordeal. SUU let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. Haruto chose not to press further. Persecuting group members was simply too much fun. By the way, I noticed that not long ago, you applied to the Foundation for a dose of feminization potion. I'd like to ask, SUU, what exactly do you need a feminization potion for? After all, it's an anomalous grade potion, and since you're already a woman, you can't even use it yourself. Upon hearing this, SUU's gaze shifted evasively, clearly feeling guilty. Well, I have a friend who wants to try being a girl. That was SUU's response. Haruto could barely hold back his laughter. You little liar, making up an imaginary friend, huh? However, judging by her reaction, he had more or less figured out who the real target of the feminization potion was. So, after a moment of pretending to think, Haruto nodded. I see. If this friend of yours is a Foundation staff member, then there's no problem. If not, please have them sign a confidentiality agreement. Since you made the request, the Foundation will definitely take this seriously. I'll approve it now, and remember to submit a user record for the potion. Consider it part of an experiment. The experimental records for this potion are actually quite limited so far. Thank you for your contribution, SUU. Saying that, Haruto immediately used his access on the site's mainframe to approve SUU's application for the feminization potion. SUU was a bit surprised, but then quickly put on an innocent smile. After thanking Haruto, she went straight to the lab floor to collect the potion. The next day, around noon, the multiversal chat group suddenly became lively. Pain Magnet, SUU. What the hell did you make me drink? Pain Magnet uploaded a selfie.jpg. In the image, a black-haired, black-eyed little girl was wearing a pure white knight's uniform, with a golden longsword strapped to her waist, her expression full of panic. Obviously, this was not Natsuki Subaru. Except now, after drinking the feminization potion, he had turned into a lily. SUU had been tricked by Subaru before. As a proper Isekai traveler, SUU wasn't just a troll with a typical Isekai protagonist's twisted sense of humor, she was also someone you didn't want to mess with. There was no way she was going to just swallow this loss. Haruto had already guessed her intentions the moment she applied for the potion with that guilty look. As for stopping her, why would he stop such an entertaining case of group member persecution? And so, Subaru ended up in this loli form. Pain Magnet, SUU. Kill me if you must, but don't turn me into a girl. Blondified dog. Big sister is supreme, I am an MTF member. No matter how funny this is, I will not laugh. Unless I can't hold it in. Whole Master of Wangsheng, oh my, this is quite something. Subaru looks. Well. Portal Daddy, X2. Candle Dragon, Fate's Master, Lord of Knowledge, X3. Spoilers are fun, ha 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 ha. Even the admin is agreeing. Truly worthy of me. Pain Magnet, SUU. You're still laughing? Spoilers are fun, you tricked me first. I was stuck in a room with Tommy's hair for 5 whole days. Spoilers are fun, 5 days. Do you know how I survived those 5 days? Spoilers are fun, your fate as a girl is sealed, not even Jesus can save you. I said it, and I meant it. Watching the messages flood the chat, Haruto turned into a happy spectator, enjoying the drama. Speaking of the Re-Zero world. After discussions, the 4 nations of Re-Zero had agreed to let the SCP Foundation intervene in their world. The border of the Dragon Kingdom, since Roswell was no longer around to defend it, was simply handed over to the Foundation. The Forbidden Magic Hall wasn't dismantled either, it was directly converted into a Foundation site. Afterward, the Foundation fulfilled its promise by purging the anomalous threats in the Re-Zero world. Coincidentally, all the witches were collected by Haruto. Out of the 6 Sin Archbishops, 3 had died in the battle outside the royal capital. Among the 3 great demon beasts, White Whale, Black Serpent, and Great Rabbit, 1 was already exterminated. With only 2 demon beasts and 3 archbishops left, cleaning up the rest would be easy. The Re-Zero plotline had been completely shattered. The royal selection of the Dragon Kingdom ended with Cross winning by a landslide. After all, during the Forbidden Magic Hall incident, Cross and her faction had made significant contributions, something everyone knew about. As for the other candidates, let's just say, they were a bit disappointing. Besides, after the Forbidden Magic Hall event, Cross had lost the overly aggressive attitude she had in the original story. Having witnessed true terror, she had completely matured. Her one major flaw from the original series had quietly been resolved. As for the key characters from Re-Zero, Subaru, after the Forbidden Magic Hall battle, had earned considerable merit and was honored as a Knight of the Dragon Kingdom. But now, she's a little lie. Amelia, with Roswell dead and the demi-human sanctuary liberated, had to withdraw from the royal selection. She later left the world alongside the Witch of Greed, Echidna, and is now gradually accepting the memories she had once lost. Rem and Ram, now both working as maids in Haruto's home, needing to replenish mana every month. Beatrice, who had signed a contract with Haruto, now follows her mother, Echidna, in studying modern knowledge. Elsa and Mealy, both undergoing rehabilitation within the Foundation, learning proper values. As for everyone else? Not worth mentioning. Overall, after the various crises were eliminated, the Re-Zero world was thriving. If anyone was dissatisfied, it was probably just Subaru, now a broke little lie. Closing the multiversal chat group interface, Haruto leaned back, fully content. Then, his phone vibrated twice. Haruto took a look. Oh. It was Shizuka Hiratsuka calling. His heart skipped a beat. Crap. I got used to skipping class at Hueco Academy. With all his running around these past few days, he had completely forgotten to ask Hiratsuka for leave. Plus, the unclean land had no signal, so he had a ton of missed calls, only seeing them now. He answered the call. From the other end of the line, Hiratsuka's furious voice roared, "You reckless genius! Are my classes that unbearable for you? Skipping class is bad enough, but you didn't even ask for leave. You didn't answer your phone either. Just transfer schools already." It was clear, Shizuka was absolutely livid. After all, Haruto had already transferred twice this school year. Now, in her class for barely any time at all, and he was still skipping? Hiratsuka was seething. Chapter 221, The Drunken Hiratsuka, Cheers, Cheers. Ahem, Hiratsuka-sensei. Haruto cleared his throat lightly. The complaints coming from the other end of the phone were truly overwhelming. Moreover, from the way she was speaking, her pronunciation a little slurred, it was obvious that she had been drinking. After all, while Hiratsuka was usually blunt and outspoken, she never threw small tantrums at her students like this. What? You still have complaints? Hiratsuka snapped in frustration, though her words were starting to slur. Haruto rubbed his temples. Sensei, may I ask where you are right now? I feel guilty and would like to apologize in person. Hearing this, Hiratsuka gave the name of an izakaya. After hanging up, Haruto searched for it. It turned out to be a rather niche izakaya in Chiba, located in the Shimokitazawa area. Grabbing a jacket, he headed straight there. By now, summer was coming to an end. Though the daytime heat still made people reluctant to move, the occasional cool night breeze had started making people instinctively hug their arms for warmth. Before long, Haruto arrived outside the izakaya in Shimokitazawa. This area was full of small alleys. People unfamiliar with the place could easily get lost. The izakaya was tucked away in one of those winding alleyways. Fortunately, Haruto could rely on his sensory abilities to get a god's eye view of the surroundings, otherwise, he might have had to wander through the alleys for a while. Lifting the Norin curtain at the entrance, Haruto took a look inside and immediately spotted Shizuka. The usually professional-looking teacher, always dressed in work attire with a white lab coat draped over her shoulders, was now in casual clothes. She was sitting in a corner of the izakaya, her table already littered with empty bottles. Half leaning against the table, her long, waterfall-like black hair cascaded down her back, with a few playful strands sticking out. Her normally stern and dignified face was now flushed, wearing an expression of deep frustration. Shizuka was muttering to herself, her words filled with complaints about Haruto. Even though he hadn't approached yet, he could still hear her grievances. As she grumbled, she casually grabbed a beer mug beside her and took large gulps of the cold beer. A bit of foam clung to the corners of her lips, making her look unexpectedly adorable. Just as Haruto was about to step forward, two men from a nearby table stood up, drinks in hand, and walked toward Shizuka. Their appearance left much to be desired, classic small-time thugs. Come to think of it, the security around Shimokitazawa did seem rather lax. Someone's about to have a bad time. The izakaya owner chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Clearly, Shizuka was a regular here. The owner seemed to know this long-haired beauty well. After all, her combat prowess was no joke. But Haruto wasn't in the mood to watch a spectacle and quickly walked over. The two thugs tried to hit on Shizuka, and seeing how drunk she was, they got even bolder, preparing to get handsy. "Hey there, gorgeous. Drinking all alone? How about we keep you company?" One of them sneered. "No need. Stay away from me, or I won't be responsible for what happens next." Shizuka didn't even lift her head as she coldly rejected them. She had been hit on like this countless times. Honestly, what kind of decent person would try to pick up women in a dive bar like this? "Oh, come on, don't be like that." The thug reached out toward Shizuka, oblivious to the fact that her body had already tensed slightly. Her hand had subtly risen, hovering between her chest and neck. But before his hand could reach her, a firm grip caught it in midair. "Didn't you hear her, you trash? She told you to scram." Haruto smiled calmly. The two thugs turned red with anger. Seeing that their interrupter was just a young student, their arrogance surged. But before they could say anything, the one whose arm was caught let out a scream. It felt as though his limb had been caught in a steel vice, his bones were on the verge of snapping. He tried to break free but quickly realized he was utterly powerless. Now he understood, he had messed with the wrong person. "Wait, bro. No boss. Please, let me go." Unable to endure the pain, the thug instantly begged for mercy. Haruto casually flung him aside. Stumbling backward, the thug was caught by his companion. The two looked utterly pathetic. Despite knowing they were no match for Haruto, they still tried to salvage whatever pride they have. "You're finished, kid. We're from the Yakengumi gang. Just you wait." After spouting their threat, they turned and bolted before they could get beaten again. Haruto smirked and pulled out his phone, sending a message to Inspector Magure. Shimogatazawa really needed a crackdown on crime. These bottom feeders even dared to claim gang affiliations? After that, Haruto turned his attention to Shizuka, who was still half-conscious, slumped over the table. He reached out to support her, but the moment his hand touched her shoulder, Shizuka instantly sprang upright, grabbing Haruto's wrist and twisting it forcefully. Haruto? Had he been an ordinary person, he'd have been instantly subdued, his arm locked in place, his face slammed into the table. However, for Haruto, Shizuka's strength was far too weak. To avoid her injuring herself by using excessive force, Haruto simply twisted his arms lightly, effortlessly breaking free. "Hiratsuka-sensei?" Haruto called out, trying to wake her up. But before he could get a response, Shizuka lost her balance and collapsed straight into Haruto's arms. Haruto froze for a moment before sighing helplessly. Scooping her up in his arms, he walked over to the counter. The izakaya owner, having witnessed everything, was somewhat surprised by Haruto's skill but still asked, "And you are?" Haruto handed over his student ID with a wry smile. "I'm her student. Sorry for the trouble, I'll settle the bill for her." The owner glanced at the ID, recognizing the emblem of Sobuhai. He no longer had any doubts about Haruto's identity. Hearing Haruto's words, he waved dismissively. "She's a regular here. Since the shop opened, she's been supporting us. How is that causing trouble? The table and chairs over there? I'll clean them up later. As for the bill, she has a tab here. Regulars like her don't need to worry." Haruto shook his head and still paid for Shizuka's drinks. Then, carrying her in his arms, he left the izakaya. "Hiratsuka-sensei, where do you live? I'll take you home." Haruto spoke while gently shaking her. Shizuka groggily opened her hazy eyes. Seeing Haruto's face up close, she suddenly giggled foolishly. Her already flushed face from the alcohol became even more adorable as she smiled. Considering how she was usually so stern and serious, the contrast made her irresistibly charming. Even Haruto felt his heartbeat quicken. "Oh, it's you, genius boy." "Hee hee." Shizuka mumbled. Haruto sighed. "Where does Shizuka live?" He tried again. "Home? Are you asking me to start a home with you?" Shizuka latched onto the only word she understood and started spouting nonsense. As she spoke, she snuggled closer to him. Haruto staggered slightly under her sudden movement. In the end, he dug through her wallet and found her ID. Only then did he get her address. Hailing a taxi, he gave the driver the destination. There was no helping it, leaving her alone in this state was out of the question. Inside the cab, Haruto gently set her down. But Shizuka immediately wrapped her arms around his neck, refusing to let go. Her breath carried a strong scent of alcohol. Just how much did she drink? Haruto felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, the taxi driver turned out to be quite talkative. "Young man, just finished a date with your girlfriend, huh? Ah, youth is wonderful." He sighed nostalgically. Even though Shizuka was much older than Haruto, her youthful appearance and well-maintained looks made them seem like a couple. Haruto didn't bother explaining. The more you explained in situations like this, the worse it got. However, Shizuka seemed to catch on to a certain word. Still groggy, she blinked herself awake. Boyfriend? Cheers. With that, she leaned in even closer. Chapter 222, Shoujo Mangan. On the way, in her drunken state, Shizuka cried and made a fuss, wailing pitifully. She clung to Haruto, insisting on getting married. Unfortunately, it was already late at night, and the Civil Affairs Bureau had long since closed. By the time they reached their destination, even the taxi driver's gaze toward Haruto had changed. It was a look of deep admiration. The place where Shizuka lived was a rather upscale residential complex. After all, this long-haired beauty was quite the wealthy woman. In the taxi driver's eyes, being able to captivate a rich woman to the point of making her cry and beg for marriage was nothing short of legendary. If the circumstances were different, he might have even asked to become Haruto's disciple. But human emotions do not always align. While the taxi driver was in awe, Haruto just felt numb inside. He carried the still unruly Shizuka and made his way into the complex. After searching for a while, Haruto finally found the apartment address listed on her ID. Shizuka's wallet contained several keys. After several failed attempts, Haruto simply retrieved the skeleton key, SCP-005, from his Camu space and opened the door. You brat. Are you seriously using an anomaly as a spare key? Kama stepping into the entryway, Haruto set Shizuka down on the step inside. Looking at her current state, he simply decided to take off her shoes for her. A pair of feet rested in his hands, separated only by a thin layer of black stockings. If someone with a particular fetish were to see these black-stockinged feet, they would probably treat them as a priceless treasure, perhaps even willing to be stepped on if it meant such an honor. Though Haruto had no such peculiar interests, he still had to admit they were quite beautiful. Thinking back on carrying Shizuka all the way here, Haruto realized something. This black-haired beauty, who usually wore a white lab coat, had an incredibly well-maintained figure. Her waist was slender, yet the curves in all the right places were perfect. Her body was also exceptionally flexible. It likely had to do with her martial arts training. With a perfect face, an ideal body, and the ability to fulfill any older woman fantasy. Not to mention, when drunk, she was unbelievably adorable, making one want to tease her endlessly. So why was someone like Hiratsuka Shizuka still single? Did all the men in the world have terrible taste? That thought crossed Haruto's mind. Throughout the night, he had experienced firsthand the sheer anxiety this older beauty had about marriage. The sheer pressure of an unmarried woman past the ideal age was almost terrifying. And yet, the fact that Shizuka was still unmarried was, in itself, a miracle. As Haruto was lost in thought, Shizuka suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes met. Haruto smiled slightly, intending to explain, but then he noticed her gaze shifting downward. Haruto followed her line of sight and realized he was still holding her stocking-clad foot. Not only that, but in his absent-mindedness, he had even absent-mindedly played with it a little. Haruto hurriedly let go. Just as he was about to come up with an excuse, Shizuka tilted her head slightly and said, "Do you want to read some manga together, Haruto?" Before he could process the situation, Shizuka wobbled to her feet, grabbed his hand, and led him toward the bedroom. Inside, aside from a large pink princess-style bed, there were two massive bookshelves filled with manga. It was like a child's room. Haruto glanced around and quickly deduced that this wasn't her usual residence. Shizuka was both a chain smoker and a heavy drinker, yet there were no ashtrays or signs of alcohol here. The entire room was spotless, without any signs of frequent use. It was probably a spare apartment that was regularly cleaned by housekeeping. No wonder none of her keys fit this place. As he was piecing everything together, Shizuka pushed him onto the bed, then ran to the bookshelf, carefully selecting a manga. When Haruto took a look, he realized it was a romance manga, one he had never seen before. That was odd. Back when he first arrived in this world, he had researched the manga industry thoroughly, planning to make it his side business. Moreover, he genuinely enjoyed reading manga. It was rare for him to come across one he hadn't seen. Glancing at the publication date, Haruto suddenly understood why. This manga was over 20 years old. Ah, well. Haruto unconsciously glanced at Shizuka from the corner of his eye. This kind of gave away her age, didn't it? Shizuka, however, was absolutely thrilled, excitedly recommending the manga to him. Her words were filled with longing for romance. She even declared that after graduating from university, she was determined to find the most handsome and most brilliant boyfriend in the world. Haruto simply smiled, chatting with her about manga and love. Before long, the alcohol took its toll again. As they talked, Hiratsuka Shizuka's voice trailed off. She had fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Haruto gently ran his fingers through her silky black hair and prepared to leave. But as he tried to get up, he noticed something. Shizuka was tightly clutching his arm. He tried to pull free but quickly realized that unless he used force, he wouldn't be able to escape. "What is this?" Haruto chuckled helplessly. In the end, He simply leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to Hiratsuka Shizuka's forehead before lying back down. The next morning Shizuka woke up with a splitting headache. Ugh, hangovers are the worst. I swear I won't drink this much again next time. A familiar lie every drunk person tells themselves. Dazed, she rubbed her temples and slowly sat up. After a long moment, she finally opened her eyes, only to be met with complete confusion. Where am I? Looking around at the youthful, cutesy decor of the room, Shizuka felt a bit lost. It had been ages since she last stayed here. Did I drunkenly reminisce about my youth and decide to sleep here? Seriously? Please, tell me I didn't throw up in the room. Please, no. Praying that she hadn't made a mess, she scanned the room. Then her eyes casually drifted to her side Shizuka. Her gaze snapped back. Her eyes locked onto the spot beside her, her pillow. A young man was lying right there, fast asleep. His sharp eyebrows, his nose, and his lips had a soft, rosy hue. Even in slumber, his face was mesmerizing. With just one look, it was hard to tear her eyes away. How can someone this good-looking even exist? Shizuka stared in a daze for a long while before snapping back to reality. Wait a second. Isn't this my student? She was instantly struck by lightning. What the hell did I do while drunk? Her pupils trembled as she desperately tried to recall the events of last night. She vaguely remembered being upset that this kid had skipped class, so she called him while drinking. Then he actually answered. After that, she seemed to have ranted at him on the phone and even told him the location of the izakaya. And then she somehow ended up with a boyfriend and even insisted on getting married. Only stopping because the Civil Affairs Bureau was closed. Shizuka clutched her head. None of this adds up. Just how much of a mess did I create out of singlehood anxiety and alcohol? Suddenly, she bolted upright and checked her clothes. Seeing that she was still in the outfit she had worn to go drinking, she breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she was worried about being taken advantage of, she was more concerned that, in a haze of loneliness and dopamine, she might have been the one to force herself onto her student. Because she knew her own strength. She also knew just how bad her singlehood anxiety was. It wouldn't be impossible for her to have done something insane. As she relaxed, she lifted the blanket slightly to check on Haruto. And there, underneath the covers was a manga book. Shizuka blinked. Seeing it, memories of last night slowly came back to her. Shizuka. At that moment, she felt like she had died a social death. Dragging her student to read a shoujo romance manga with her and even talking about love just let me die already. As she sat there, covering her face in despair, she suddenly noticed something. Haruto had woken up and was looking at her. Their eyes met. Then, Haruto's gaze shifted downward. Shizuka followed his gaze. She was still holding up the blanket in a rather suggestive manner, as if caught in the middle of something inappropriate. In that instant, Shizuka truly wanted to die. So, what's our relationship now? At the worst possible moment, Haruto dropped the bombshell. Shizuka seeing her sheer, toe-curling embarrassment, Haruto couldn't hold back his laughter. Well then, Miss Hiratsuka Shizuka, are we officially dating now? Haruto's teasing smile faded into something serious. Shizuka froze.